This dragon was the supreme matriarch of her kind, a legend holding power and treasures beyond mortal dreams. For millennia, she reigned, worshipped by dragons and feared by men. But one day, the doors to her hoard opened for the most unlikely person. As the first to reach her in a millennium, she promised him anything within her hoard. Facing the matriarch, Theo Ragnar asked not for gold or knowledge, but for something that shook the heavens. He wanted Lot Broke, the legendary dragon who helped his Ragnar ancestors build an empire. The sheer audacity of his request awoke the matriarch's slumbering, ancient wrath. He collapsed, drowning in a pool of his own blood. His tormentor sneered, "Have you learned nothing?" crushing Theo's spirit completely. "Some things are impossible, no matter how hard you try. That's called being worthless." Theo seethed. "What?" The man lowered his cowl. "To carry Ragnar blood, yet inherit no talent." A familiar face mocked him. "I'd be furious too. Young Master Theo." His eyes widened in shock. "Brandon." "Why?" Brandon sneered. "Watching you train so hard every morning, despite having no talent. It was pathetic." Brandon saw it all, especially how your hard work led to nothing. He roared with laughter. "The Ragnar family's fool. That name suits you. You should just hide, you failure." It was laughable watching you struggle. But Theo gritted his teeth in fury. "Brandon!" He plunged his sword into the earth. "You became my swordmaster, teaching me useless forms?" Theo spat. "Just to exile me from the palace, you bastard." Brandon silently sliced off his arm. Theo screamed in pure agony and despair. The man sighed. "Do you blame me?" Brandon grabbed his hair. "This is all your fault." He forced Theo up. "Why don't you understand?" He made him watch. "Look, why is our home burning? Why are your family members dying? Why is your mother?" An enemy dragged a woman forward. She was thrown at Theo's feet. Brandon continued casually. Now a cold, lifeless corpse. He stared blankly at his mother's breathless body. "Because you're the Ragnar family's fool." Each word was another blow to Theo's soul. In a family ruled by power, he stared at her body. Tears fell. Could things have been different? As they left, the Red Flower Palace was consumed by a raging inferno, a toxic sea of fire. The people in the city were being slaughtered. No one escaped the merciless blades. Corpses littered the blood-red landscape. The clash of steel proved someone was still fighting. They fought fiercely, but one side was clearly outmatched. A powerful blade swung down. The young man locked in this desperate battle was Theo Ragnar, a son of the Ragnar clan, guardians of the Empire's northern frontier. Every member of this bloodline possessed magic, strength, and tactical genius. The only exception was Theo Ragnar, a talentless failure, scorned by all as completely useless. And so, he was betrayed by his sword instructor, Brandon Harvey. With a single strike, his life was cut short. Then a screen flashed before his eyes. System confirmation. You have died. Your trait has been activated, returning to the point of regression. When Theo's eyes shot open, a wooden sword was inches from his face. You seem tired, Brandon said. All right, that's enough for today's lesson. Theo was stunned. Brandon looked bored. Dazed, Theo gripped the wooden sword. What? Didn't I just die? Theo thought. This must be a flashback. My life flashing before my eyes. But to think the last face I'd see is his, Brandon's hateful face. Young master? He asked. He sighed. Is death this cruel, even at the very end? A blue window suddenly appeared. Theo stared at it blankly. It read, Tutorial mission. Punch Brandon in the face. He couldn't understand. A tutorial mission? Punch Brandon? What is this? He glanced from the screen to the man. Is this a normal death flashback? He probably can't see this screen, and Brandon didn't. Is something wrong? But Theo was done thinking. He dropped the wooden sword. His hands trembled as he clenched his fists, completely lost about what was happening. Maybe this is a gift from the gods, a final chance to vent my rage. He focused. Dream or not, I'll make it count. Brandon's eyes narrowed in surprise. All eyes were now focused on them. Brandon simply looked confused, otherwise completely unharmed. A cold sweat drenched Theo. How could this dream feel so real? His punch was pathetically weak. Brandon tightened his grip on the wooden sword. He swung straight for Theo. The blow sent him flying, and Theo slammed hard into the ground. Brandon sneered. I thought our lesson was over? Theo groaned. What is this? How can I feel pain in a dream? The man sighed. I understand your frustration, my lord. The awakening ceremony is near, and you've made no progress. Theo was stunned. The awakening ceremony? Brandon continued. But I can't forgive a student who dares to challenge his master. He raised his training sword and yelled, Ajagna uses his sword, not his fists. My lord. Then Brandon turned to leave. I will see you at our next lesson. Theo was still reeling. What in the world is happening? The crowd began to mock Theo. What an idiot. Why would he disappoint his master like that? Their whispers filled the air. Is he even a real Jogna? He's pathetic, even for a concubine's son, and that's supposed to be his best effort? But their words didn't reach him. Theo felt everything. It was all too real. He muttered, I can't believe it. The wound is still throbbing. This sharp, clear pain. Theo was stunned. This feeling of reality. He finally had to accept it. This isn't a memory. It's real. Theo knew. The awakening ceremony is 2 years from now. Does this mean I've returned to the past? How is this even possible? Theo stared at the blue window before him. It read, Congratulations, you have completed the tutorial quest. Reward, activation of Jogna's talent. He was still dazed. What? The system asked. Will you accept your reward now? Numbly, Theo reached out and pressed yes. Instantly, a strange power surged through his chest. The system announced, Reward received. All stats will now increase rapidly. A blinding light then surrounded him. What is happening to me? The system began the next quest. A peaceful day at the Crimson Flower Palace. Fragrant tea was being served. Ah yes, Theo's swordsmanship. Brandon spoke frankly. To be perfectly honest, I've never seen anyone so utterly talentless. He grinned. But that is why I am here. Brandon, the master teacher. I will teach him with all my might. I'll make him strong enough for the awakening ceremony in 5 months. At least, that's what I'll claim. The lady of the Crimson Flower Palace, Cecilia, said earnestly, Yes, I'm leaving him in your hands, Brandon. She offered a generous payment. Please, take good care of my son. Brandon accepted without hesitation. Of course, I plan to teach him day and night. Cecilia smiled. I'm not worried. I believe in Theo. A moment later, Brandon counted his money in the hall. Oh, you should be worried. Even if I tried, the truth is the boy is completely useless. Brandon scoffed at them. Like the concubine mother, like son. That bloodline is worthless. His eyes gleamed at the gold. Fantastic. A hefty payment, and the title of instructor to the main Ragnar line. Brandon smirked to himself. A reward for leaking information about Theo and sabotaging his growth. My benefactor will secure my future. That Ragnar fool is my golden ticket. Suddenly, someone dashed past him. It was Theo. Brandon was surprised. The fool? Theo ran right by, ignoring him completely. Brandon clicked his tongue. How annoying. Brandon couldn't stand that failure. Theo. In her room, Cecilia was with her servants when Theo burst in, shouting, Mother! She turned, surprised. My son? Theo rushed forward and hugged her tightly. She simply smiled in return. You must be exhausted from today's training. The sudden embrace stunned her. My son, what is it? Tears streamed down Theo's face as he held her. I'm really back, he thought with joy. 15 years into the past, he remembered her lifeless body. She no longer smiled at him then. Theo could only watch, helpless. He pushed his feelings down, forcing a reassuring smile. Looking at his mother now, Theo's resolve hardened. I have to change the future, he thought, but I'm still too weak right now. I have nothing. But if that mysterious window is real, it has already given me a reward. The Jogna's talent has been activated. Hope surged through him. He could finally become strong. Truly strong. Strong enough for that wretched battle for the throne. He hugged his mother again, his eyes burning with resolve. Strong enough for revenge on Brandon. The traitor was still gloating over his gold. Tutorial Quest 2. Train your body to its absolute limit. Night fell on the training grounds, but the work continued. Theo ran with all his might. He desperately wanted revenge on Brandon now, but knew his weak body wouldn't allow it. I need to focus on getting stronger first. He recalled the intelligence agency from his past life. Black tongue. He was demoted to information gathering for his lack of skill. He never imagined that knowledge would be useful now. The elixir that grants the body overwhelming strength. The Blood Sword Emperor's elixir. Its true value was hidden in the manual. Most importantly, the hellish training he once quit. He pushed through it all night. As dawn broke, Theo was still running. He looked like a madman. It was all possible because he had Ragnar's talent. The status window was real. The quest progress hit 27%. Others watched in disbelief. How many laps had he run without a break? Was he really that strong? Theo's eyes burned with resolve. He would run more than ever before. He would swing his sword harder than ever before. Then he could finally become strong. Progress. 65%. Days later, the training grounds were never empty. He kept swinging. pushing his body to its absolute limit. Training Ground 4's manager, Evelyn, watched Theo with a suspicious yawn. He's been at it for days without sleep. That Ragnar fool? Evelyn couldn't help but wonder. She questioned if he was truly talentless. Theo thought to himself, I'm going to die. Progress reached 97%, but he refused to stop. He had to forge his body beyond its limits. Last night, when he hit 90% and collapsed, the number dropped to 89. Theo was shocked. He never imagined the percentage would fall just from a moment of rest. He began swinging his sword wildly again. No stopping until this is done. He reached 98%. Theo strained, I'm almost there. He switched to running again. Just a little more. Progress climbed to 99 out of 100. Theo trained like a man possessed. Just a little further, until he couldn't breathe. Evelyn was stunned by this display of willpower. He kept circling the grounds, but his progress had stalled. Finally, as the number ticked to 100, a wave of relief washed over Theo. The system confirmed, congratulations, you have completed Tutorial Quest 2. You have received a dragon heart as a reward. For your speed, a bonus reward. You have obtained 15 spells from your previous life. He collapsed, unconscious. A familiar question appeared. Would you like to receive the rewards now? With a trembling hand, Theo managed to select yes. Then, he blacked out from exhaustion. As he accepted, power surged through him like a flood. Evelyn shot to her feet, completely shocked. Sometime later, Theo awoke groggily in a bed. He dazedly looked around the strange room. Where am I? She opened the door and walked in. Don't worry, this is the rest area for Training Ground 4. Even a Jogna would collapse if they pushed themselves that hard. Theo was surprised. Evelyn? She asked. Do you remember me? I manage Training Ground 4. Evelyn Neville. She explained the situation. You collapsed while training alone this morning, so I brought you in here. He nodded. I understand, Theo said politely. Thank you. Evelyn smoked her cigarette in silence. She offered him some water. But, young master. Evelyn suddenly began to probe. You do know that within the Ragnar clan, it's forbidden to open one's mana hall before the awakening ceremony, correct? Theo feigned confusion. Of course, she pressed on. Then you also know the penalty for breaking this rule? He drank some water. Why are you suddenly asking me this? Evelyn's gaze was sharp and piercing. Just before you lost consciousness, she stated, there was a massive surge of mana, the kind that matches a mana hall opening. Evelyn grew wary. Did you perhaps open your mana hall? She interrogated young Master Theo Ragnar. He froze. What are you talking about, my mana hall? If I had opened it, I wouldn't be alive right now. Suddenly, Theo felt an odd sensation in his chest. He remembered the notification. You have received a dragon heart as a reward. Bonus reward for quick completion. You have obtained 15 spells from your previous life. But right after that, he had passed out cold. He broke into a cold sweat. Not from fear, but from pure excitement. Oh my God, a dragon heart, a real dragon heart. A mana core can be housed inside a dragon heart. Placing the core there makes it exponentially more efficient. But humans, beings who are not dragons, must place it in their lower abdomen, since a human heart cannot handle a mana core. That is why every warrior, like a Jogna, desperately covets a dragon heart. It is the ultimate path to overwhelming power. However, no human has ever been able to overcome their body's limits. Theo was ecstatic. But now, a dragon heart is mine. The quest reward was beyond incredible, but with Evelyn watching him, he was now in a very dangerous situation. The great swordmaster, Evelyn Neville. She retired after losing her left arm, becoming the manager of Training Ground 4, but she was the former commander of the white-armored Dragon Knights. Her skill was so legendary that even the Order's demon dragons adored her. On top of that, Theo knew she was famous for being an extreme stickler for the rules. He thought carefully. She isn't someone who cares about status or power, and she absolutely despises lies and cowardice. Once, when he had been too rigid, she'd even resigned as his direct mentor. Theo wu-danced. In other words, if she discovers the mana core inside my dragon heart, he realized, I'll be executed on the spot. Despite this, Theo smirked to himself. He finally spoke. Can you handle the consequences? What if she found nothing? His eyes narrowed, a silent threat. Are you threatening me on a whim? Theo countered. Do you dare bear the blame? Evelyn froze. He knew he could flip the script. Theo retorted. I am also a descendant of Ragnar. If your suspicion is baseless, he continued, it's an insult to the entire house. Her brow furrowed. That is the law. His eyes flashed. Then you know the price for insulting a descendant, don't you? Evelyn's pupils trembled. Execution. Theo's challenge hung in the air. Good. You know the stakes. So why not check? She felt a sudden dread. What was this feeling? Just who was this man? Evelyn was resolute. But I felt a mana wave. Even with Ragnar blood, she had to see. Her hand touched his abdomen. The law is the law. There are no exceptions, she declared. The check ended. She gasped in shock. There's no mana core? Cold sweat beaded on her brow. Was I wrong? Impossible. Theo's gaze was ice. Well, see anything? Instantly, she fell to her knees. Please execute me, she cried. I was wrong. I will pay with my life. Theo thought to himself. Of course she couldn't find it. A dragon heart isn't a normal mana core. Theo knew its presence could be completely concealed by its wielder. He smirked. In other words, he could hide his mana at will, and humanity wouldn't discover the existence of dragon hearts for years to come. Theo reached out. How could she possibly have known? He placed a hand on Evelyn's shoulder. There's no need for that. She looked up, utterly stunned. Theo started to leave. You were just doing your duty, weren't you? Not many would risk their life for their duty like that, he calculated. Evelyn was one of the strongest people he knew. Having her in my debt is far more useful, Theo continued. Besides, opening a mana core is restricted before the ceremony. It's to prevent a dangerous overflow, right? So I appreciate your concern, he said with a wry smile. Worrying that I, the Ragnar bastard, might overflow my core. He issued no punishment. Thank you for your concern, Evelyn. Her expression was pure shock. As he walked, his mind was already calculating. A dragon heart. 15 magical abilities from his past life. Yes. This time, Theo was certain he would be unbeatable. A few days later, Brandon was shouting again. No, not like that. Swing the blade further to the right. He only teaches these bizarre forms. I've told you countless times, Theo thought. I'm getting stronger, but faking this is a real pain. He cursed under his breath. That bastard Brandon. Theo knew Brandon was intentionally teaching him strange techniques. Yet the man looked dead serious. A little more to the right. Based on everything he knew, one thing was certain. Someone was pulling Brandon's strings. He recalled the tragedy of his past life. And the one who killed him. His resolve hardened. He had to find them. Suddenly, Theo stopped his practice. A wicked idea sparked in his mind. That's it. Theo called out. Brandon. The instructor snapped back. Young master, no talking during training. He snapped the wooden sword in two. I don't understand what you're teaching me. It's all complete garbage. Theo pressed him. How did someone at your level ever become an intermediate swordsman? This must be part of his mission. He goaded him further. I bet you'd struggle against even a low-level beast. Brandon bristled with fury. What? What was that you said? He's definitely just here to watch me. So, the plan continues. Are you deaf? Theo said bluntly. Your skills are a steaming pile of trash. The goal is to get him dismissed. Brandon roared in his face. Young Master Theo, if things escalate, he'll have to contact his master. At that same moment, in the Camellia Palace, a man burst into the lounge, shouting, Asen. He practically screamed, Have you heard the news? That Ragnar bastard is dueling my master next week. The man he spoke to didn't even turn around, but the messenger kept talking excitedly. He's blaming his master for his own incompetence. He'll be a cripple after this for sure. A wine glass flew through the air, silencing his babble. Cold liquid and glass shards sprayed out. The man collapsed, unconscious. It was Asen, the Black Tiger, one of the 4 hounds of the north. Asen scoffed. So what? What do I care if some bastard ends up crippled? The Silver Tiger, Remington Nacio, another of the 4 hounds, remained silent. A new voice drifted into the room. He should have been crippled long ago. Ed, one of the 9 sky dragons, stepped inside. It's never good to be careless. Asen was unconcerned. I only fear those with actual talent. You worry too much, uncle. Asen questioned him. Why do you even care about that bastard from our house? He gave a kind reminder. The unprecedented can arise from the smallest of chances. Ed was certain. Even a stray ember can become a wildfire. But in the end, that might be a good thing, Asen muttered. That instructor will take care of him for us. A week later, at Training Ground 4, a large crowd had gathered for the show. Evelyn was also in the stands, waiting. Along with her was another guest, but Theo cursed inwardly. Damn it. He only planned to humiliate Brandon and get him fired. Theo tensed for the fight, but things had gone too far. He sighed. What's done is done. The system showed tutorial, Mission 3. Defeat Brandon and claim victory. His resolve hardened. I will get my revenge, Theo stated bluntly. I told you, your skills are nothing but trash. He declared, you're fired. Brandon, get out, the man roared. Young Master Theo wouldn't dare lose this pile of gold. I don't accept this. There's still plenty of time left on my contract. Theo didn't care. What does that matter? If I say you're fired, Theo calculated, thinking of his past life. I want to kill him now, but I'm not confident enough in my abilities yet. First, I'll distance myself and gather more information on him. No, the man panicked. No, if I'm fired like this, my mission fails. I must persuade him at all costs. Brandon quickly blocked his path. Young Master, please wait a moment. This is a violation of the rules, he threatened. If I report this to the court. The system appeared. Tutorial Mission 3. Defeat Brandon. Theo was stunned. What? Yes, Evelyn interjected. Then we. She chuckled. Shall settle this the Ragnar way. Theo was frozen. Evelyn? He asked. What's the Ragnar way? Evelyn explained simply. The rule of the strong. Settle it with a duel. She proposed. There's no need for the courts. We'll simply obey the will of the victor. He agreed excitedly. A great idea. The heavens are on my side. Evelyn set the date for 1 week from now. Theo immediately tensed up. She smiled brightly. Is that all right? He screamed internally. Of course not. Seeing the man's vile grin, Theo thought, I can't defeat Brandon yet. A week later, a massive crowd gathered for the spectacle. They all mocked him. From what I hear, can he even swing a sword right? No way, he's still a Ragnar. So what? They sneered. If he were a normal Ragnar, I wouldn't say that. He's the cripple of the Ragnars. No one believed in Theo. How could he beat a mid-tier swordsman? Brandon was ready. Young Master, if you apologize now, I can forget this happened. He droned on. There's no need to risk your life over your pride. Theo raised an eyebrow in contempt. I should be the one saying that. If you don't want to be a one-armed swordsman, you'd better accept reality. Brandon's face darkened. Even now, he cursed. I thought I'd let it slide since he's so pathetic. But this won't do. I'll kill him and pretend it was an accident. Killing intent flared from him. The outcome of this duel is obvious. Honestly, this is for the best. But Brandon feigned humility. Then please, attack me first. As your teacher, I can grant you the first move. Theo instantly accepted, rushing forward like the wind. Then I won't refuse. The man took a defensive stance. The clash of steel echoed, and everyone's expression changed as if seeing a ghost. He gritted his teeth. How can this be? They were all astonished. Looks like that fool is about to lose. He really can't fight, but one thing was certain. At this rate, he could actually die. Brandon was brimming with confidence. What's the matter, young master? You can't do anything against the mid-tier swordsman you despise. He mused to himself. This is the natural result. Theo Ragnar isn't even a low-tier swordsman, but an apprentice. But Brandon was certain. His skills might have improved recently, but it's not enough. If he were at least at the level of the 4 northern hounds, it'd be a different story. He was sure of it. But there's no way that Ragnar fool can beat me. Back to 1 week ago, Theo confronted Evelyn. What were you thinking, proposing that duel? She said casually. I was helping you. If you want to get rid of him, you need to be decisive. Evelyn added. It seems he has a backer, so simply firing him won't work. He was surprised. Evelyn, how did you know? She replied. Because he was teaching you a bizarre sword style. I had him investigated secretly. Evelyn had indeed been watching Brandon. Sternly, she said, create a sharper right angle. She wondered, a right angle? This seems a bit extreme. Where did this bastard come from? But Theo thought to himself, Evelyn didn't notice this in my past life. Did I get her attention because of the mana storage incident? No. Evelyn placed a drink on the table. From my investigation, she revealed, all of Brandon's trails lead to the Camellia Palace. Theo gritted his teeth in fury. The Camellia Palace? All because of this pathetic war for the throne? Those bastards. He calmed himself. Still, it's surprising you uncovered so much. Right. Theo knew it. But with my current skills, I still can't defeat Brandon. So what will you do? Evelyn gave a faint smile. You can defeat him. You underestimate your own potential, young master. Brandon was attacking like a madman. If you kneel and beg now, I might just spare you, he roared, unleashing devastating blows. But Theo held his ground, realizing something was off. Wait a second. Something's not right here. Theo's gaze held a maturity Brandon had never seen. A seed of fear began to sprout within him. He's blocked all of my attacks for a while now. Brandon was stunned. What is going on? This isn't the Theo Ragnar I know. He frowned. How did his skills improve this much? The other trainees were just as shocked. What? He's being pushed back? Everyone was stunned, except for Evelyn. Do you see that? He's defending properly. She had confidently promised it would take 1 week. If I train you for 7 days, Evelyn had declared, you'll easily overpower Brandon. She had said, although teaching you is against the rules, that bastard Brandon has no right to be an instructor. Theo couldn't suppress a smirk. He was thrilled. He couldn't believe this was happening. Making Evelyn indebted to him was definitely worth it. Still, one thing bothers me, Theo had thought. Why are you going this far to help me? Is it because of what happened before? Evelyn admitted. That's part of it. But it's also because someone I know has taken notice of you. He enjoys recruiting talent. But Brandon continued his frenzied assault. He couldn't understand. He had no talent to begin with. How is this possible? Could it be? He was just pretending to be a fool all this time? Brandon desperately searched for an answer. But why? Theo challenged Brandon directly. Who is it that's backing you? Brandon panicked. Backing me? What are you talking about? Theo responded calmly. Did you think I didn't know you've been feeding me garbage techniques this whole time? What? Brandon struggled to remain calm. That's absurd. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked to? Theo cut him off. Is it the Camellia family? Brandon's composure completely shattered. From that reaction, Theo had his answer. So you are honest. Good. Taking his stance, he asked Brandon, do you know what it feels like? To have your arm severed? He aimed for the man's limb. Before Brandon could react, his arm was cut clean off, just as it had been in his past life. A memory of when Brandon had severed his arm flashed by. But this time, Brandon was the one in shock, while Theo calmly watched the blood spray. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Brandon collapsed, screaming in agony. His eyes burned with hatred. My arm! My arm! You bastard, how dare you! But Theo slowly closed the distance. With this, he thought, I've definitely grown stronger. Brandon couldn't accept it. Impossible. It can't be. And, Theo told himself, I can become even stronger. Theo shot back. What was it you told me before? That it's my own fault things ended up this way? Brandon gasped in pain. What are you saying? He poured all his hatred into his final strike. It's your fault you're going to die here today. The pain of his past life fueled his every move. He echoed Brandon's own words. Among the Varkas, who believe in survival of the fittest, you are the weakest. Brandon struggled. Wait, but it was useless. His head flew from his shoulders, spraying blood across the training grounds. A system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have successfully completed Tutorial Mission 3. All who witnessed the act were frozen in horror. Only Evelyn, Theo's instructor, remained calm. Along with a mysterious figure, smiling with interest from the shadows, the system text changed. For exceeding the objective, you have received an additional reward. Brandon's head had yet to touch the ground. Would you like to claim your reward now? A heavy thud echoed across the grounds. Reward has been claimed. Theo coldly wiped the blood from his face. He stood over his prize, the headless corpse of Brandon. The onlookers were stunned. Did that fool actually win? A mere trainee against an intermediate swordsman. How is that possible? Theo savored his victory. So weak. How could I have ever lost to someone like him? Theo wiped the last of the blood from his face. But from now on, everything will be different. Another system notification appeared. Skill. Observation has been acquired as a reward. Additionally, 1 year's worth of magic power has been obtained. Theo was stunned. Oh, magic power? But what is observation? Suddenly, a massive figure charged forward, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. It was like an explosion erupted behind Theo. All from a single jump. A booming voice called out his name. Theo Ragnar. Startled, Theo spun around, shocked by the entrance. The man was Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, commander of the white-armored dragon knights. Theo was floored. The demon dragon? He thought in disbelief. Why is he here? How long has he been watching? The other trainees instantly recognized the man. It's the commander of the white-armored dragon knights. Why is one of the 9 dragons here? Evelyn just sighed, looking exhausted. Commander, you've completely ruined the floor, she said. Was it too much to ask you to use the door? The pressure radiating from this man was immense. A bead of cold sweat on Theo's face seemed to defy gravity. Huh? What's happening? What did I do? Suddenly, the man lunged right at him. Theo was completely frozen, unable to dodge. Then Julius roared with laughter, striking him with excitement. How amusing! Excellent! Excellent. I'm truly surprised. Did you carry this with you? Has the student surpassed the master? Then, he corrected himself. No, no, a bit disrespectful for killing him, perhaps. Still, from what I've heard, the man certainly had it coming. Theo was stunned. After a moment, Lord Julius's voice boomed once more. Never mind that, Theo Ragnar. As he hesitated, Julius grabbed his shoulder. He made his offer. Join the white-armored dragon knights. Nearby, Evelyn simply smiled, as if she knew all along. Everyone was stunned. Impossible. The Ragnar family fool, recruited into the white-armored knights? No matter how skilled he is? Remington questioned. The man beside him gasped. What? He asked. Has there ever been a case? An apprentice swordsman, who hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony, being recruited? The other man thought for a moment. He answered uncertainly. I don't know. Remington pursed his lips. Of course not. He reasoned that you can't judge true potential while their mana core is still sealed. Even with excellent sword skills, their magical power could be completely absent. Remington's brow furrowed. No matter how great Julius Ragnar was, he couldn't be certain. Yet, he glanced suspiciously at Theo and Julius. Could the demon dragon truly see a potential worth such a massive gamble? Remington was now interested in him, in Theo Ragnar. Just then, Theo gave his answer. I'm afraid I must refuse. With a calm expression, Theo made the unbelievable choice. Julius froze completely, utterly petrified. Remington's jaw dropped in disbelief. Even Evelyn dropped her cigarette mid-smoke, which was probably for the best. As for the trainees, they were all speechless. Every face was a frozen mask. All of them thinking the same thing. What? Julius finally spoke, still frozen in place. Immediately, whispers erupted everywhere. Have you heard? The young master's fool, Theo, the nickname had changed. The rumors began to spread like wildfire. I heard he killed his own master. Is that even allowed? But as Theo trained, the harsh whispers softened. Tch, it just means his master was pathetically weak. In fact, the man seemed pretty useless. Then Julius appeared, and after seeing his skill, the demon dragon tried to recruit him directly into the white-armored dragon knights. But the young master refused, saying his skills were still lacking. The news from that day traveled far and wide. A humble Zagna, how rare. Meanwhile, the Camellia Palace began to plot their response. She was displeased with this turn of events. Everything had just become far more complicated. The lady of the Camellia Palace, Amin Zagna, fumed. I can't believe he actually killed Random. Her subordinate reassured her. Please, do not worry, my lady. Didn't you send Random specifically because his skills were so pathetic? Amin stated. The death of a man like that should mean absolutely nothing to us. Amin retorted impatiently. But the demon dragon approached him. And they say Evelyn herself gave the order. This means we can no longer interfere by assigning a new master. She knew if he started to shine, controlling the Red Flower Palace would be harder. Arsenal entered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Shine? He sounded utterly bored. Why are you so worried, mother? The family head would never care about something like this. Our plan can proceed as usual, Amin replied. I know the best way to control the Red Flower Palace without offending the patriarch is to keep Theo weak, correct? Arsenal agreed. That's what I'm saying. He insisted. That idiot is still weak. How much can someone like that really change? Evelyn and the demon dragon just pity the weak. The other man glared at his nephew's arrogance, warning in a low voice. Arsenal, he mused quietly. He should have warned him, don't be so hasty. Instead, Arsenal acted. Fine. Since Mother and you are so concerned, he produced an invitation. I'll play with him a bit and teach him his proper place. Meanwhile, at Training Ground 4, Evelyn praised him. Excellent work today, young master. Theo replied gratefully. Thank you, Evelyn. It's so different learning from a proper master like you. She acknowledged his point. Still, joining the white-armored dragon knights would be better. So why did you refuse? He thought to himself, the white-armored dragon knights. It would be a lie to say he had no regrets. It was his dream in his previous life. Theo gave a calculating smile. However, joining now would be a mistake. He reasoned there was no need to limit his own potential so soon. When he thought of the privileges granted to the top ranker of the awakening ceremony, joining the knights simply couldn't compare. But to her, Theo said, I don't want any special treatment. I still feel I'm not good enough. I'm happy with you training me for the awakening ceremony. Evelyn smirked. Fine. The commander will be disappointed. Theo secretly activated his observe skill on her. Observing Evelyn, the system showed she approved of Theo's humility. Feeling motivated for the first time, he rejoiced internally. This observe skill was incredibly useful. But then, A surprising notification popped up. Evelyn thought of the white-armored dragon knights when someone approached. "Pardon me, young Master Theo." He introduced himself. "I am Shiban, from the southern checkpoint. There is something I must tell you." Theo was stunned. "With me?" he thought. "This guy looks intimidating. Who is he?" "Observe." The system responded instantly, observing Shiban. "Yes," Theo thought excitedly. "It's working." Shiban was an apprentice swordsman with a strong desire to spar with Theo. The tense air made Evelyn grip her sword. Theo panicked. "He wants to spar with me. While looking that intense?" At that moment, a new guide quest appeared. It had finally begun. Guide Quest 4. Shed the title of Ragnar's Fool. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the courtyard. "I want to become just like you, young master," Shiban exclaimed. "Until now, I'd never paid you any mind. I honestly thought you were Ragnar's useless fool." Theo froze, cursing internally. "This bastard." Shiban continued his speech. "But I realized I was wrong after seeing you train so hard every morning, and the results of those exhausting days." He recalled that moment, the way you fought so fiercely, the power you displayed in that last duel. That image of you being acknowledged became his motivation. He beat his chest, shouting, "You are my idol, young Master Theo." Just as I was about to give up, called the failure of the Northern Investigation Division, you appeared and lit up my world. With that, he bowed. "Please grant me the chance for a direct match." Theo observed him, deep in thought. Normally, I would suspect his motives. But Shiban's desire to duel seemed genuine, his posture utterly respectful. But he seemed sincere, he thought. His gaze grew unexpectedly sharp. "After I defeated Brandon, rumors spread that Sir Julius favored me. Many challengers, unhappy with the news, came looking for a fight. But Theo considered, I never expected to meet someone so sincere. This could be his chance to reclaim his honor as a young master." He tightened his grip on his sword. "Besides, I'll need my own faction to secure my place as the future head of the family." He looked at the notification screen. This was the final guide quest. That damned title had followed him for far too long. This is my chance to finally be free of it. Thinking this, he turned to Evelyn. "Evelyn, may we have a friendly match?" She encouraged him. "Of course. Show them the full extent of your power." He took his stance. Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, awaiting the awakening ceremony. "My master is Evelyn." Evelyn watched confidently as Shiban also got ready. "Shiban, apprentice swordsman of the Northern Investigation Division. I have inherited the Kure family's swordsmanship and mastered the swift sword. Please guide me." With a flash, he rushed forward. Theo held his ground as the sound of clashing metal echoed. Shiban was amazed. "He's so fast. They may call me the failure of the Northern Division, but I've always been confident in my speed." He jumped back after the attack. As expected, his strength cannot be underestimated. Meanwhile, on Theo's side, after blocking that strike, Theo was stunned. "They call this guy a failure. If I'd met him in my past life, I wouldn't have lasted 3 moves. But now, with one swing, he sent Shiban's sword flying. Not even a challenge. Shiban's eyes went wide as he was thrown back. He was completely defeated. "As I thought, you are truly strong. I lost. Thank you, I learned a lot." Theo cut in. "You fought well." He gazed at his reflection. Theo thought, "Wait, can I use Observe on myself?" "Observe." The system notified him. Observing Theo. He was shocked. It actually worked. He saw his status window open, now able to view his own combat power. As he scanned through the stats, he saw all of his personal skills listed out. In the talent section, it meant that if he continued doing quests, he could unlock 4 more skills. He realized he could now see his own stats. He recalled that his high magic power was from his past life and the dragon's heart. But what about this negative luck stat, he wondered. Am I cursed? The display showed negative 49 points in luck. Perhaps that's why my past life was so unlucky. Back on the training grounds, he felt something behind him. He turned around to find a crowd watching him. Evelyn understood at a glance. Even if Brandon was weak, he was an intermediate swordsman. Yet the young master defeated him and even earned the commander's praise. In a world where the strong take everything, people reacted in one of 2 ways, with jealousy or with admiration. She glanced over. This crowd was clearly the latter. The crowd was buzzing. So the rumors were true. If I were to fight him, could I block that attack? Same here. Ednalan's eyes lit up. I want to challenge him too. Theo grinned at the crowd, then called out. Ednalan. Startled, the young man asked. You know me? Theo's challenge rang out. Get up here. Fight me. Thrilled, he declared. The honor is all mine. I am Ednalan, 3rd son of Viscount Nalan. My style is the Twin Sky Ascension, Theo, from the Rose Palace, he replied. I look forward to this lesson. Then, the two warriors lunged at each other. Basic swordsmanship proficiency increased. Ednalon brought his sword down in a decisive slash. Just as the blade neared his neck, Theo parried. Ednalan's sword flew from his hand. Heart-switching sword art proficiency has increased. Stunned, Ednalan yelled, I've lost. A notification window appeared. You have gained Ednalan's approval. Luck +1. The message caught Theo's eye. Gaining someone's approval can raise my luck stat? He wondered. So, is luck tied to my reputation? At the same time, he also gained experience points. Seeing this, he made a decision. All right then, I'll keep fighting. And so, challenger after challenger from the crowd stepped forward, and with each victory, his luck stat continued to rise. Theo fought relentlessly, as the luck points poured in. One opponent, then two, until they became a countless blur. He stood ready for all comers. After another win, he called out, Next! Is that everyone? Seeing no more challengers, he checked the system. He'd fought so many, but Theo sighed in frustration. It only went up by 1%. He realized, perhaps it's because they all acknowledge me now. I need to fight stronger opponents. Or, I need to prove myself to those who once scorned me. I should join some major events. Suddenly, a voice cut in from behind him. You look exhausted. Are you sure you can continue? Theo replied without turning. I'll stop when I collapse. An armored figure was approaching him. In that case, I'll be your opponent. It was Remington, the Silver Lion, issuing a challenge. Theo was stunned, and the crowd erupted. That was Remington, one of the 4 northern hounds. The group includes Hookers, Lanky Zyakna, Remington Nasio, and Arsenal Renga of Camilla Palace. The title is given to the 4 strongest of their generation, under the Renga clan. Remington's voice boomed. I am Remington Nasio. I've come to witness the young master's swordplay before the awakening ceremony. I am grateful that you've accepted my request. Theo prepared himself to face the son of the great guardian of the north, Kyagra's son, a swordsman awaiting his own awakening. But Theo just grinned, thrilled. To think he'd get to fight the genius, Remington, the man I've always admired. Even though Remington was the one asking. Raising his voice, Theo began. It's a true honor to cross swords with the vice-chief of the renowned Nasio clan. Theo's resolve hardened. I'll face him with everything I've got. Remington simply replied, I am in your care. Theo took his stance, his fighting spirit surging. The clash of steel rang out once more as Theo parried the first blow. Can Theo truly defeat Remington, one of the 4 northern hounds? A system notification appeared. Guide quest activated. Progress on Escape the Title. Ragnar's failure has increased by 1%. The clang of steel echoed as Theo struggled against Remington. Remington's assault was relentless. After a fierce exchange of blows, one of the swords suddenly shattered. Remington's expression remained unchanged. From the sidelines, Sheben cried out in worry, Young master. The broken blade clattered to the ground. It was Theo's sword. He was frozen in a defensive stance. The crowd looked on, their faces filled with disappointment. Did he lose? Sheben grit his teeth. I don't believe it, a spectator replied. The outcome was obvious. No matter how much he's grown, he can't beat the strongest of the 4 hounds. But Sheben refused to accept it. But the fighting spirit he showed. A clear voice cut through the noise. I have lost. It was Remington. He was conceding. Thank you for the duel, Remington explained. Your sword was already worn down, not to mention you were on the verge of exhaustion. This duel was my loss. Theo replied calmly. On a real battlefield, no one would make excuses. I lost the moment my sword broke. Remington smiled. A mutual respect formed between them as they shook hands. I hope we can have a proper duel next time, Remington said. As do I, Theo replied. The crowd buzzed with excitement. He's been acknowledged by one of the 4 hounds. Sheben swelled with pride. See? Young Master Theo is different. Evelyn sighed in relief. Theo thought, he's incredibly strong. He had to admit it. Thanks to the talents gained from his trial quests, he was far stronger than in his past life. But clashing swords with Remington showed him how much he was still lacking. Still, Theo thought, it's shameful to lose. Even so, I gained a lot from this. Not only had his luck stat increased, but his reputation had soared. He calculated his gains. Too bad the quest progress barely moved. But I can always find another way. So this is the acceptance phase? Remington began. Young Master Theo, I'm not actually here for a duel, he said, holding out a paper. Theo was stunned by his next words. Instead, I want to invite you to the Dragon Society. Sheben gasped. The Dragon Society? The high-class guild that only accepts the chosen few? Seeing the letter in Remington's hand, Shubin couldn't hide his shock. Is he inviting the master himself? Theo smiled inwardly. An invitation to the Dragon Society. He asked aloud, "Is it really all right for someone like me to join? It's quite famous after all." Remington quickly explained, "Not at all. Your skills are more than good enough. Besides, it's not that special." He stated firmly, "It's just a group for those approaching their coming-of-age ceremony." Behind them, Shubin was heartbroken. Then why wasn't I invited? I feel like crying. Theo thought, I don't know why he invited me, but the Dragon Society is centered around Arsenal. It's full of those who despise me. This is the perfect environment to accelerate my mission. It will also let me scout Arsenal and the Camellia Palace. There is no reason to refuse. With his mind made up, Theo took the letter and said, "Thank you." He declared his decision. "In that case, I will join." Everyone was astonished. "He's actually joining the Dragon Society." Remington beamed. "A fine decision. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. The next meeting is in 2 weeks. At that moment, outside, Evelyn was watching while smoking a cigarette. A short while later, at the Rose Palace, Theo's mother, Cecilia, entered his room. "My son." Theo turned to greet her. "Mother, I was just about to tell you some news." Before him stood 2 rows of servants. "Mother, what is all this?" His mom rushed forward excitedly. "I heard you were invited to the Dragon Society. It includes Arsenal, that sly Amin's son, and brilliant talents like Remington." While his mother chattered on, servants approached to fit Theo with fabric. That society even has the council's full attention. Others began taking his measurements. "Everything from your clothes to your posture must be considered with the utmost care." She also took a measuring tape to his chest, saying, "I know you won't make any errors with your etiquette, but your attire and your attitude are entirely different matters." She continued, "Fortunately, I can help you with that. Your mother was once an actress." He remembered his past. She had always been this way. "I'm so happy I can help you, my dear son, the illegitimate child of a commoner." "Mother," he thought, "she always felt guilty for giving me that title, even though it was never her fault. In this cold Ragnar clan, I can only imagine how much she must have suffered, just to have a son." Her voice cut through his thoughts. "My son," as she pulled him into a tight embrace. Resting her head on his shoulder, she whispered, "Your mother believes you can do it." Theo smiled and hugged her back. He assured her, "You don't need to worry anymore, Mother." She began to advise him, "Now that you're joining the Dragon Society." But his own plans were already forming. "I will crush the Dragon Society." 2 weeks later, on the night of the party, Remington was waiting. His eyes caught something. The sound of approaching footsteps. It was Theo, dressed in a sharp, formal suit. He wore a faint smile. Remington was stunned. "Is that really you, young master? You look like a different person." Theo joked. "Aren't you going to mock me?" Remington laughed heartily. "I'm being serious. Please, get in the carriage." He's right, Theo thought. "I didn't just shave. I've also gained more muscle. This is the result of 2 weeks of harsh training." He recalled how Remington had visited him every single day. "We've grown much closer now, and the fighters he had defeated were now his followers." He hadn't even mentioned his new entourage. Even Evelyn was complaining. "I only meant to teach the young master for a short time. Why did things get so complicated?" It was Theo, Remington, and the new followers. Even now, sitting in the carriage, he couldn't forget how exhausting those 2 weeks had been. Remington spoke up. "I heard this is your first party." Theo replied, "Ah, that's right." Hearing that, his friend encouraged him, "You don't need to be nervous. I know you'll do great. There's just one thing." Theo listened intently as Remington hesitated. "My friend, Ashton, can be a bit abrasive, but he was the one who sent me the invitation for you. He said he wanted to meet you, so I hope you won't judge him too harshly. He even prepared this party just for you." So, it wasn't Remington, Theo thought. It was Ashton. "Oh?" A smirk crept onto his face. "This is turning out quite well." He replied aloud, "I'm very much looking forward to it." The carriage continued on its path. Theo thought with anticipation, "I'm sure I'm about to be insulted a great deal." Meanwhile, on Arsenal's side, he was eagerly awaiting Theo's arrival. Arsenal, of the 4 Hounds of the North, was thrilled to meet Theo, the useless son of the Ragnar clan. It's always fun to get a new toy. Just then, outside the venue, the carriage carrying Theo and Remington finally arrived. Remington's mother spoke. "We've arrived, young master." They followed, stepping down in turn. Theo observed, his thoughts on Camellia Palace. The ones who used Brandon to stop his rise. They devoured him, his mother, and the entire Rose Palace. A grand palace stood before him. Remington broke his trance. "Shall we?" "All right," Theo answered. As they entered, Remington spoke up. "I received word that Ashton will greet you himself. He's likely waiting at the entrance." But as Remington spoke, Theo was lost in his own storm of thoughts. The reason for Ashton's invitation was obvious. Since that failure from House Gagan is making moves, he'll try to block my path. But Theo smirked. "I didn't come here without a plan. I'll show you who you're stepping on, Ashton." Suddenly his gaze locked onto something. A single window on the castle looked different. It was the blue light of a quest inside Camellia Palace. Suddenly, Remington yelled, "Young Master Theo!" A cloud of fine powder exploded outwards. "Young Master Theo!" Remington cried. Then, Theo emerged from the dust. "I'm fine," he said calmly. "It's powder." Remington seethed. "What in the world are you doing?" Brushing himself off, Theo mused. "In my past life, I wouldn't have dodged that. I would have taken the full blast." He saw Remington's genuine confusion. So, he wasn't in on this after all. He looked up. A few people were laughing by the window, the ones who gave him his powdery welcome. He guessed the mastermind was. Before he could finish, a voice cut through the laughter. "What do you think? It's just a friendly greeting. Basic courtesy, no?" Remington gritted his teeth. "A greeting? What are you doing?" Ashton laughed, amused. "Are you actually angry? Think of it as a greeting between brothers." Ashton, the black tiger, was enjoying his new toy. Observing the scene, Theo replied, "Thank you." Ashton was stunned. "Thank you?" Theo continued. "Yes. For such a warm welcome, I must give my thanks. I'm truly looking forward to today's party." Ashton paused. Then he grinned. "You've become much more interesting since we last met." Inside, the party was in full swing. Whispers filled the air. What is Ashton thinking? Slanderous words began to weave through the crowd, even if he is from the direct bloodline. Just then, Theo and Remington walked in. Inviting that failure to the Dragon Society? Isn't that too much? He'll just be treated like a plaything. Remington shifted, clearly uncomfortable. "Young Master Theo, I am so sorry," he stammered. "They aren't usually like this." Theo just smiled. "It's fine. In fact, I'm grateful." He turned away, thinking, let them say what they want. This is exactly the kind of scorn I need. Only then can I crush you all later. His gaze shifted. "The blue light I saw is coming from that direction. I'm sure it's a quest, but there's no way to reach it without arousing suspicion." He took a sip of wine. From the top of the stairs, Ashton descended. "So? Are you enjoying the party?" Theo thought. "Stay calm. Stick to the plan." He smiled brightly. "Of course. Thank you for the invitation." Ashton gave a cunning smile. "That's right. Sorry about what happened. My joke went a bit too far." He slung an arm around Theo. "You'll accept my apology, right?" Remington moved to intervene, but Theo cut in. "Why apologize?" The question stunned Remington. Theo looked Ashton dead in the eye. "I only remember a greeting." Ashton's confident expression wavered for a moment. "What?" Then he roared with laughter. "Well, look at our Theo. This is hilarious. I never knew you were this amusing. You've really changed." He clapped Theo's shoulder, laughing. "I'm starting to like you more and more." The crowd of onlookers began to whisper again. "Look, he just smiles and acts like Ashton's lapdog. An illegitimate whelp. Without any backing, he can't defy the noble blood of House Jewel." Seeing Ashton's arm around Theo, the whispers grew bolder. "Yes, they're both Ragnars, but on completely different levels." "Right. House Jewel. Noble swordsman from the East. Compared to some unknown woman?" Theo was satisfied. He had anticipated these venomous words. But why does Remington keep praising that failure? Actually, Remington is illegitimate too. Hearing that, Remington's face fell as he bowed his head. As the cruel words continued, "Watch your mouth." His guilt only deepened. "Ah, right. It's a taboo subject, isn't it?" Remington kept his head bowed low. That was it for Theo. "I planned to observe longer, but this changes things." He called out, "Ashton." He pushed his hand away. "Shouldn't I go greet my friends as well?" With that, he walked off, leaving them stunned. Theo snatched a wine bottle and walked straight toward the loudmouth from earlier. The man was still defiant. "What? Did I say something wrong?" In Theo's hand, the wine bottle swung upwards. A sharp crack echoed as the bottle met the man's skull. Arsenal froze, and Remington stared in horror. Clutching his bloody head, the man screamed and staggered up. "You bastard!" But before he could finish, Theo's kick shattered his jaw. With a ferocious glare, Theo sneered, "You bastard." He mocked, That was a simple greeting. Why such a pained response? As shock rippled through the crowd, the percentage for erasing the Ragnar trash title began to rise. Remington panicked. This isn't young Master Theo, he thought. Wait, is this all because of me? Theo stepped forward. You scum. I thought that was a rather warm welcome. Then, he stomped down hard. He grabbed the man's wrist and pinned his arm. So, is it time we said our final goodbyes? The man screamed, Wait! A sickening snap echoed through the room. The onlookers watched in terror. Arsenal and Remington watched from the sidelines. As the man fainted, foaming at the mouth, the quest percentage soared past the halfway mark. Theo released his grip and casually brushed back his hair. Does anyone else care to offer their greetings? The words had barely left his lips when 4 armored figures suddenly surrounded him. They drew their swords as one, blades aimed at his neck. Harming the young master is a crime punishable by death, Theo smirked. Now, this is more like it, he then asked. And who might this lord be? They declared, the third young master of House Hanavi, Ian Hanavi. Hearing this, a thought crossed Theo's mind. So this is why I came to this den of snakes. He spoke aloud. House Hanavi, one of the 6 great families under Ragnar, he mused. They won't just stand by while the family's failure suddenly changes his tune. So what? He challenged, stunning the guards. Do the dogs of House Benderman dare to discipline a Ragnar? A wave of killing intent poured from Theo. Are you prepared to take responsibility for that threat? Such blatant disrespect. The air grew heavy, pressing down on the guards with a suffocating force. They stared at Theo, terrified. What is this pressure? Is this really the worthless Ragnar we know? Then, it dawned on them. That's right. He's still a direct heir to the family head. He is a Ragnar by blood. And House Ragnar rules the entire North. To touch the bloodline of the Dragon of the North. That is a crime an entire clan could not pay for with their lives. Now they understood, staring at Theo with new fear. He had played the part of a fool for so long. They had all forgotten. But things were different now. Their only choice was to humble themselves and beg for forgiveness. But before the guards could apologize, Theo gave a simple order. Get rid of them. His words were followed by a swift, sharp sound. In a flash, the 4 guards from House Hanavi fell, their heads severed. Theo watched with an unreadable expression, a slender figure with a razor-sharp sword. It was Evelyn. She had handled all 4 alone. As everyone at the party stared in shock, especially a bewildered Remington, a notification appeared. The quest to erase his useless title had reached 70%. Arsenal was just as stunned. Evelyn finally spoke. When did you know I was following you, she asked. Theo replied nonchalantly. I just assumed you would be. He thought, I'm not sure why, but her presence allowed me to turn the tables with absolute confidence. The party had turned into a bloodbath. She recalled her meeting with Julius. He had laughed. I thought you weren't taking more students. So, is this new swordsman your type? Evelyn replied lazily. Don't you have anywhere else to be? You were always lurking around before my retirement. He chuckled. Annoying you has become my new favorite hobby. So, what is your answer? Evelyn warned. That bottle is expensive. Unfazed, Julius took a long drink. All right, what is the answer? She gave in and replied. He is exceptionally brilliant. Based on his attitude and talent alone, he is the best I have ever taught. As Julius drank, he asked, But you trained Arsenal too, and this boy is number 1? She stated firmly. That is correct. In terms of potential for growth, he far surpasses young Master Arsenal. And I am not exaggerating, Julius conceded. Well, you have 2 good eyes. You're a better judge of character than I. He grew curious. So he was hiding his true power all along? No one can change that drastically overnight. Evelyn hesitated. Perhaps, she added cautiously. But for someone to hide his power so long, only to reveal it now, is strange. She reconsidered. Haste leads to failure, but it feels as though something is relentlessly chasing him. That is why I am so worried about him appearing at the Dragon Assembly. Julius nodded in agreement. If you're so concerned, it must be because of that Arsenal brat. You should follow him then. Evelyn was shocked. What? Julius added. It may not be what you fear, but something is about to happen. He stated firmly. When bloodthirsty wolves gather, they start to establish their dominance. Placing a hand on the uniform, he said, Since you're there, try to entice that Theo. Evelyn was stunned. As he walked out, he ordered, Recruit him for the White Armored Dragon Knights, and you will rejoin, too. He glanced back. Think you can retire because you can't ride a dragon? Return and fulfill your duty. Take the man you recommended. With that, he left. I'm off. The wine was delicious. Evelyn stood there, speechless. She eyed the uniform, muttering, "You get what you pay for." Meanwhile, at the castle party, Evelyn grew wary of Theo. He knew I was following him, and orchestrated that whole scene. He must have planned this since joining the Knights. I never needed to worry about someone like him. She recalled tailing him. When did he sense me? He was far from ordinary. Theo explained inwardly, "I felt your presence the moment I entered the carriage." He revealed, "Those with a dragon's heart can sense the energy of being watched. It's also known as a sixth sense, and it let me set the stage." Then he called out, "Evelyn," he asked pointedly. "Most here have shown disrespect to an heir of the family, and what is the penalty for such a crime?" Fear filled the room. Evelyn played along. With her blood-stained sword ready, she declared, "By family law, it can even be execution on the spot." He smirked. She lunged as Theo continued, "But since these children have not yet awakened, taking one of their arms should be enough." Evelyn replied coolly, "Understood." The others screamed, "Wait!" Evelyn became Theo's living blade. As he named them, she struck. The second son of House Byron, the Red-White Mercenary Corps' eldest son, the Ceres Guild's fourth daughter, third son of House Clark, the eldest daughter of House Hogwarts. One after another, arms fell to the floor. The erase, the worthless quest percentage climbed. One man grabbed Asen, pleading, "Asen, please save me. Please. Gonna Z that Zier save you." That was mere courtesy. Just then, a killing aura flared from behind. A flash of steel, and his arm hit the floor. Evelyn spoke coldly, "Eldest son of House Perrin." She looked up, her eyes meeting Asen's. He spoke first. "I never thought we'd meet again this way." Evelyn replied politely, "It has been a while, young master." He realized she only targeted those who insulted the bloodline. She's doing this so even I, a fellow heir, can't interfere. Finished, she walked to Theo and reported, "I have taken the arms of the 14 men you commanded." Theo nodded. "Good work. And their condition?" Evelyn answered, "If they take the limbs to a cleric now, they can be reattached. But their careers as swordsmen are over." Theo smiled. "Perfect." Remington chimed in. "Young Master Theo, are you all right?" Asen watched the three with a sinister grin. Both Evelyn and Remington once fell for him. Theo Ragnar, the Rose Palace's worthless son, has truly changed. Asen seethed, "I'll crush you." Theo simply turned. "Let's go, Evelyn." Remington. "Yes." Evelyn followed. "Yes, sir." Remington fell in line. "Let's go." Asen and Theo locked eyes. As Theo passed by, he raised a hand and patted Asen's shoulder. Then, he spoke. "I had a lot of fun today." At that exact moment, his quest was complete. Theo bid farewell. "See you around." Asen roared in fury. "Theo Ragnar." A satisfied smirk crossed Theo's face. The test was complete. He strode out proudly with Evelyn and Remington. "Now, my revenge truly begins." The system announced he'd received an experience elixir. Sunset cast its glow over the Camellia Palace. Twilight filtered through the window. Inside, Amin Ragnar paused her work. "What was that?" A subordinate stood before her. She stopped, asking again. "Repeat that." Asen's Dragon Society has. Meanwhile, in a crowded tavern, inside, the crowd roared, celebrating the unbelievable debut of young Master Theo's own Dragon Society. Cheers echoed as glasses were raised. The mood was electric. Theo smirked, enjoying their curiosity. That worthless Theo defeated them all? Yes. Back at the Camellia Palace, a crash echoed from Amin's room. Asen's mother was screaming at him, "You defended that worthless fool and let your men lose their arms." A harsh slap echoed as Asen replied, "Yes," she shrieked. "And you truly believe that was justified? I warned you not to underestimate him. You were meant to force his submission. Now you've given him an opening to run wild." Losing her cool, she seethed. "I told you, that worthless Theo Ragnar is starting to make a name for himself. It'll be much harder to seize the Rose Palace." "Yes," Ashen tried to explain. "Mother, there's no need for you to worry." But she cut him off sharply. "I don't want to hear it. Get out and reflect on what you've done." She continued her tirade. "You should think about how you nearly destroyed our entire grand plan, all because you were chasing such petty, shallow things." Ashen fell silent. "I will keep it in mind." And with that, he left. After Ashen was gone, her fury remained. "Who does he get that impulsiveness from?" From the shadows, a voice emerged. "He is exactly like you in your youth, my lady." She glared back. "You think this is a time for jokes?" S stepped out from the darkness. "Calm your anger. This situation isn't as bad as it seems, she questioned. And why is that? S began his explanation. Because the Rose Palace is part of the head's inner circle, it is normally impossible to acquire. While it serves as a gathering place for factions, it fundamentally operates under the head's protection. S reasoned. Therefore, what we must do is… S justified with a sly grin. Luckily, he caused a disturbance at the Dragon Society's banquet. Theo is becoming the face of the Rose Palace, so we'll use the Dragon Society incident as our pretext. She was stunned by her brother's plan. Use legal action to suppress him? She mused. The reason Theo's growing power is so concerning is because I fear their influence will expand if the head gives the Rose Palace more of his attention. But by using Theo's newfound strength against him, if we from the Camellia Palace make a legal move to eliminate them… A cunning smile crept onto her face. The Rose Palace will have no other choice but to kneel before us, and so, S can seize the Rose Palace without any scandal whatsoever. Her mood lifted. How long will the preparations take? S smiled. They are already complete. S declared. When you awaken tomorrow morning, you will hear some very noteworthy news. He added gently. So, have a bath and sleep well tonight. My lady, I even managed to prepare a scented candle for you from the Akran volcanic region. It was not easy to obtain. She rushed to embrace him. Just what I'd expect from you, my dear brother. This is why I simply adore you. Meanwhile, at a tavern, Remington spoke up. I'm truly shocked. I never knew you would look out for me like this. Young Master Theo. Theo was confused. What do you mean? Remington continued. I'm talking about the Dragon Society. Theo thought. What's this? Is he drunk on orange juice? Remington recalled. You endured their insults, but when the others started mocking me, you were the only one who stood by my side. I couldn't do a thing for myself. It's utterly shameful. He thought in admiration. That's right, he surprises me more each time. He looked at Theo with deep respect. He endured being called talentless, useless, and a bastard. Yet he still grew up to be so incredibly strong. Not to mention, he even challenges opponents whose power he knows he can't yet overcome. He has such a fierce will to win, defying the untouchable Camellia Palace. He bravely drew his sword, without a moment's hesitation. Remington thought, it was all for my sake. Theo observed, it seems he has misunderstood something. Remington thought, my family gave me a direct order to build a friendly relationship with Ashen, but my own ideals are different. He slammed the table. From now on, I will follow you, young Master Theo. The crowd erupted. As expected, the strong follow the strong. What an amazing pair. Theo tried to explain. No, wait. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Suddenly, a voice entered his mind. Just let him be. Theo was startled. It was telepathy. He scanned the room and saw Evelyn signaling him. She continued telepathically. It's not a bad misunderstanding to have. Besides, it seems everyone here wants to be on your side. Young Master. He let out a chuckle. I'm really nobody special. He recalled the moment he saw the system notification. He wondered, this message window, is it a return to the past, the Ragnar potential, or becoming stronger? Theo was uncertain. What exactly is it? At first, I thought it was a dream born from my own regrets. But seeing details like this, I don't think so anymore. It feels like déjà vu. Regardless of what it is, it's helping me, so there's no problem. After the Dragon Society incident, my level increased. It seems when I level up, I get points I can use to increase my stats, so I can enhance my abilities however I wish. He whispered, how frightening. He then smirked to himself. I'm scared of my own brilliant future, the man who will only grow stronger, he calculated. So first, I should prepare for the Camellia Palace's counterattack. He turned back to Remington and said, Remy, since you brought it up, could you help me with a few things? Of course, Remington assured him. Of course, young master, whatever you desire. But calling me Rami, it's quite familiar, isn't it? He produced a folded paper. He stated, my fight with Arsenal will soon turn dreadful. To prepare for what's coming, please help me. Remington looked surprised. Theo remembered the future. Remington will lead the Nacio clan. Their power will grow strong enough to rival Ragnar. I must use this chance to win him over completely. Take this, Remington. He accepted the paper from Theo. He said eagerly, I've already pledged to follow you, young Master Theo. I will help you with everything I have. Theo replied, thank you. Remington repeated, but you just called me Rami. So familiarly. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the door. Theo Ragnar. A squad of armored soldiers burst in. Everyone around them trembled. A captain held up a sealed order. Theo Ragnar. You are under arrest for assaulting and threatening Evelyn. Evelyn yelled, "What is this nonsense?" He reassured her. "It's all right, calm down." He stepped forward to inspect the order. He thought, the ink's not even dry. They were in a hurry. He raised his hands in surrender. They cuffed him and led him away. The crowd panicked. "Young Master Theo." He turned and smiled, leaving Remington and Evelyn stunned. Remington glanced at the paper Theo gave him, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the Rose Palace, Theo's mother cried out, "What did you say? Where have they taken our Theo?" The butler reported grimly, causing her to collapse. "To the court, my lady." She tried to compose herself. "All right, what is he accused of?" The butler explained. "It seems the Dragon Society is behind this. They're charging the young master with inciting a rebellion." She couldn't believe her ears. "What?" she asked again. "Do you think they'll actually hold a trial for this?" The butler affirmed. "Yes, I believe so. Because he completely destroyed the Scale Dragon Society, this won't end quietly." Theo's mother pressed a hand to her forehead in sorrow. Who knew his invitation there would lead to this? No, he will overcome this. That's the kind of person our Theo is. She gazed into the distance. "My son, please return safely." Back with Theo, he was being transported by carriage, surrounded by watchful guards. He watched as the carriage slowly rolled into the court complex. Theo thought, "It's been a while since I was last here." He mused, "Because I annihilated the Scale Dragon Society, this won't end with a simple detention. They're definitely going to hold a trial." Putting an heir on public display. The wheels ground to a halt. Theo understood. They wanted to test his capabilities as an heir. The guards ordered, "Get out." Theo walked with heavy steps, thinking, "They want to crush me completely this time." Then he smirked. "But that's exactly what I want." Two soldiers escorted him to a massive door and announced, "The prisoner, Theo Ragnar, has arrived." A voice echoed from within. "Bring him in," Theo thought. "Right. In that case, I'll show them what I've prepared. It has to be on the scale of an earthquake." He stepped inside. 4 figures sat before him. Theo observed them. Quite a few great figures have gathered here. Among them was the demon dragon, Julius Jagna, captain of the White Dragon Knights. Next was the Heavenly Dragon, the director of the Central Intelligence Office. In my past life, their presence alone would have suffocated me. The next was the Sword Dragon, Osa, Ragnar, and finally, the Ancient Dragon, head of the Iron Heel Council, Ragnar. He spoke first. "Theo Ragnar." As his cuffs were removed, Theo said, "Yes, Council Head. It has been a while, though I never expected to meet you here." He glanced at the Council Head, a man who valued bloodlines above all. To him, an illegitimate half-breed like myself must look disgusting. He didn't even bother to hide it. The old man cut through his thoughts. "Enough with the pleasantries. You know you were summoned to answer for your crimes, correct?" He continued. "The Byron clan, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenaries, and the Hanavi clan. Because of your foolish actions, they all threatened to sever ties with our family." Then he roared, "You bastard! Can you even bear the consequences of what you've done? Therefore, I will hold you responsible for dragging Rapna's honor into the mud." Theo looked at him calmly. He sighed. "What you say is true. I was too careless." The old man nodded in agreement. But before he could feel satisfied, Theo declared, "I should have taken their heads, not just their limbs." The council was stunned. "What?" Theo announced boldly. "They are our people. Their lord grants them land and honor, and the people offer their loyalty and lives in return. This is the way of the night." His voice rose. "And yet, they dared to threaten their own lord." He asserted, "Had I known of their insolence, I would have taken their heads on the spot. They must be punished. Only then can the Knight's Code be restored." He declared, "How can I simply watch as the honor of Ragnar is trampled after 1,000 years?" The council was divided. Some were amused, others were grim. Julius was thrilled. Still impressive as ever. "I thought this would end with a simple penalty." Gutgan roared. "Are you playing me with these twisted words?" Osa then spoke. "I have heard your argument in theory. What you say is true." Gutgan warned the sword dragon, but she continued on. "But while Ragnar is strong, it is not infallible. If we ignore our vassals and knights, we are destined to fall. No single person can rule this world by tyranny alone. By consensus, I will make this judgment." He thought, the patriarch's first wife, the North's greatest sword, the sword dragon. Luckily, she doesn't seem to hold a grudge against me. He recalled his family's tragic fall. Still, even knowing that, why would she say such a thing? "So I expect you to understand that your punishment is just." Theo then questioned. "May I ask what my sentence will be?" Gutgan replied. 3 months probation, Theo protested. But the awakening ceremony is in 2 months. He roared. You dare talk back? Osa answered. I have already considered that in my decision. You will attend the awakening ceremony next year, and the 15 children you injured will attend as well. Next year. Gukgan's face darkened, while S hid a smirk. He mused. This is thanks to the demon sword's meddling. The sentence is lighter than I thought. Still, this isn't a bad outcome, as his awakening ceremony is delayed. This brings great dishonor to the Ragnar clan, and forces the Rose Palace's delegate to carry that shame. It gives the Camellia Palace countless reasons to finally overcome the Rose Palace. He sneered. Once our plan is in motion, there will be nothing he can do. All he can do is accept reality. If he's foolish enough to appeal, we'll simply eliminate him. But I doubt he's that stupid. Theo's voice boomed. I wish to appeal. The council was stunned. A wicked grin spread across S's face. You fool. Your arrogance truly knows no bounds. This just makes our work easier. Julius warned him. Do you even know what an appeal means? Theo coolly replied. Of course, he was calculating. I knew this matter wouldn't end with 3 months probation. That sentence was just a slap on the wrist. The demon dragon must be behind this. Theo continued. Under the proud and mighty name of Ragnar, an appeal means war. He had no intention of accepting such a lenient punishment. Theo smiled. In the end, the truth is written by the victor. He thought, in fact, I'm expecting a reward. A system window appeared. Commencing. Main scenario. The council stared in utter disbelief. Scenario Mission 1. Path of the Successor. The hidden northern branch of the Ceres Merchant Guild erupted in flames and the sound of clashing swords. Another man fell. Amidst the chaos stood a mysterious cloaked figure. A Lin. A voice from behind spoke. So this is where they were hiding. It was Remington, holding a small box, just as Master Theo had ordered. They both examined the box. The Van clan's Camellia Palace was finished. Meanwhile, back at the tribunal, he was still oblivious, smirking at his plan to deal with Theo. But Theo stood defiantly before the council. Gukgan questioned him once more. You turn a matter settled by 3 months probation into a war? He added, you are beyond arrogant. Do you really think you alone can stand against the might of 15 families? Theo declared, it is a trial I am destined to overcome. He continued, and in a case, with such a massive power disparity, isn't it standard to appeal through a proxy battle? Julius mused. Normally, an appeal means deciding the victor and loser through combat. But when a power gap makes a full-scale battle impossible, the law dictates each side will choose a champion. The winner is then decided by a one-on-one duel. That is a proxy battle. He reasoned that the defendant's champion would be Theo, while the plaintiff would almost certainly pick Arsenal. He wondered, if that happens, Theo is sure to lose, so why this move? Does he have a trick up his sleeve? If he believes that Evelyn or I will step forward as his champion, he's in for a great disappointment. Theo argued, according to the law, we decide by proxy, and the duel must be held in 1 week. He challenged them. What say you, sirs? Ed thought. This is a tactic. He's planning something. He planned for Demon Dragon or Evelyn to be his champion, but knew their nature would prevent it. You will have to fight your own battle. To S, Ragnar's confidence was just an act. I will send Arsenal and teach you your place with death. With that thought, he agreed. Fine. Then, about the champions. Before he could finish, a commanding voice echoed through the hall. It startled the council. I thought you were but a silent child. The doors behind them creaked open. A towering figure stepped inside. But it seems you're a master of cunning games, he said to Theo. You have changed much since we last met, my son. It was none other than Kai Ragnar. Instantly, the council, all dropped to their knees, bowing before the patriarch. Theo followed suit. Sword apprentice, Theo Ragnar greets the great dragon god's incarnation. He glanced at his system window, where a quest to capture Camellia Palace had appeared, and discover its secrets. He realized this was his first main quest, since completing his ordeal. The secret of Camellia Palace. He suspected it was the blue light from before. Things were so chaotic then, I'd completely forgotten. There's definitely something in that room. He closed his eyes. No, this is no time to be distracted. Opening his eyes, he saw his father approaching him. I have to deal with this first, he resolved. A wild variable had just entered the equation. My plan could fall apart. But why is father here? The patriarch spoke. Rise, my son, he continued. I overheard your situation on my way. It seems you are in a difficult spot. I heard you wish to appeal through a trial by combat. Theo answered cautiously. Yes. Stroking his beard, he warned, it is dangerous for you to fight yourself. He then asked, "Have you chosen a champion to stand in your place?" "This is a test," Theo realized instantly. S panicked. "Wait," Theo replied steadily. "Someone to take my place? There is no one. I intend to fight for my own appeal." Kai warned him. "You will surely lose." Theo's eyes burned. "How can I know unless I try?" He placed a hand on his chest and declared, "Even if I am forced to bow, I will not break." The patriarch, pleased, let out a booming laugh. "Did you hear him? The words of my son," he boomed, ignoring S's growing anxiety. "Even if forced to bow, he will not break." Pride filled his voice. No words better describe the spirit of Clan Ragnar. Kai praised him. "That attitude pleases me greatly." "Thank you, father," Theo replied. He smirked. "The combat trial was just a feint. I never intended to fight, so I could speak the truth without reservation." He recalled his request to Evelyn and Remington for proof of the Camellia Palace's treason. "With that, I can win without a fight." "Yes," Kai declared. "Then I shall personally grant you an opportunity. As the head of Ragnar, I, Kai, Ragnar, wish to test you with a single strike." He told Theo, "Forget this trial. If you can withstand a single blow, I will pardon all your crimes." Theo was stunned. "What? A single strike?" With that, he turned to leave. "Come outside now." Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Patriarch, that is impossible." It was S, his voice laced with panic. A single strike test meant acknowledging him as an opponent. If he survives that blow, he will gain the Patriarch's official recognition. I doubt that Brat Theo can take it. He clenched his fists. But what if, by some miracle, he does? He had to stop this. I must stop the Patriarch from favoring him. With that resolve, he spoke up. "How dare a mere vassal comment on the blood of your son? By law, the trial by combat should." But Kai cut him off with a glare. "Sky Dragon, silence. If a vassal speaks out of turn, you simply remove them." S froze. "I understand, Patriarch." Kai's gaze then shifted. "Do you have something to say? Demon Dragon? You have been chuckling for some time." Julius just smiled. "It's nothing. It has just been a while since you've shown such interest," Patriarch Kai retorted. "You speak nonsense." He turned back to Theo. "Enough small talk. So, what will it be, son? Do you accept?" Theo thought. "A single strike from the Patriarch. Everything could shift in ways I cannot predict. My entire plan is in shambles." But he smiled. "A change like this is always a new beginning. Father, your terms are too harsh. How can one strike from you compare to a proxy battle with retainers?" "What? Are you refusing?" Theo looked up. "No. I just want to point out how unfair this change is." "Unfair?" Kai questioned. Theo replied, "The challenge for my appeal has become much harder. Shouldn't my compensation increase as well?" "Such as?" Kai asked. Theo turned to face the tribunal, right where S was standing. Theo made his demand. Something like, "The Camellia Palace." At his words, S's face twisted in fury. He cursed inwardly, "That bastard." Meanwhile, Goggins watched with amusement. Is he insane to make such a demand of the Patriarch? His expression filled with contempt. This half-breed is so insolent. A negotiation requires equal strength from both sides. His arrogance will be his downfall. But Kai agreed. "Very well," he continued. "Success requires this kind of courage." He glanced at the tribunal. "Any objections?" The Sky Dragon and Ancient Dragon bowed. "Yes, Patriarch. How could we dare oppose your word?" Kai smiled, satisfied. "Good. Prepare the arena." With that, he turned sharply. "I will personally test Theo Ragnar now." Theo smiled. And so, at the arena, on the field, Theo and Kai faced off. Below, the 4 tribunal members watched. S seethed with rage. Damn it, my trap for Theo became his stepping stone. He watched Theo closely. "No, there's nothing to worry about," he reassured himself. "Even if that bastard is stronger, he can't block the Patriarch's full power strike. Something even a high-ranking swordsman couldn't do." He prayed. Theo must fail. He absolutely has to back down. Meanwhile, Theo had his own thoughts. He's definitely thinking that. Too bad for him. That won't happen. I have the reward from the trial quest. Kai observed him intently. The Patriarch spoke. "Did you take an elixir before coming here?" "No. Even with an elixir, how could your aura be this strong? But no matter how strong you are, it's useless." "Yes, sir." Theo realized. He's serious. Even the 9 dragons didn't notice. Kai spoke. "Still, you carry my blood." He warned. "Have you warmed up yet?" Theo answered. I have. Kai considered this. Normally, I'd use my greatsword, but since you can't use mana yet, I'll use this rusty blade. Is that agreeable? Theo replied, Yes, father. Kai took his stance, his aura flaring. All right, let's begin. An overwhelming energy blasted from him. Theo staggered back, astonished. He's only showing his fighting spirit, yet the pressure is immense. Kai was intrigued. Surprising that you're still standing. But Theo took his stance and smirked. Of course, my strength stat nearly tripled, plus the reward from the trial quest. An experience-boosting elixir. He recalled, after taking it, I gained 5 levels, and I put all my points into strength. He felt reborn. It's like I've left the realm of mortals and entered the world of monstrous geniuses. With this power, I might block Father's all-out strike. As Kai struck down, Theo braced for impact. Julius and Osa watched the match intently. S eagerly awaited his failure. Theo held his defensive stance. As Kai's sword descended, Theo focused. I can see it, clearly. Clang! The sound of impact echoed as dust exploded. Through the smoke, 2 figures emerged. The patriarch smiled with satisfaction. Theo stood tall, his clothes in tatters. Kai laughed. It's been a long time. Cracks spread across Theo's sword. He stood defiantly, clothes shredded, as his sword crumbled to dust. Kai's praise continued. It's been ages since someone made me this proud. S and Goggins ground their teeth. While Julius and Osa smiled, Kai announced, Theo Ragnar has proven his innocence with his iron will. This tribunal is now concluded. Theo's eyes rolled back as he stood frozen. A system window appeared. You have completed the surprise quest. You receive an inventory and a blue key. He was now recovering in bed. Theo slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Cecilia cried out. You're finally awake, my dear son. You collapsed while still on your feet. Her voice filled with anguish. Do you know how I suffered? Hearing you'd take a blow from the patriarch? How are your hands? Are you hurt anywhere else? Try to move a little. If it hurts, tell me. I'll call a physician. Theo reassured her. Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry, he asked. But mother, where is this place? Just then, Julius entered. By order of the patriarch, he continued. The previous masters of the Camellia Palace and Arsenal, the investigative captain, have been expelled. Theo was shocked. Does that mean? Julius smiled. That's right. This is Camellia Palace. A system notification appeared. The scenario has been updated. Amin must now seize the palace and uncover its secrets. Meanwhile, outside the palace, a foot crushed flowers, venting pure fury. Amin screamed, Why is this happening? Where is the justice? Why was I thrown out of my own palace? The surrounding servants pleaded. Lady Amin, please, you must calm down. We beg of you, please compose yourself. Nearby, Ed spoke to Arson. Arson replied, Yes, uncle. Ed seethed. You must handle that, Theo Ragnar. Arson declared, I plan to take one of his arms during the awakening ceremony. Ed commanded, No, take his head. He was almost manic. You must bring me his head. Arson fell silent. Meanwhile, at Camellia Palace, Theo strolled through the palace, thinking to himself, Things didn't go as planned, but this development is even better. I captured this palace without even using my trump card. On top of that, I unlocked a new system function. With that thought, he opened his inventory, reached inside, and pulled out an apple. Theo took a bite. As he walked and enjoyed the apple, he mused, I had no idea this function existed, but it's incredibly convenient. Reaching in again, he added. And there's this blue key, too. Theo turned towards a nearby glowing door. This key must have something to do with this, he thought, approaching the door. Just below the handle was a glowing lock. Theo inserted the key and turned it. The door slowly creaked open, and inside was a deep, dark cavern. He was stunned. A system notification appeared. First, to discover dungeon. Experience points gained inside will be doubled. But Theo thought, a cavern. Inside a cellar of Camellia Palace? This must be some kind of hidden quest. He decided to enter. No matter what it is, I'll clear it. I can't pass up double experience. Then he remembered. Ah, right. I shouldn't go in empty-handed. Sunset fell over Camellia Palace. With his inventory fully stocked, Theo stepped confidently into the cave. All right, let's see what we have here. He ventured deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, he stopped. Something had just materialized right in front of him. It was a massive white wolf, baring its vicious teeth. Theo sized it up, thinking, it's bigger than I expected. Calling it a demonic beast wouldn't be an exaggeration. In a flash, it lunged. On instinct, Theo raised his shield to block the blow. He grunted, "Damn, this thing's strong." With his sword hand, he counterattacked. But in a contest of pure power, I won't lose. The wolf leaped back, dodging his attack. It bared its fangs and let out a vicious snarl. Theo readied his stance as they clashed once more. Theo analyzed its movements. Its hide is thick, and it's incredibly fast. A superficial attack won't even scratch it. Facing the beast, Theo plotted its defeat. This isn't a normal wolf. It's as strong as a monster from the sea. A demon from beyond the northern wall. No wonder it's this strong. This won't be easy. It lunged, its sharp claws aimed right at him. Theo didn't flinch and charged forward. He remembered, if only I could recreate that flash from Father's one-hit strike. In that moment, he'd witnessed true power. A pure white arc. A spectacular strike of pure light. With murderous intent in his eyes, Theo swung at the beast. But just as his powerful strike came down, the monster dodged. Theo was unsatisfied. Of course, it's not that easy to copy. He recalled the technique, one hit, short for a one-hit kill. Theo readied himself for the next assault. The key is to put all my power into a single, decisive blow. He decided to drop his shield, focusing his swordsmanship and concentrating everything on pure speed, just as Evelyn taught me. From the dim shadows of the cave, the wolf watched Theo's every move. Before it could even react, he moved like lightning, his sword appearing instantly before its eyes, and then, blood splattered. Theo's sword was now stained with blood. The wolf was still on its feet, but it had lost an eye. He grinned. Excellent. Enraged, the beast instinctively charged him again. Theo steeled himself, I can do this. And just like that, 2 months passed. Now, at Training Ground 4, 2 young men were talking amongst themselves. Shebin let out a sigh. It's getting even more crowded now, Ednalin added. At this point, we might have to find a new training ground. The crowd around them was buzzing with rumors. They're all saying the patriarch taught young Master Theo the one-hit technique. More people want to challenge him every day. Even the young master is shocked. A mocking voice cut in from behind. Hey, you cronies. It was Henry, a swordsman from the Plum Blossom Palace. So when is your oh-so-great young master showing up? It's been 2 months. Where is he? I thought he never missed a day of training. He sneered. I guess the coward finally ran off. With all those rumors spreading about him, he sneered. Maybe his victory in that duel was nothing but a lie. Since there were no witnesses, he probably exaggerated everything. Before he could finish his sentence, and the news about him crushing the Dragon Snake gang, that was real too. He flew backward as his comrades screamed. Henry's man snarled at Shebin. How dare a low-born trash like you? Before he could continue, he felt 1,000 daggers staring him down. Veins popped on Shebin's forehead. You pretty-faced bastards. You're all nothing compared to the young master. Ednalin reminded Shebin. You shouldn't comment on appearances in public. Staring at the scum before him, Shebin snapped. Whatever. I just hate that these lowlifes keep causing trouble here. But they dare insult young Master Theo? He rallied the others, swords drawn. Come on, Heiji's side was just as reckless. These low-class losers must have a death wish. A flash of hair swept past, and the sword hands of both sides were frozen solid. Day stood between the 2 walls of ice. Shebin was shocked. Since when was Henry's trash here? Day, he yelled, making her turn to face him. Day Jaina, of the North's 4 hounds, the ice sword. Before he could recover, a loud laugh boomed. How could this party start without me? A towering figure stepped forward. From the North's 4 hounds, the Black Bear. Huckus Lance. Shebin was stunned. Huckus is here too? 2 of the 4 hounds. Huckus looked surprised. Is this all of you? His expression hardened. Where is the luminous tiger? Heiji's group trembled. Our apologies. Huckus angrily swung his sword. Are you deaf? I'm talking about the luminous tiger, master of this training ground. Day stood aside, silent. Huckus roared, I'm here to challenge Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, in a cave, Theo was tattered and torn, sweat pouring down his face. Even the sword in his hand had shattered. A system window appeared. You have leveled up. In the dark cave, level up alerts flooded his vision. And finally, there was Theo, standing proudly atop a monster's corpse. You have hunted 170 monsters. The scene around him was a hellscape, littered with bodies. Another system notification popped up. His strength stat reached 91, and his magic power hit 198. Theo finally reached level 15. He uncorked a potion, downing it instantly. The novice recovery potion took effect. Theo was amazed. He had almost died several times, but this item saved him. He scanned the area. It was a struggle at first, but leveling up had made things much easier. Time flew by so fast. It's already been 2 months. He noted only one monster remained, then looked toward the stairs. Usually, this is where the final boss appears. Entering the 5th floor, Theo dragged his feet up each step. Glancing at his broken sword, he thought, this is useless now. He tossed it aside and reached into his inventory. He pulled out a brand new sword. Is this all I have left? It was a ceremonial sword, a birthday gift from his mother. He examined the blade closely, assessing it. In his past life, he and his mother had argued fiercely during his awakening ceremony, so he had thrown it in a corner to rust, but up close, he could see it was a fine blade. Forged from steel, perhaps? He fell silent, lost in memory. On that birthday, his door burst open, and a smiling Lady Cecilia walked in. Behind her, servants carried piles of gifts. Happy birthday, my dear son. I waited until midnight to give you this. Mother, Theo snapped, holding a stack of swords in his arms. The awakening ceremony is coming. I don't have time to waste on a birthday party. Theo sounded desperate. You of all people should know. Good gear can't change my bloodline. Before the servants and his mother, his voice was cold. Please, just leave. Back in the present, Theo strode confidently toward the next gate. No matter what, I won't repeat the mistakes of my past life. The system alerted him. Be cautious. Before him, with sharp claws and long fangs, a massive beast lay sound asleep. Theo was stunned. A dragon? Seeing the difference in build, he analyzed. No, thankfully. It's just a Lester Drake. He considered this. The Jaina family are called descendants of dragons, and now the final boss of this strange quest is also a dragon. Is this just a coincidence? He wondered. I can't be sure. He readied his attack. One thing was certain. He had to defeat this creature to complete the quest. Theo calculated his odds. But can I really win? It was, after all, a dragon-type monster. He watched it, blade in hand. I should try using lightning, he thought. He'd practiced this move enough on those vicious wolves. It may not compare to Father's dragon lightning. As Theo was lost in thought, the dragon awoke. But if I use the Dragonheart's full power, I can wound it badly. He struck decisively, making it roar in pain. It worked. It lashed its tail in a counterattack. Theo dodged instantly, calculating his next move. I hoped to pierce its brain. But the attack wasn't strong enough. It let out a ferocious roar. Theo remained calm, but there's still a chance. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, from its tail to its head. He was certain he could win. Theo watched it, analyzing its movements. If I can just... It feints with a basic attack, then aims for a fatal flaw. The dragon roars, gathering its power. Lester Drake's fear engulfs the battlefield. Its eyes glow, unleashing a terror status effect. Movement speed drops by 10%. Theo panics. Damn it, my body. The beast pounces on him. Just as the claws descend, Theo blocks with his sword. A massive explosion erupts, kicking up dust. Theo slams into the wall, impressed. A final boss indeed. If this fight drags on, I'm finished. The beast charges again. Refusing to yield, Theo launches himself forward, blood streaming from his head. He has to hit its weak spot and end this now. It bares its foul teeth, roaring in his face. Theo knew the dragon's weakness. Seizing his chance, he zeroes in on its neck. He charges with resolve. The reverse scale. His blade pierces it cleanly. The dragon glares as he frantically drives the sword deeper. The dragon howls in agony. He's ecstatic. It worked. As it spews gas, Theo reacts instantly. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, everyone tries to restrain Jay and Huckus from fighting. Huckus yells, "What did you just say, Jay Ragnar?" Huckus declares, "Theo Ragnar will face me first." Jay cleans his ear, retorting, "A loser should know his place." Huckus fumes. "That was 3 years ago. Skills improve over time. 3 years was plenty to close that gap." Jay just taunts, "Loser." Veins bulge as his temper flares, clenching his fists. He draws his sword and charges. Jay smirks, "Fine, a rematch." The winner fights Theo. Jay Ragnar calmly draws his blade to parry. The crowd is stunned. What in the world is going on? I have no idea, but this is terrifying. Suddenly, footsteps approach. It's Remington. He intervenes, stopping them both. He says, "If you want to fight, take it elsewhere. This is young Master Theo's domain. I won't allow you to cause trouble in his absence." Huckus grins. "Perfect timing, Remy. I've been wanting a match with you, too." Remington refuses. "Huckus, are you not listening? Suddenly, Remington senses a change in the air. The atmosphere grows heavy, suffocating. Jay glances around. What is this killing intent? In the distance, Theo approaches with a dark expression. Remington thinks, this overwhelming pressure. What happened during his seclusion? Jay observes carefully, while Huckus looks intrigued. Theo walks forward, his Lester Drake's fear skill engulfing the area. Huckus yells out, "You've finally arrived, Theo Ragnar!" Back in the cave, the tension is palpable. The beast, its reverse scale pierced by Theo, just glares at him. Then, its eyes shut, and it collapses to the side, finally slumping to the ground. Theo stands victorious over the dragon's corpse. A system alert appears. You have successfully hunted Lester Drake. He sits, pulling out his sword. It suddenly went completely berserk. The moment I hit that reverse scale, I thought I was a goner. Sword free, he leans back against the dragon's body. Good thing it wore itself out. In the end, that scale really was its weakness. Another system notification pops up, listing his rewards. After defeating Lester Drake, he stares at the screen, stunned. Theo is shocked. A weapon enhancement material? He glances at the battered sword in his hands. I should use this to repair my blade. After all, it was a gift from my mother. Hunting that Drake really took a toll on it. A new notification appears. Skill acquired. Lester Drake's fear. Dragon's killing intent. He stares at the screen, shocked. A skill. After skimming the details, he exclaims, Dragon's killing intent. Theo is ecstatic, but I heard only a chosen few can use this. I never thought I'd get the chance. He stores the items in his inventory, muttering, no, even so. As he walks away, he thinks, I'm not sure this will be useful back at Ragnar. He scratches his head, heading out. That place is full of monsters, after all. A system message appears. Camellia Palace dungeon has been cleared. He pushes open the door to his room and sighs, seeing the mission completion notice. He's surprised to find there's an additional reward. It's a strange, eye-shaped compass that points toward a nest. Theo is puzzled. A nest compass? He examines it closely. What is this? Is it for the next quest? He decides to store it in his inventory for now. Whatever it is, I'll hold on to it. Theo stumbles toward his room. I need to get back and rest. So exhausted. Suddenly, a maid's voice cries out from behind him, Young Master Theo, there you are, sir. It's urgent. When he turns, she gasps in shock. Look at you. Where on earth have you been? Theo tries to calm her. It's nothing, really. What's wrong? The maid quickly gives her report. There's a fight breaking out at training ground number 4. Theo is taken aback. What? Moments later, at training ground 4, he approaches slowly, radiating a heavy pressure. His Lester Drake's fear skill blankets the field. He glares, annoyed. Get lost. I need to rest. The mental pressure is so intense that some people start foaming at the mouth, their eyes rolling back. Huckus watches as several swordsmen collapse, unable to bear it. He grins. Now that's some overwhelming killing intent. The words barely left his lips before he charged Theo. I knew it. You'll be an interesting one. You're mine. Theo Ragnar. Let's see how strong you really are. Huckus swung down with all his might, but Theo blocked it with just one hand. Jay and Remington watched in disbelief. Huckus was stunned. Was his attack deflected that easily? Theo gave him an indifferent stare. Even Theo himself was surprised. He actually blocked that blow. Huckus retreated, taking a defensive stance. He charged forward again in a frenzy. There's no way I'll accept this. Black Bear Huckus Lanky. He was always considered the weakest of the North's 4 hounds because he hadn't perfected his arsenal, and he wasn't exactly the sharpest either. He aimed right for Theo again. Try this on for size. Theo Ragnar. Theo raised his sword to defend. As a member of the Lanky clan, he'd never lost a contest of pure strength. And now, here came Huckus's blade. Theo parried the blow, then immediately launched a counterattack. Theo smiled, satisfied. He didn't just block it. He could even fight back. This was certainly worthy of leveling Theo to level 16. Skill, Lester Drake's fear. A slash caught Huckus across the waist. He let out a single cry and lost consciousness. He collapsed onto the training grounds, red liquid staining his stomach. Huckus was utterly defeated. It was only then that Theo realized. He had used his full strength in that slash without noticing. Luckily, it was Huckus Lanky who took the hit, a man known for his toughness. He was just unconscious. The crowd went from stunned silence to erupting cheers. Young Master Theo defeated the Black Bear. He took down one of the 4 hounds in a single blow. Theo, caught off guard, tried to explain. Wait a second, Lanky is still alive and well. But suddenly, the sword in his hand cracked, and shattered completely. Before everyone's eyes, Theo panicked. "The sword my mother gave me!" The crowd roared again. As expected of young Master Theo, his power shattered his own sword with just one attack. In the crowd, as Rat and Remington watched, a voice shouted, "Why do you look so happy, Jay?" Remington was also stunned by Theo's power. Jay suddenly recalled a certain winter night when she first met Theo. A young Theo had asked her, "Who are you?" She remained silent and shy. He spoke again. "Why are you out in the cold like this? Aren't you freezing?" With that, he took off his own scarf and wrapped it around her, asking gently, "What if I put this around you?" But Theo noticed she still looked cold. "This won't do." He smiled brightly, took her hand, and offered, "Come to my house." He promised Jay, "I'll take you home when the snow stops." Back in the present, Jay gazed at him with a satisfied smile, then left, piquing Remington's curiosity. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did she just smile? Jay Zarna actually smiled. A short time later, at a reception in Camellia Palace, Theo awkwardly wore a birthday party hat. The room was decorated for a celebration. A servant announced, "Congratulations on receiving the title of Leicester Tiger." People rushed to congratulate him. "You've worked so hard for so long. Now just keep this up until the awakening ceremony. You can do it." Suddenly, a plate was set down. "Son." Lady Cecilia Olton began to feed him. "Try this, abalone. They're a very limited catch from the Iria Sea, and they're slow roasted in butter we can only get from farms around the Fuhao Mountains." While we slowly raised the heat, Theo couldn't even speak as his mother kept feeding him. "Try this, too. It's meat from chickens fed only grain from the western Lazaria Desert. The poultry is butchered at the perfect time, then simmered with ginseng imported from a distant eastern nation called Justin." Theo cried out in desperation, "Please, stop." Seeing his mother's smiling face reminded him of how awful he used to be. Theo ate obediently, smiling wide. "It's delicious, mother." After the feast, it was time to reveal the broken sword. Lady Cecilia panicked. "My son." She looked from the sword to a now overstuffed Theo. Sweating, he explained it broke during training. He took off his hat and said, "I'm sorry. It was the precious sword you gave me for my birthday." Lady Cecilia suddenly roared, "That damned old man!" Stunning Theo, she slammed the table. He swore up and down that it was made with famed moonsteel and ironwood. He said it would never break. Theo heard this and asked, "Ironwood from the southern thornwood forest?" "Yes," she replied. He claimed only rare and precious materials were used, but clearly, it was all a lie. Theo thought, if what he said was true, it wouldn't have broken so easily. Ironwood is a peculiar type of tree. It grows by absorbing iron from the soil. It's a rare material because it keeps the flexibility of wood, while being as hard as steel. He observed the broken sword on the table. "I know this was a good sword, but I never knew it was so precious. How did Mom get a sword like this?" She was determined to make things right. "This sword is unacceptable. I'm going to confront that man myself. He better give me a flawless blade for you." Her son reassured her, "Mom, I'm fine, really. I can use a different sword." She was firm. "Absolutely not. People are finally seeing your true value. We must be perfect in every detail. Especially now," she added. "Besides, your awakening ceremony is barely a week away, right? I refuse to let you attend with a shabby, broken blade." She turned to leave. "Speaking of which, let's go now," Theo asked. "Where are we going, Mother?" She glanced back. "To the greatest workshop in all of Winterra," she declared grandly, "a place filled with master smiths, with a forge as massive as a castle gate. The Basket Workshop." Snow fell upon Basket, one of Winterra's premier armories. Its reputation stemmed from its sheer, factory-like scale. But that wasn't all. The workshop's greatest asset was its master, an individual classified as special grade by the Intelligence Bureau, a smith who holds the title of Master Artisan, one of only two in existence. And now, Theo and his mother had arrived, known as the Demon of Capitalism incarnate. They met a woman with a cigarette, a half-demon by her appearance, the Demon Artisan, Kia Sung. "Well, look who it is." Theo was stunned. "How does Mom know the Demon Artisan? You still haven't quit smoking, Mother?" Theo froze, hearing his mom call this woman. "Mother? What's going on?" Kia Sung retorted sarcastically. "Mother? My apologies, dear customer, but that relationship ended when you ran away." Theo's mind raced. "I always thought Mom was an orphan. But the legendary Kia Sung is her mother?" A thought then struck him. "Wait, does this mean I have demon blood in me? So that's the secret to my good looks." Kia Sung's voice cut in. "So what brings my dear customer to a place you never visit?" Cecilia presented the broken sword. I'm here to return a defective product. Kia-sung took the blade, scoffing. What? Defective? You've got to be kidding me. How dare you claim a sword forged by my own hands is defective? She examined the weapon. She unsheathed what was left of it. Her eyes widened in shock. What? Cecilia put her hands on her hips. If this isn't a defect, what is it? Kia-sung demanded. Who was the one wielding this? My son, of course, Cecilia answered. Kia-sung glanced at him. The boy behind you? Cecilia bristled. Choose your words carefully, mother. He is the genius who will rule Ragnar from this day forward. Theo bowed politely. Theo Ragnar, of the Camellia Palace. It is an honor to meet the renowned master of the basket workshop. Kia-sung took a long drag. I've heard the rumors. You've raised him well. Then, back to business. So, you're the one who used this blade? Theo answered. Yes, I am. Cecilia jumped in. See? I told you it was a defect. Kia-sung removed her cigarette. Studying them, she finally said, This will take a while. Come inside. As they walked, Theo asked, Mother, what's your connection to the demon artisan? Cecilia replied, It's just as you heard. He pressed on. So, she's really your mother? She glanced at him. It makes sense you wouldn't know. I rarely speak of my past. She seemed lost in thought. It was for a short time, only 6 months. She was the adoptive mother who raised me. Theo finally understood. An adoptive mother, Cecilia continued. She adores all things she deems beautiful. Jewelry, music, songs, even people. That's why she took me in. She must have cherished me. Kia-sung cut in. Enough reminiscing. It's pointless. Cecilia just smiled. Oh, I'm sure you don't really believe that, mother. Theo asked, Then why did you leave? Cecilia looked flustered. Kia-sung answered for her. She left on her own accord. Claiming she would be wife to the Ragnar patriarch, she scoffed. Running off to that wretched place. Utterly foolish. It's a wonder you've survived. Cecilia replied proudly. Well, the patriarch was just too handsome. So dashing and masculine, and he loved me completely. Kia-sung's face soured. And yet, after running away last year, you come crawling back, demanding I forge a sword for your son. Cecilia acted coyly. Why would you say that in front of my son? Kia-sung shot back. Did I say anything untrue? Theo watched them bicker. He felt a pang of guilt. I've never seen this side of her. He lowered his head. In my past life, I never truly knew my mother. What an ungrateful son I was. Obsessed with the family name, I let it consume me. His expression grew somber, and the demon artisan clearly cares for mother. So why didn't she intervene in my past life? Kia-sung's voice cut through his thoughts. We've arrived. She gestured to the room ahead. This is my private workshop, the main office. Cecilia looked puzzled. Mother, why bring us so deep inside? He pleaded. You should give Kisan the very best sword as an apology. She commanded. Cecilia, wait out here for a moment. With that, Kisan pulled him inside and slammed the door shut. A bewildered Cecilia was left screaming, Mother, my son. Inside, Kisan took a drag from her cigarette and spoke. I'll be direct with you. She pointed towards Theo, asking, You possess a relic of the primordial dragon, correct? Theo was stunned. He asked, The primordial dragon? You mean the ancestor of our family's guardian dragons? I've heard the legend. How our ancestor spread the primordial dragon's treasures across Winterra for the Ragnar descendants. But she snapped, A legend. Don't play dumb with me. Fine, if you truly don't possess a relic. Theo was shocked as she continued angrily. Then explain how my sword ended up in this state. I poured my heart and soul into forging this masterpiece. It could only be broken by the power of a relic. She accused him. Do you know what that was worth? Filled with guilt, Theo replied. I'm sorry. Theo thought, but it broke fighting the Drake. Why mention a relic? Kisan turned around and continued. Never mind, it's faster to just show you. She motioned to a coffin wrapped in chains. What do you see? Theo stared and gasped. That's, he realized, that blue light. It's a quest. Like the one from the Camellia Palace dungeon. Kisan added, I can't see or feel anything from it at all. But from your expression, you clearly see something. Saying this, she heaved the coffin up. I've tried countless times to open this and take the item inside, but it's been useless. She set it back down on the floor. Kisan explained. Long ago, in the age of myths, the primordial dragon forged a blade from its own fang. She proposed. If you can break this seal and successfully draw the sword, I will give you the White Moonlight sword. Theo was stunned, But Kaisen warned him, "You could very well die trying. So, do you want to attempt it?" He considered it, his face lighting up with resolve. "That sword is now mine." A system window appeared. Quest number 2. Path of the White Moonlight Sword's successor. 1. The White Moonlight Sword. Blade of the Black Snow Guild's leader. One of the 9 dragons, the Black Dragon. But few know its true form. Most who see or even hear of the sword either die suddenly or vanish. A vision appeared, the Black Dragon in a sea of fire surrounded by bodies. The Black Dragon asked, You can truly see it, can't you?" Theo watched intently. By some twist of fate, I was able to witness the true form of the White Moonlight Sword. Why did the Black Dragon spare me? The dragon looked at him. "This is a problem. What should I do?" He watched Kisan set down the chained coffin, thinking, the Black Dragon's legendary sword is here? Is it truly a primordial dragon relic? I faced the Black Dragon 4 years from now, so Kaisen had it this whole time. She asked him, "So, do you want to try?" Theo didn't hesitate. "In that case, I must claim it, no matter the cost." He declared with certainty, "That sword is now mine." Looking at the lock, he remembered the one on the palace door. "This feels just like the Camellia Palace." He pulled out a key. "It has to be this one, the blue dungeon key." Kisan gasped. "A key?" Theo inserted the key and turned it. A brilliant light erupted from the coffin, stunning Kisan. Something burst from within, a dark energy completely consuming him. Panic seized him. "What is this? What's happening?" Theo slowly regained consciousness. Where am I?" Before him, the Rose Palace was engulfed in flames. The Rose Palace. Why is it here? He realized this was his own past. Brandon grabbed his head, forcing him to see his mother's body. "That's right. I'd forgotten. I was too weak. That's why I need power. Power to crush Brandon and destroy Camellia Palace." Just as the beast lunged at him, Theo spun and caught its beak. He said calmly, trying to control another's mind by exploiting their ambition for power. "Truly a monstrous blade." The beast shrieked, "Insolent human! How can you?" Theo coolly replied, "I conquered the despair you create long ago, you fool. Did you think I'd fall for your petty temptations? Not when I have my quest." Theo added, "You're different from the griffin I remember." The beast screamed, "Release me, human. The one I recall was at least 10 meters tall, but you're barely my height." The beast raged, "Let go of me. You!" Theo raised his fist. "Or have you weakened after being sealed so long? Either way, this works for me." He punched it. "Now, you belong to me. White Moonlight Sword." The beast panicked. "Wait. We can talk about this." Meanwhile, back in the real world, he lay on the ground, the legendary sword now clutched in his hand. "Model," Cecilia cried out in terror. "My son, wake up!" She turned to Kisan. "Mother, what happened? Why is he like this?" Her blame left Kisan filled with regret. "I asked you for a sword, not to do this to him." Meanwhile, Kisan carefully observed Theo. This demonic energy in his blood, she thought. I've never seen anything like it. She tried to calm herself. He holds the sacred relic, so he should be fine. But Cecilia's eyes filled with tears as she declared to a stunned Kisan, "I will never forgive you." Just then, Theo's grip on the sword tightened as that same dark energy began to radiate from him. A small black hole formed on his chest, creating a vortex that slowly absorbed into his body. "Theo," Cecilia called out worriedly. He suddenly opened his eyes. She rushed to embrace him. "My son!" Theo was surprised. "Mother?" Her tears flowed endlessly. He soothed her. "I worried you. I'm okay, please don't panic." A system window appeared. "Congratulations on hunting the griffin." Kisan sighed in relief. The reward displayed, the White Moonlight Sword. Theo recalled the fight. Luckily, the griffin was weak since it had just broken its seal. Neither it nor its mind games worked on me. But another message surprised Theo. After absorbing demonic energy from the White Moonlight Sword, your mana has increased significantly. He could feel the change and smiled, satisfied. My mana is now at the level of a high-ranked swordsman. He considered his options. Too bad I can't use my full power yet. I have to suppress it until the awakening ceremony? Kisan's voice cut in. You truly astonish me. Congratulations on your success. Theo pressed. You'll keep your promise, right? Kisan stated firmly. Don't you know elves cannot lie? Theo raised the sword, observing it. It's challenging you, Kisan warned. Theo grinned. You mean it doesn't accept me as its master yet? Take a closer look, he said. Well, not exactly, Kisan replied, beginning to explain. It probably feels suffocated after being trapped for centuries. Now that it's finally free, it wants to unleash its pent-up resentment. Keeson instructed. Why not try a full-power swing towards that wall? Are you sure? Theo asked. She laughed. You're worrying over nothing, even with the white moonlight sword. She continued. The swing from a boy who hasn't awakened yet can't possibly damage the basket forge. That sounds like a challenge, Theo thought, annoyed. Is that so? He replied. I can always conceal the dragon's heart. Maybe I should test this sword. And my mana? He stepped forward, taking the sword in both hands. Then, if you'll excuse me, he began the test swing. His eyes flashed red as he brought the blade down. Keeson suddenly sensed something was wrong. Wait, she screamed. But Theo had already unleashed his skill. Lightning flash. A beam of light smashed through the wall. It didn't stop there, slicing the forge's main wall in two. Cecilia was stunned. Keeson froze, watching Theo wreck her workshop. My forge, she screamed helplessly. Staring at the massive gash, she clutched her head. My heart. Theo looked at the sword, thinking, this thing is more dangerous than I thought. It consumed all of my mana. Keeson placed a hand on his stomach, restoring his energy. When did she get so fast? Theo wondered. Keeson chuckled. Heavens, you're hopeless with magic. Glancing at the hole in her wall, she asked, did you do that with only the sword's sharpness? Keeson observed him closely. This boy is a genius, Keeson thought with pride. And this genius is my grandson. She clapped his shoulder. All right, Theo Ragnar. Her eyes gleamed. From now on, I will be your sponsor. You just need to spread your wings and show this world what you can do. He'll be the perfect living advertisement for the basket forge, Keeson schemed. Theo stared at her in silence. Then Cecilia spoke. Mother, she chided, I can see the gold glinting in your eyes. As night fell, Theo and Cecilia went to bid Kaizen farewell. Watching the carriage disappear, Keeson looked at the 2 items Theo had given her, recalling his words. Please take this to cover the repair costs. Keeson's eyes widened. Materials from a dragon. He must have gotten these with the sacred relic. She turned back to her forge, smiling. My daughter certainly raised one incredible son. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind her. It's been a while, demon artisan. She whirled around, her gaze landing on a crow perched on a nearby branch. What are you doing here? The crow's eyes began to glow. 5 days after the awakening ceremony, Theo and Evelyn were sparring. One attacked while the other defended in a seamless rhythm. Your swordsmanship is much stronger and faster now, Evelyn complimented him. Theo chuckled. I'm surprised to get a compliment from you. The crowd watched the duel intently, as Evelyn analyzed his movements. It's been half a year since the young master began to change. He's grown strong enough to actually push me back now, and if he awakens his mana today, she brought her sword down with a powerful strike, as the clang of steel echoed through the air. As Theo blocked her strike, she thought, a true monster will be born. A faint smile touched Evelyn's lips. With the match over, she praised him. You did great, and you could even take first place. The young master agreed, wishing him success. Theo smiled. Thanks, it's all because of you, Evelyn. If I graduate at the top, I'll definitely name you in my speech. Evelyn was speechless. Why would you say that? Onlookers chimed in. Me too. Mention me too, young master. Don't forget my name, Theo sighed. The burden of being famous. Evelyn said her goodbyes. All right then, I'm heading out. 5 days later in the capital, on the day of the awakening ceremony, Theo arrived at the gates. He announced clearly, Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. Outside, the crowd buzzed with excitement, but Theo entered with a calm resolve. The awakening ceremony is the most important annual event for House Ragnar. A few curious onlookers peered inside. The guards opened the massive doors, and Theo stepped inside. He entered a vast, sunken plaza where a towering wall stood imposingly. Every participant hoped to achieve a great result in the awakening ceremony. And for a Ragnar swordsman, this was their first chance at recognition and respect. Theo felt a hint of tension as he looked up. The entire Ragnar clan was watching him. Among them was the clan head, Kai Ragnar, the 9 dragons, and the matriarch from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragnar. Theo observed her closely. She certainly didn't look 150 years old. In any case, her presence was a good sign. Resounding drums filled the air. Viana, the Dragon Gate examiner, announced, Attention, we will now begin the entrance examination. The first test was laid out before the trainees. He instructed, take the sword placed on the ground, and leave your mark upon the steel wall on the platform. This wall, he explained, is forged from a white snow steel alloy. He continued, A normal iron sword cannot even scratch it. As he spoke, he presented a box containing a single soma. But it's a different story if you imbue your attack with mana. For that, we will provide you with soma, he explained. A single soma grants you the mana of 15 men. It is an elixir that opens your mana circuits, he continued to instruct. Swallow the soma and open the mana circuit in your core. Only then can you cut the white snow steel wall with your sword. The depth of your cut will determine your results. He suddenly yelled, "When I call your name, receive your soma and step onto the platform." Viana began the roll call. Number 1. Theo Ragnar, step forward. He advanced with confidence. In his past life, Asen had taken first place. He took the soma from a guard, then picked up a waiting sword. With resolve, he walked toward the wall, but not this time. A system window appeared. Next mission, become number 1 in the awakening ceremony. Meanwhile, in the stands above, Hilda spoke to Kai. That's the boy, isn't it, Kai? The one you mentioned. Kai nodded. He seems to have caught your eye. Hilda continued. Of course. I became quite curious after you said you were watching him, Hilda said with a smile. Then let's see what this descendant is truly capable of. Down on the field, Theo thought to himself. The awakening ceremony, huh? I'm a little nervous, but this shouldn't take long. Viana gave the signal. Now, swallow the soma. Theo replied, understood, as he brought the pill to his lips. He thought back to his past life. I swallowed the soma then, and couldn't control the mana. It ended up severely damaging my core. Theo swallowed it without hesitation, sensing the change in his body. But that won't happen in this life. Theo stepped forward, shocking the alarmed Viana. That fool, he's creating such a powerful mana wave. He can't possibly control it. Viana watched, thinking, when someone swallows soma, they must carefully guide the mana into their core. Viana watched him intently from the platform, and talented Ragnars possess even more mana. If he's not careful, he could be crippled. He's finished, the examiner thought. Just then, the soma settled within Theo, fully synchronizing with his body. Viana was stunned. He actually handled it? Theo clenched his fist. Finally, I have both the dragon heart and a mana circuit. But, he thought, this is almost too boring. Unlike my past life, I obtained it far too easily this time. Theo then took his stance. Regardless, from now on, I can finally use mana. Now then, to handle this immense power. Theo drew his sword back and swung with all his might. He unleashed a devastating blow. Behind his slash, the spectral image of a massive, brilliant dragon appeared. Theo declared, I just need to release it all. Outside, J. Remington and Huckus were stunned by the immense pressure of his energy. The draconic power representing Theo charged fiercely at the wall. That was Asen's technique, the lightning flash. Asen himself was just as shocked. The result was a clean, deep gash carved into the wall. It stood like a proud, massive scar upon the steel. Viana, stunned, stammered the result, Theo Ragnar. Pass. The crowd erupted. Impossible. Other than young Master Thorkel, I've never seen anyone do that. And from someone releasing mana for the very first time, Theo stared at the system notification. The curse of misfortune has ended. Effective now. Your fame was finally spreading throughout the world. Theo celebrated silently. At last, he was on the same starting line as the others. A series of system alerts appeared. Osa wants you as a disciple. Julius seethed, furious at the attention you now commanded. Robert remained wary of your presence. As the sun set, a final message arrived. Hilda finds you interesting. She let out an amused laugh. Theo considered this. The black dragon and the sword dragon were both beyond his expectations, but catching Hilda's eye was the greatest prize. He calculated his options. She was, after all, the one who held Garuda's heart, if he could only obtain that power. Below, the next contestant took the stage. An announcer's voice echoed, Shubin passes. Shubin clenched his fist. I made it too. Zayakna, Hucus Lanky, Remington, and Nasio followed, their marks appearing on the wall. Shubin was in awe. All 4 hounds of the north have such monstrous results, but as he scanned the wall, no one's mark was as deep as the young master's. The final contestant, Asen, stepped forward with a cold gaze. Viana's voice boomed, Asen Jagna, advance. A murmur rippled through the crowd. This is becoming a clash between the light and black tigers. No way. Even Asen can't match that. I can't believe the light tiger is so skilled. Hearing this, Asen gritted his teeth, grabbing his sword and approaching the wall. Viana gave the signal. Then, consume the soma. Before she could finish, Asen swallowed it and swung. Wait! Viana cried out, but it was too late. Asen's blade fell, unleashing a draconic power that rivaled Theo's own. A massive explosion rocked the arena. Viana herself was completely stunned. What is this? So many surprises today. Asen's strike landed on top of Theo's. Viana announced, Asen Ragnar, pass. The crowd gasped in awe. How is that possible? They're almost identical, so who won? In this case, accuracy would decide the victor. Asen glanced at the wall, then turned and walked away. And with that, the first test was finally over. Viana addressed the crowd. With this, the first round of the awakening ceremony is complete. You all performed admirably. I am pleased to see so many improved scores this year. She announced that the qualifiers should prepare for the second round of the ceremony, which begins in 4 days. And now, at last, her voice rose. We will announce the rankings you've all been waiting for. A tense anticipation filled the air. All eyes fell on the 2 massive gashes on the wall, awaiting the name of the top-ranked student. Vihana declared, the valedictorian of this round is, beneath the setting sun, a voice cut through the tension, forcing everyone to hold their breath and listen for the result. In this first blooming ceremony, the top rank goes to. The next words shattered all expectations. It left everyone utterly speechless, their jaws hanging in disbelief. Theo Ragnar. Immediately, Vada Ragnar stepped forward to explain to the stunned crowd. His score was a perfect 10 out of 10. He continued bluntly. Technique, mana, and speed control, not a single wasted movement. But despite Vada Ragnar's explanation, the surrounding crowd erupted in protest, refusing to accept this unbelievable outcome. Shouldn't Asen be first? Another yelled, did Asen actually lose? The arena descended into a chaos of questions. But why? Looking at the stone, some argued that the depth of the cut was nearly the same as the Lord's. Tokal? Another gasped in shock. Similar to Lord Tokal? For those who didn't understand, the legend was well known. Tokal Ragnar had been one of the top 5 candidates considered closest to inheriting the throne. But their thoughts were cut short. The announcer's voice boomed once more. In second place, Asen Jagna. A word of consolation was added. Though he also achieved a perfect 10, it's unfortunate. However, the next words felt like an insult, sending Asen into a silent fury. Blood vessels pulsed in his eyes as the reason was given. The length of his sword mark was shorter than Theo Ragnar's, and thus, he is ranked second. Thunder seemed to crackle with Asen Ragnar's rage, but no one paid him any mind. They were too busy celebrating as their own names were called. Third place, Wellington Ragnar. Fourth, J. Ragnar. Fifth, Hucus Frankie. Sixth place, Erika Zhang. The list continued with 32nd, Lee GZR, and 33rd, Rico Edit. Standing on the stage, Vada Ragnar held the ranking list, his powerful voice echoing across the arena. 87th place, Shubin. As the announcements concluded, he congratulated the participants. All of you have done very well. But Vada wasn't finished just yet. He then gave details for the next trial. The second blooming ceremony will be held in 3 days at the Eastern Mountain Range. The 87 qualifiers. Prepare yourselves thoroughly. As the sun dipped lower, one final cry rang out. Dismissed. It was finally time for everyone to head home and recover from the exhausting day. In a nearby tavern, cheers roared for the victors, celebrating the top 2 ranks. The air buzzed with pride as they raised their glasses to the Academy's true power. More cheers erupted for the 2 at the top of the list. Theo and Wellington. To show his gratitude for everyone's heartfelt congratulations, Theo Ragnar raised his glass in thanks. Thank you, but this isn't the end. Our goal is to conquer the second blooming ceremony together. He noticed Remington Nacio's quiet smile and placed a hand on his shoulder, making him look up with a grin. He made a bold declaration, we'll take both top spots for sure, and everyone roared in agreement. Seeing them together, the crowd cheered on. You two can definitely do it. Remington Nacio turned to Theo, his eyes full of admiration. Congrats on first place. I'm glad your hard work paid off. But a wave of unspoken shame washed over him as he lowered his head to speak. His next words came out with hesitation. I'm just ashamed that I fell so far behind. Sensing Remington's anxiety, Theo casually brushed it off. Nah, I just got lucky this time. His words seemed to ease the boy's guilt. Amid the cheers, Theo added another thought. Does the ranking even matter? His sincerity earned a bright smile and a nod from Remington. The warmth of the moment made Remington sigh, smiling softly as he replied. Thanks, Theo. The weight in my chest is finally lifting. They clinked glasses, vowing to aim higher next time. We'll give our all in the second ceremony. Far away, on a frigid, snow-covered mountain, a lone figure trudged on. His hair whipped about in the blizzard's fury, his mind set on taking the top spot in the ceremony. His powerful physique stood firm against the peaks, but his thoughts were consumed by a deep sense of failure. In my past life, this was an achievement I couldn't even dream of. Theo Ragnar's breath plumed in the freezing air as he thought, even if this wasn't a true battle. Beating Asian. I still can't believe it. The cold wind sharpened his focus as he clenched his fist. But this is only the beginning. He recalled a horrific, bloody memory. Defeating Random was nothing. The real enemies are Asian and Tian Long. I'll use any means necessary. His crimson eyes burned not with hate, but with cold, unyielding resolve. He set a new goal, to pay them back tenfold. The thought shattered his deep reverie. Turning, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small compass. Oh right, this thing. This was the nest compass, an item that points its user toward a nest. His hand aimed it toward a distant peak. He murmured, "It's pointing to the winter mountains." He realized the second ceremony would reveal the nest's true nature. Theo Ragnar's gaze remained fixed on the towering peak before him, but he sensed something else, something watching. Suddenly, his eyes glowed with a vigilant crimson light. In the distance, a cloaked figure was observing him, but in the blink of an eye, his target vanished, leaving the man confused. Huh? Who's there? Instantly, the ice-cold tip of a blade was pressed against his throat. Behind him, Theo Ragnar stood with his sword drawn, radiating pure killing intent. The air grew still as he asked, "Who are you?" Terrified, the cloaked man backed away, stammering, "Wait, calm down. I'm not an enemy." He quickly raised his hands. "I'm Gatsby Yotan of the Windsword Unit. My captain sent me." Theo eyed him coldly, sighing internally. "A scout, huh? I expected this, but not so soon." His thoughts raced for a moment, then he asked cheerfully, "So, what's this about?" "You've been given a chance to take our squad's entrance exam." The sudden offer left Theo Ragnar momentarily stunned. He finally sheathed his sword. Not a scouting offer, but an exam? The man gave a casual smirk. "That's right, you know the reputation of the Windsword Unit. An invitation alone is an honor." Suddenly, a new voice sneered from the shadows. "Just as I thought. The Windsword Unit is full of idiots." Hearing himself insulted, "Gatsby," Yotan pointed furiously. "What did you say? Who do you think you are?" An imposing figure approached. Prince Theo Ragnar is no fool. The air grew thick with tension. It was Azon Sosuri, vice commander of the Black Iron, the fire demon. She smirked, conjuring a taunting flame to make her offer. "We want you to join the Black Iron Cavalry. What do you say?" Seeing flames in the blizzard, Gatsby Yotan recognized her and cried out, "The fire demon!" Hearing her name, Azon Sosuri's eyes narrowed menacingly. "So you know who I am. Now, step aside." Suddenly, another group appeared behind her, freezing her in stunned silence. Unexpectedly, the group behind Azon Sosuri started introducing themselves with wild enthusiasm. "A pleasure. I'm from the Black Sword Unit. We guarantee a captain's rank in 3 years." Another pushed forward. "This is the Law Brigade. Our captain came personally." Someone else shouted louder, "The Security Bureau is here. Join us for our full support." The chaos left her completely speechless. Izon Sosuri was fuming at these disorderly brats, but was too stunned to speak as the shouting continued. "Get in line, don't push, you get in line, whoever gets him first wins." It was out of control. He could only watch with a nervous smile, finding the situation ridiculous. "I should leave before this gets worse." Then, a sweet voice cut through the noisy crowd. "I know this may seem ambitious." The voice captured Theo Ragnar's attention, and his eyes followed the sound. To everyone's shock, the click of high heels echoed with the voice. "But to acquire such a talent," the elegant figure continued, "must you all be so undignified?" It was none other than the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Brunus. Everyone fell silent in shock. Seeing her, they gasped in disbelief. "The lady of the Plum Blossom Palace? Why is she here in person?" She answered them with a cool, indifferent tone. "For the same reason as you." Her enchanting voice made Theo Ragnar freeze, his eyes wide with concern as she continued. "I also came for Theo Ragnar, to see the child for myself. Elsewhere, Asian Jagna was on a murderous rampage. Cold and merciless, he ignored their pleas for mercy, cutting them all down in an instant. He remembered his former glory, forced to bow to a bastard. The memory fueled his rage as he roared his rival's name. "Theo Ragnar!" He grabbed another man by the head, who could only stammer, "Young master." In a flash, the knight died senselessly at the hands of the crazed Asian. Soon, everyone was left dead in a pool of blood. Scanning the area, Asian spotted a figure and hurled his sword like a bolt of lightning, but the blade was stopped with ease. A mocking voice cut through the deathly silence. "How pathetic. Does misdirected anger change anything?" It was none other than Ed Troyven. The authoritative voice calmed Asian slightly. He whispered, "Uncle?" To his surprise, Ed Troyven had sought him out. "You need to calm down and strategize. Follow me." His words were direct, commanding Asian's full attention. The next flower-blooming ceremony. Thunder cracked, mirroring the fury in Ed Troyven's eyes. He commanded with immense authority, "I will show you how to turn it into Theo Ragnar's grave." That beautiful figure standing in the fierce blizzard was the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, sword dragon Osa Ragnar. Brunus strode toward Theo Ragnar and asked, "Must you truly endure such humiliation?" Her appearance stunned the crowd that had just been scrambling to recruit him. They wondered why the Grand Lady would personally come to such a place. In response, she gave them a captivating smile that only deepened their shock. What other reason could there be? "It's the same as all of you." Her next words cast a strange silence over the area. Standing nearby, Theo Ragnar grew anxious, his wide eyes and pale face revealing his shock. Osa Ragnar Brunus stated her purpose bluntly. "I came to see Theo Ragnar. I came for a walk, and to see the child for myself." Her presence shattered the silence as the recruiters began to give up hope. "The Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace is here herself." One of them stated the harsh truth. "Our side is far too weak." The scene grew more chaotic as Azan Sosuri clenched her fist, slamming it into the snow-covered ground. However, a brilliant light erupted, making Azan Sosuri gasp. "My lady, please wait," she stammered, to everyone's astonishment. Everyone held their breath, wondering what she would do next. Someone cried out in panic, "No way. Is this a separate dimension?" Suddenly, a crimson light flared like an exploding sun in the blizzard, and a piercing scream cut through the air. Was she going to teach him herself? The scene shifted. Theo Ragnar and Osa Ragnar Brigis were teleported to a silent, bleak space cloaked in darkness. But Theo Ragnar was still reeling. Everything had changed in the blink of an eye. In his mind, he realized, a specialty of the Plum Blossom Palace. A space completely severed from the outside. "I can't believe I'm seeing a technique I've only heard of in legends." A part of him felt truly important, yet he was gripped by extreme anxiety. Ignoring his turmoil, Osa Ragnar Brigis smirked. "He must be furious. But who can stop me from giving a gift?" Her smug confidence was undeniable. Hearing her cryptic words, he could only stammer back, "A gift?" Seeing Theo Ragnar was still lost, Osa Ragnar Brigis slowly unsheathed her sharp blade and spoke once more. "His sword is powerful, like the very breath of a dragon descending upon the world." Then, she swung her sword with overwhelming force, unleashing a power that could incinerate everything to ash. The space transformed instantly. The darkness vanished, replaced by a brilliant pink glow from plum blossoms falling from above. But Osa Ragnar Brigis declared proudly, "However, I am different. I've woven countless variations into my own sword." The contrast between them was clear. As Theo Ragnar gazed at the dreamlike scene, he began to understand. His expression filled with awe. Her enchanting voice echoed, "The dragon that I chase." Water rippled as Osa Ragnar Brigis stepped forward, continuing, "is one that holds every possible variation within it." Then, she began a graceful sword dance across the water's surface, surrounded by falling petals. Each movement, though beautiful, carried a deadly, razor-sharp intent. Watching this, Theo Ragnar's astonishment and respect for Osa Ragnar Brigis's training deepened. This was a level of mastery she couldn't have achieved in just a day or two. Her sword rose high once more, radiating a solemn power in the spring-like air. She declared, all in a single breath. Her slender figure stood amidst the divine scenery. She lowered her blade, closing her eyes with a faint smile as she added, "I call it Plum Blossom First Form, Dance of 1,000 Petals." Osa Ragnar Brigis's sharp eyes glinted as she smiled, but it carried an indescribable weight behind it. Theo Ragnar was completely humbled by the magnificent performance. His fists clenched, trembling with emotion. This was not jealousy, but pure, unyielding admiration for her skill. He thought, impossible. In one breath, she executed 120 steps and strikes. Even a true dragon would fall back before her swordplay. Shaking off his reverie, a brilliant smile lit up his handsome face. "If I could merge what I just saw into my own sword style, and release it all at once." Theo Ragnar then spoke his thoughts aloud. "I don't know if I could ever achieve such a feat." Hearing him, Osa Ragnar Brigis simply bowed her head with a soft laugh and replied, "If you saw it clearly, then you already know." The moment she spoke, the sky turned a grim, foreboding gray. A fierce wind swept the petals away, shocking everyone. As if channeling her power, she looked directly at Theo Ragnar, adding with supreme arrogance, "If you wish to see more." Then Osa Ragnar Brigis declared with a confident air, "Then come find me anytime you wish." The atmosphere froze solid. No one could process her audacious words. As expected, with the performance over, their conversation drew to a close. Osa Ragnar Brigus dissolved into a flurry of red petals, leaving behind a final piece of encouragement. I expect you to become a new wind for this palace. He looked up, feeling as if everything had been a fleeting dream. A satisfied smile grew on Theo Ragnar's face as he vowed to himself, "This gift is too immense to simply ignore." His thoughts became tangled. Could I truly be a disciple of the Plum Blossom Palace and a member of the White Dragon Knights at the same time? I'll worry about that after the second ceremony. 3 days later, near the northern fortress in the Winter Mountains, the second blooming ceremony was about to begin, amidst a thick, unceasing downfall of snow. But everyone was still chatting happily. The Winter Mountain range is immense, stretching from our citadel to the Demon Sea. A deep voice continued, "We must protect humanity from that cursed land, the Demon Sea, a monster-infested land beyond the great city for 1,000 years." This was expected. The proctor for this second trial was none other than high-rank swordsman, Jackie Ragnar. His voice continued to echo with an explanation. "One day, all of you must take on this role. That is why this place was chosen for the second ceremony." He stood on a high cliff, addressing all the assembled candidates. "However, since you are still cadets, you cannot enter the Demon Sea. The test area is confined within the Great Wall, so do not cross the boundary into the Demon Sea." The hundreds gathered there didn't dare speak, listening intently. In that moment, they shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" Jackie Ragnar's gaze was deep, his brow furrowed with authority as he stated the challenge. The contents of this test are simple. His hand held up a single bell as an example in the grim atmosphere. He explained, "For the next 15 days, hunt monsters from the Winter Mountains and collect 10 bells from their necks." Then he added, "The bells will be red, orange, yellow, green, and blue, indigo and violet, making 7 colors in total. The higher the spectrum, the more valuable the bell, and the stronger the monster. Be warned, the monsters with violet bells are likely ones you cannot possibly defeat." At this, Jackie Ragnar flashed a savage smile, a clear threat to choose wisely. But of course, they are also worth the most points. Among the candidates, some were anxious, others sneered, but Theo Ragnar was different. He listened with grave intensity, absorbing every detail of Jackie Ragnar's booming words. "You may do whatever is necessary, using any means required, so long as you bring the bells here when the test concludes." He carefully began to form his plan. With no rules against it, they could steal bells or even prey from each other. "He is openly encouraging us to kill one another." An absolute chill flashed in Theo Ragnar's eyes. But only the fittest will survive. For a Ragnar, the trial was truly beginning as Jackie produced a watch. He held the countdown timer before them. "One final notice, we have placed numerous totems to keep the worst of the monsters out. Essential supplies are buried in these safe zones, so use them intelligently." Not keeping them waiting, Jackie Ragnar nodded and roared, "Now, the test begins." At his word, the crowd dispersed. Everyone vanished in an instant, seeking the test items, desperate to get this trial over with. Sabiri ran with a cheerful smirk, feeling victory was already his in this 15-day exam. "I must prioritize securing supplies first, then I will go and support young Master Theo." Elsewhere, Huxley Lancaster smiled with pure excitement as the trial began. "This is going to be fun." This left Erica beside him completely speechless. Arson, tense, ran while recalling his uncle's words. Epsilon had said, "Remember the plan, Arson. This place will soon become Theo's tomb." As he recalled this, a spark of hatred lit his eyes, vowing to win at any cost. He began to accelerate, moving faster than the others. In another location, Theo Ragnar also prepared to begin the trial, speaking to himself, "I suppose I should get started." But he didn't notice the footsteps behind him, when suddenly a solemn voice called out, "Young Master Theo." This stopped him in his tracks. He turned to see it was Remington Nacio. "You said we were friends, correct?" Looking at the armored figure, he was stunned and asked, "What is it?" At that moment, the boy's gaze turned intensely serious. It seemed to glow in the heavy snowfall as he spoke softly. "After 3 days of deep thought, I realized I see you as a friend, and I also see you as a rival, so I have become greedy." The air between them seemed to freeze solid as Remington Nacio spoke his next words, "I want to surpass you." Upon hearing this declaration, coming from someone as sincere as Remington Nacio, Theo Ragnar was absolutely shocked, but he just let out a slight smirk, recalling their past battle as he calmly shared his own thoughts. "I understand that feeling. I've also considered it carefully." Finally, Theo Ragnar replied, "As a friend and as a rival." This caused the boy to laugh loudly, clutching his chest as he let go of his unease. During that moment, he admitted, "What a relief. I thought I was the only one who felt that way." Determination burned in Remington Nacio's eyes as he added, "And that is precisely why I cannot afford to lose. I only came to tell you that." His earnest voice made Theo Ragnar smile, and he cheered the boy on. "Good luck." With that, Remington Nacio vanished in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported to the test site. But the thought of being Wellington's target thrilled him. He smirked. Could this be any more fun? Yet, a strange feeling lingered. He feigned calm, his mind racing. This is truly exciting. I must grow stronger. For now, I'll set everything else aside. Theo Ragnar clicked his tongue with a faint smirk, thinking, time to push emotions aside. A black orb materialized in his palm, pulsing with immense power, fueling his excitement. First, I need to find the dragon's nest. This compass is designed to lead its holder there. The shadowy black needle slowly turned, emitting an otherworldly glow. It pointed to a cave in a frozen mountain range, its blue light a beacon in the blizzard. Through the raging, endless blizzard, Theo Ragnar trudged on, following the compass. It has to be somewhere around here. Clutching the glowing compass, he wondered, but I can't believe it's buried under all this snow. He stood atop a deep field of snow. The compass glowed even brighter, forcing a thought. Do I have to dig through all this? His face filled with disbelief. He glared at the compass, muttering, if I'd known, I'd have come prepared. Using my sword to dig is absurd. The sword at his hip seemed to hum with displeasure at the idea. After a moment, Theo Ragnar made his choice. Fine. I won't use it as a shovel. He gripped its hilt, ready to draw. In the next instant, he unleashed a single slash, shattering everything before him, including the snow. His gaze was serious, yet he spoke casually. A blade strike. With a sword, a single swing carved a deep chasm in the earth. Theo Ragnar commanded coldly, show yourselves now. From behind an ice wall, a scarred, fierce face emerged. With a twisted grin, he asked, when did you first notice us? He continued, I thought we were being perfectly discreet. A look of contemplation crossed Theo's face. From behind the man, two of his lackeys stepped forward, appearing before Theo Ragnar. They were the three thugs of Buck Mountain, Tall and Shorty. Shorty, the stout one with a sword, complained, see? I told you that you were being too loud. Beside him, Tall replied, we're so screwed. I think he's way stronger than we thought. However, Shorty couldn't care less. He flashed a menacing grin, his greeting dripping with contempt. A pleasure to finally meet you. People told stories about the three Buck Mountain thugs, how they'd pose as victims and then slaughter civilians. They were an unfortunate side effect of the Ragnar clan's own expansionist ambitions. Recalling the scent of death, Theo thought, I can never forget the Buck Mountain massacre. Back then, I was the one who worked with Huck Sion on that case. He remembered the land of sorrow, covered in ominous crows. He thought grimly, so I know better than anyone just how horrific it truly was. Official records stated 761 dead and 220 missing. The most shocking detail, the victims were unidentifiable because their heads had been completely crushed. That painful memory made Theo's breath hitch. Anger simmering, he recalled his old plan. I intended to deal with them someday, when my rage was no longer a liability. But to think I'd run into them like this, and they've been tailing me this whole time. Breaking the silence, Theo finally spoke. Sword in hand, he asked. Did Asian pay you well to follow me? The two in the back barely registered his words. Huh? Shorty scoffed loudly. You think we'd let ourselves be manipulated by your little classmates? Their answer was confusing, so Theo pressed on. So, no? Of course not, they yelled, charging at him with insults. He raised his sword, ready for battle. A mere pawn like you could never comprehend it. But then, something clicked. He fell silent, then uttered a single name. Elder Sai? Hearing his guess, the men completely lost their composure. Stunned by his accuracy, the swordsman froze. How? Another stammered foolishly from behind. It was already too late. How could he possibly know? They wondered. Across the snowfield, Theo simply stated his conclusion. It was obvious from your own words. The test proctor isn't here, which means he's colluding with you. One of them sneered. Look at you. Pretty sharp intuition. His thuggish face showed worry as he whispered a question. Are we in trouble? The leader just smirked. It doesn't matter. He's a dead man anyway. He then raised his sharp blade. Pointing his sword directly at Theo, he roared, I get the greatest thrill from crushing pretty faces like yours. Theo merely looked at him with contempt. Without a word, Theo drew his own sword. His aura exploded, manifesting a fearsome dragon that rushed them as he shot back. Then I'll break every bone in your bodies." Seeing the dragon manifest before them, pure terror was etched onto their faces. The dragon's charge was so blindingly fast, the man couldn't even react, letting out a single gasp before the ground shattered and everything exploded into dust. Amidst the swirling dust, Theo's cold gaze pierced through. He mocked them softly. "I have no desire to be like you." His power had already dispatched the three thugs. In an instant, their heads flew from their shoulders, blood spraying into the air. It was the same treatment they gave his villagers, leaving no survivors to tell the tale. So instead of smashing your heads to pieces, I decided to leave them intact. The sword in Theo's hand was the key to this incredible surge of power. After 3 days of analyzing the Skyfall Blossom technique, the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace showed me, he thought. I can finally execute it 3 times in a row. Standing amidst the dust, he sheathed his sword and muttered to himself. I can adapt it in various ways, using detours, curves, and circular paths. Any path works. But I can't perform it 120 consecutive times like the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace. Glancing around for a moment, he picked up one of the severed heads. After disposing of their bodies, with a swift, decisive motion, he tossed their heads into the deep chasm. I need to find a way underground, he thought. Just as he turned to leave, a strange light and an odd sound from behind caught his attention. Huh? What was that sound? At the cliff's edge, he peered down at the bloodstains in the snow and stared in disbelief. This is? He hesitated, his voice full of doubt. A secret, invisible staircase? A hidden quest appeared. Find the invisible staircase and explore the Azure Cave. In a flash, Theo leaped down, grinning. Here's the entrance. Inside a warm hall, a conference was underway, discussing Aslan's performance record. One of them spoke up. Aslan Ragnar is currently ranked first. He's caught 41 demons with a team of 21. Seated at the head of the table, Julius then asked, "And what about Theo Ragnar?" An aide standing by respectfully checked the data. "Ah, Theo Ragnar." The voice continued, 0 demons captured, and 0 allies made. The commander of the White Dragon Knights was stunned. What? Beside him, an equally disbelieving Elsa asked for confirmation. Is that a maybe? Or a certainty? The hesitant, frightened reply came back. Yes, sir. Hearing this, an elder across the table spoke. Just because he excelled in round 1 doesn't mean he'll do so in round 2. Perhaps he lacks the resolve for a real battle, he said, before letting out a loud laugh. Especially for a bastard child. Another elder gloated, agreeing. It seems those thugs are doing their jobs quite well, don't you think? Wolfgang's gaze fell on the cold and silent Etruscan. He sat with his hands steepled, thinking, silent throughout the entire meeting. Wolfgang couldn't help but wonder, could the elder be involved in this? An amused look spread across Wolfgang's face, revealing 3 ghastly scars running down his chin. Oh, that's right. I couldn't tell you beforehand. But well, now you've seen for yourself. It's all been taken care of, so rest easy. That condescending smile made Etruscan freeze for a moment. He remained silent, but rage boiled within him at Wolfgang's unauthorized actions. His fury peaked, a vein throbbing visibly on his temple. He glared at the old man, seething. Damn it, that crazy geezer acts without asking. Quickly regaining his composure, Etruscan thought, after taking the Camellia Palace, I'll investigate the Rose Palace. Still, the Elder Dragon's artifact was nowhere in sight. But his sharp eyes searched for other angles. That brat Theo must have it. His hands clenched so hard, veins pulsed on his skin. Julius's face darkened. He had a lead on the Rose Palace's artifact. I'll kill him after getting that clue. After a moment, he planned to report to Osa. Then, his attention shifted to someone behind him. He startled, realizing the tension. It was Lady Osa of the Plum Blossom Palace. Ragnar Blunos nodded, whispering to Julius. He said the elder and secretary are definitely plotting. We need to establish a safety net. But the firm reply didn't surprise her. She had always trusted and watched over Theo Ragnar. He clenched his fist, speaking his mind. Theo is not one to fall so easily. He's surely caught up in something. Interfering with the test now would be pointless. Then, Julius's hesitant voice was heard. Soon after, he exploded with rage, turning to accuse her. Osa, I can't forgive you for meeting Theo behind my back. Meanwhile, she just gave a provocative smile. Speaking of which, Theo's feelings are what truly matter. Right? Inside the cave, skeletal zombies began to crawl from the ground. They burst from the snow, terrifying Theo Ragnar. Their jaws hung open, revealing nothing but bone. But after a moment, he remained fearless. He spoke to them with cold disdain. The mental traps here are quite powerful. A normal person would surely go insane. But after the White Light Sword's trial, This is nothing. They froze, their efforts utterly useless. He touched a stone wall, and a bright light flared. Memories returned, and he spoke. Ah, I had no idea the compass was leading me here. He simply used his power to shout, and the stone wall behind him split open. This is spirit, a special power. It uses mana to expand one's senses beyond physical limits. He watched the dawn through the stone window. Theo's feet moved forward on pure instinct. Okay, this is the path. A pale yellow light filled the space, glowing on his face. He couldn't hide his joy, guessing to himself. This is the hatchling's nest. People say that 3 years from now, before a glowing tower, he thought. This is where Huxion will find the hatchling and that legendary item. Theo stopped before the enormous door and tilted his head back to look up. He briefly pitied Huxion, then pushed the thought away. I do feel bad for Huxion, but I have to get it first, he shouted. Ammon Esgrima. Deep within, a dragon awakened. Its eyes sensed an intruder in its domain. They snapped open with terrifying awareness. Seeing the mountain of gold, Theo Ragnar gasped. Then he saw the massive creature sleeping on it. He couldn't believe his eyes. This isn't a hatchling's nest, is it? The gold here was truly endless. It was hundreds of times his size. Looking up, Theo grew anxious. Is this an elder dragon's lair? But his voice seemed to stir the beast. He feared the dragon would open its eyes and spot him. He wouldn't make it out alive. Cowering in fear, he thought to himself, this is bad. Fighting a dragon? Forget Ammon's relic. I'll die right here. Pure terror flooded his gaze. Why is it here instead of the hatchling? Was Huxion's intel false, or is it because I'm 3 years early? Theo silently backed away, hoping for a peaceful retreat. He whispered to himself as he moved. I never expected this. I have to leave. No matter how scared I am, I must escape. He turned toward the door, cursing his past life's Huxion. So unlucky. But I will return, and it will be before Huxion. But he didn't know that behind him, massive eyes glowed in the dark, as if to incinerate his retreating form. A moment later, Theo noticed and spun around, his senses on high alert. The great dragon, Ammon Grimo, was now awake. It slowly rose and drew closer. Its gaze swept over Theo, making him flinch. After a moment, the dragon opened its sharp-toothed maw. It could devour him in an instant. Its breath billowed out like smoke as it spoke. It has been a long time since one has chosen to appear. This was the legendary ancient dragon, Red Brock, rumored to rest upon a mountain of gold, a sight that defied all imagination. The dragon slowly introduced herself. My name is Red Brock. Her voice rumbled, deep and ancient. I am the one the Ragnar clan calls their guardian dragon, and I am the master of Winter Mountain. The words left Theo stunned. This was really Red Brock? Snapping back to reality, Theo immediately prostrated himself. Greetings to you, my ancestor. Red Brock, however, simply stared at him, confused by his formal greeting. Ancestor? She questioned with a puzzled tone. Theo anxiously searched for the right words to explain. The guardian dragon was partner to my ancestor, Sigurd, and you are the mother of Free Drift, are you not? Understanding dawned in her eyes, followed by a soft sigh, before she flatly denied his claim. It seems that fool, Free Drift, has been spreading nonsense. Red Brock's eyes blazed like molten gold. She explained slowly, Sigurd and I were indeed partners, but it was merely a sign of respect for a false pact. He gave his very soul, but no such feelings existed between us. She sighed, then questioned Theo directly. Besides, humans and dragons cannot reproduce together, can they? Hearing this, Theo slowly rose to his feet. He lifted his chin to face the massive dragon. So, does that mean my family's dragon blood is just a lie? In response to his desperate question, Red Brock paused. No, she finally said. That is not entirely untrue. Through my pact with Sigurd, the dragon blood is as much his as it is mine. But that answer only created more questions for Theo. Then the Ragnar family, he began to ask. Before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off sharply. The greetings are over. But then, Red Brock let out a true dragon's breath. Smoke poured from her maw like volcanic heat as she spoke again. Soon, I will fulfill my duty as a guardian to the one who has been chosen. Bathed in the golden mountain's glow, her terrifying silhouette revealed only a pair of piercing eyes. She stared down at the trembling Theo and declared, From this moment on, I, Red Brock, shall honor the original pact, and allow the chosen one to pass my trial by answering 3 questions. Theo stared at the massive form before him. Theo breathed an internal sigh of relief, smiling to himself. So, there was no need to fight after all? Thank the heavens. His goal was to lead the Ragnar family, and to do that, He had to learn everything about his lineage. This was his chance to uncover all their secrets. Elsewhere, Asian battled a monstrous beast. He leaped into the air and roared, "Power of the 10,000 dragons!" With a single, devastating blow, he felled the beast that was 100 times his size. He had successfully claimed the blue bell. Asian bent down to retrieve his prize, a smirk on his face. He would be the victor. "This makes 57, he mused, holding the bell. He carelessly tossed it to one of his lackeys and asked, "So, what is Theo Ragnar scheming?" One of them stepped forward. There is still no word on his location. It was Orion Gardner, a member of Asian's faction. He raised a hand dismissively, eager to please Asian with his taunts. Perhaps he's too scared to even face the monsters? This sycophant only knew how to cling to the strong. Defeating a beast like that is nothing for Lord Asian. He's the real deal. I must stick with him no matter what. He continued his mockery of Theo. Even if he's stronger now, he'll always be that same idiot. But his words failed to please Asian. In a flash, Asian's hand seized the fool's throat. Agony shot through Orion's body as he trembled with fear, unable to process what was happening. Tears streamed down his face as Asian lifted him effortlessly. Standing in the snow, Asian delivered his threat. "You've never known true strength, so you couldn't possibly understand. Have you ever seen me fear anything? When you have absolute power, you fear nothing." His eyes blazed with a cold fury. Veins bulged on his furious face as he demanded, "What are you really scheming?" His grip tightened, making Orion choke. Gagging for air, Orion stammered out a denial. "I'm not. I'm sorry." Suddenly, Estroivan's secretary appeared. He panted heavily as he delivered the news. "My apologies, Lord Asian. A message from the Director of Central Intelligence." In other words, Troivan's message was simple. Execute the plan. Now. All while his hand still gripped Orion's neck. Released, he crashed to the ground, clutching his neck and gasping for breath. Ignoring it all, Archon coolly replied to his secretary, "I understand. So tell him to stay out of my way." His anger was palpable. Hand tightening on his sword, he growled out each word. "Because the one who wants Theo dead most is me. Attack him on sight." Elsewhere, Theo stroked his chin, lost in a perplexing thought. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze chillingly cold as he spoke. "I will ask the first question." But while everyone was serious, the dragon Rodbrok seemed bored to death. She lay sprawled out, sighing with a long, drawn-out yawn. "You're finally asking. I was getting so bored of waiting," she continued. "What is it you wish to know?" Theo answered at once. "Why are you here?" Her eyes opened to a mere slit, yet a formidable threat lurked within them. "Are you asking basic questions to uncover the hidden truth of your past?" A fine question. Then, suddenly, the dragon's eyes blazed with light. She answered slowly, "The reason I am here." Rodbrok's grave tone sent a shiver of dread through Theo. Her eyes distant, recalling a memory, she gave her answer, "Is because of a monster at the edge of the world, the overlord of nothingness." Taking a deep breath, she began to rise. "I have been here for 1,000 years, tasked with protecting this world." Her next words echoed, "The Winter Mountain is nothing but a rumor," just as he suspected. His intuition had been right all along. He stared into her blazing eyes, a thought forming in his mind. That feeling he sensed from Rodbrok's eyes a moment ago. There was no mistaking it. To think such a powerful dragon could harbor that emotion. It was fear. Theo couldn't believe a being of her immense power was afraid. The overlord of nothingness. An entity that could frighten an ancient dragon who has reigned for over 1,000 years. Clenching his trembling fist, he thought to himself, "I want to ask about that, but there's something more important I must learn first." Once more, Theo raised his head to meet Rodbrok's gaze. "My second question is, what is the ancient dragon's relic?" She considered it, but knew little. "There are 3 relics in total, but I know little about them." "It seems you are quite fortunate." Theo's eyes widened. He asked again, hesitantly, 3 in total? Connecting the pieces from his memories, he wondered. One was in the Camellia Palace's dungeon, another was the White Moonbeam's sword. So what was the last one? As if recalling a distant memory, Rodbrok gazed at the falling snow and spoke. "The ancient dragon's relic, Pabnia, is its very soul, split into 31 fragments and granted to humans to protect you from the overlord of nothingness. The ancient dragon's relic can take any form. It could be an item, an experience, or even an unexplainable phenomenon." It was then that everything clicked for Theo. His eyes shot open as he realized. So that's it. The answer was the final relic. A thought sparked in Theo Ragnar's mind. Due to an unknown factor, you have returned to a point of regression. That intangible phenomenon, reliving 25 years of his life, was his regression. An unprecedented confusion washed over him. He speculated nervously. It was me. If this happened because of the ancient dragon's Pabnia, then everything made sense. He lowered his head, lost in thought. But something was off. A dragon always appears to protect the ancient dragon's relic, but that didn't happen during my regression. And so, he hesitantly asked, "May I ask my final question?" Standing tall before Rodbrok, Theo looked her straight in the eye and asked with resolve, "Why did the relic choose me? Why?" he wondered. Would the relic choose someone as talentless as him to fight the overlord of nothingness? However, she didn't answer right away. After a slow exhale, she spoke. "I will answer your question with another question. What makes you think you are the only one the relic has chosen?" Her wide eyes startled him. Theo's expression filled with even greater confusion as his mind raced. "I'm not the only one the relic chose." He was lost in his own world of thought. Ed Kazan, the Black Dragon, they knew about the relics and sought to collect them. If the relic also chose them, they must have seen similar messages and also regressed. His hands clenched as his thoughts deepened. He had taken one step closer to the world's truth, only for everything to become more tangled, not clearer. An overlord that even an ancient dragon fears. And now, the existence of other regressors besides himself. Seeing Theo lost in thought, Rodbrok's voice cut through his musings. "I have now answered all three of your questions. My duty is complete. Therefore, I will grant you your reward." As if waking from a trance, Theo focused his attention. "That's right, I came here for Amon's relic." Though many questions remained, Theo began to regain his composure. "But I've changed my mind. I must obtain something far more important." A new, unexpected desire now burned within him. He wanted more than a normal life, something no mere item could compare to. And the system responded. "You've cleared the hidden quest. The ancient dragon's hoard is your reward." Rhodope motioned to the mountains of gold. "You see before you," she boasted, "treasures from every corner of the world. Anything you pick is worth more than you can fathom." Sitting on gold like it was dust, she made a grand offer. "Choose whatever you desire, and it is yours." With an unsettling smile, she repeated the offer from high above. "So, what do you desire?" He answered without hesitation. "I want Rhodope," he roared. The air went still as the dragon's eyes flew wide open in disbelief. She couldn't believe what she just heard. Was this a joke? No. After processing Theo's declaration, Rhodope laughed, an amusing jest. Disregarding his serious tone, she asked again as if he hadn't spoken. "Now, tell me what you truly desire." But Theo stood his ground, completely unshaken. While Rhodope loomed over him, he met her blazing gaze and repeated his demand. "I already have." Her eyes widened into a threatening glare. "You are not joking?" His fearless gaze met hers. Realizing he was serious, she beat her wings, and the cavern trembled. As if trying to blast away his absurd claim, she lunged, her jaw unhinging as she gathered her power. One breath could have consumed him. "Insolence!" Rhodope's fury erupted, her voice a low growl of pure rage. "You dare try to claim my treasure and wisdom with a cheap pun?" Her power began to rip Theo apart, but he endured it, groaning in agony as his body was crushed. Yet his mind remained sharp. The dragon's fear. I have to withstand it. He knew he wouldn't survive the next assault, so he unleashed his own power in defiance. Lesser Drake's fear. The sky itself bled crimson. Rhodope spread her wings, looking down in disdain. "Foolish. You think a lesser Drake's fear can oppose me?" Theo's body was already drenched in blood. Wounded and broken, he still managed to roar back at her. "The guardian dragon has spoken, that I may take any treasure from your hoard." "Did you ever say Rhodope wasn't a treasure?" Theo schemed silently. This was a gamble, a bet for his very life. But the reward would be worth it. Staring right at her, his thoughts raced. Rhodope, the guardian dragon, founder of Clan Ragnar with the great Sigurd. What better proof of lineage than becoming her chosen one? Blood vessels strained in Theo's eyes. But behind the pain was unbreakable resolve. He wouldn't repeat the past. He stood firm in his conviction. "I cannot miss this chance," he roared, his voice cracking. "I ask for Rhodope. You made a promise upon your sacred blade." Theo's feet were rooted to the spot, his stance unyielding. He spread his arms wide, ignoring the blood streaming from his wounds. "Stand by my side." Theo's unwavering determination stunned her. Suddenly, she saw the image of another in him. After a moment, she sighed, her hoarse voice echoing. "Fine. I accept." Theo couldn't believe how quickly she agreed. Then, smoke billowed from the dragon's form, slowly coalescing into a human shape before his very eyes. From the smoke emerged a stunning figure. Her attire was revealing, yet exuded a dangerous, bewitching allure. "You've certainly piqued my interest," Rhodope said, a smile gracing her newfound human form. I shall grant you one chance. Descending gracefully, she met his stare with a radiant, proud smile. Captivated by my beauty? I understand. But remember, I am over 2,000 years old. He watched her every gesture with unease. Great guardian dragon, he began hesitantly. But in truth, his eyes were fixed on the gaping hole in her chest. Your chest? He stammered. She followed his gaze. Ah, this? She mused, her expression suddenly hardening as she looked down at the gaping wound. Her long nails gently traced the wound's edge. My heart, she explained softly, was stolen 55 years ago, and so, I am simply waiting to die. At most, I have 3 years. She recounted her grim situation. Because of this, I cannot even leave this horde. In other words, I am unable to help you directly. She raised a single, long-nailed finger. So, I will ask you one last time. Her eyes bored into his. Do you still wish to take me as your prize? At her words, Theo smiled. Everything was going exactly as planned. Gazing up at Red Brock on her pile of gold, his resolve was absolute as he answered. My answer is the same. I choose you, Red Brock, as my reward. A system window appeared. You have acquired the guardian dragon of Ragnar, Red Brock, as a reward. She smiled with her eyes closed. How foolish, she never expected this. But perhaps that is the mark of the chosen one. The system announced again. The title, Guardian Dragon's Special One, has been created, and the title Descendant of the Progenitor has been created. Theo then spoke his vow aloud. I will become much stronger, and gather more relics of the primordial dragon. The system continued. A soul link with Red Brock has been formed. You have received a massive amount of experience points. Theo added, I will find what you lost, something to replace your heart. He looked at the gaping hole in her chest and declared, one of the primordial dragon's relics must have a similar function. The system announced, you have leveled up, he continued. At least I must be worthy of the title, Guardian Dragon's Special One. She smiled warmly and replied, take good care of me, my new Special One. Looking down at the small figure of Theo, Red Brock's voice resounded. However, I must explain something to you. I cannot leave this place. Until you find a solution and return, I shall enter a state of slumber. Then, she held up a glowing, sky-blue book and continued speaking. There is something I need you to do. In the blink of an eye, her slender form shot toward him so fast he couldn't react. She pressed the book to his chest and gave an order. To form a true soul link, read this and awaken your mind's gate. You will accomplish this within 1 month. There's simple food around the nest, so take your time. Holding the book, a system message popped up. You have received a bonus reward. The Grimoire of Aemon. The system described the Book of Aemon, the Hidden One. It contains magical principles related to a sacred sound, an echo from the dawn of time, encompassing all the strange truths of the universe. Seeing this, he thought, the Grimoire of Aemon is an amazing reward, but reading this entire book will take far too long. Theo had to question Red Brock. 1 month? What do you mean? She looked at him, then replied coldly. That's how long it takes to start awakening your mind's gate. What? Is there a problem with that? But his situation was dire, forcing him to press the issue. The second phase of the awakening ceremony is starting. The test only lasts 15 days. I have less than that left. Can I return after the test is finished? Her cold eyes glowed in the silent space as her only reply. After a moment's thought, she sat on a mirror, crossing her legs. A compromise could be reached. Then came the cruel twist as her voice boomed. But I will not allow it. She smirked. Surprised? Red Brock's charming smile vanished, replaced by a look of cunning and contempt. She watched him, curious how he'd handle this. Just letting you go isn't interesting at all. Open your mind's gate before Phase 2 concludes. Her voice echoed. Until that time, you're not going anywhere. Her words struck him like lightning. In truth, he only had 13 days until Phase 2 ended. 310 hours. At a magnificent castle shrouded in snow, 3 days before Round 2. The Intelligence Bureau. Inside a room, Troy Van quietly opened a box and said to Asian, as you know, the totems can create safe zones against danger thanks to the monster-calling stones inside. He held up a jet-black orb. When their energy is amplified, not a single monster dares to come near. This is actually Red Brock's heart. He held it carefully. He caressed it gently, then suddenly crushed it to pieces. But if you just shatter it like this, as the fragments dissolved into smoke, he slowly extended his hand and explained, you can summon monsters whenever you want. He thought about his plan after crushing Red Brock's heart. He would attract hordes of monsters, The goal of round 2 is to earn points by killing them, so that kid must go hunting. In the silent room, Asian stepped forward. I see, uncle. You want me to use this to lure that bastard Theo into a trap, correct? But Ep Troy Van grew quiet upon hearing his words. Yes, but it's not enough. We can't simply lure him in for the kill. We'd learn nothing about Gonghua Hong's relic that way. Asian smiled calmly, full of confidence. Then can I interrogate him before finishing him off? Ep Troy Van considered this, then replied with disdain. You should know your place. His next words echoed. Their power levels are not far apart. Brute force alone won't work on him. That mocking voice made his blood boil. Veins bulged on his face. He couldn't believe his uncle's words. Ignoring Asian's fury, Ed calmly explained to his nephew, he only knows strength, not strategy. But he also has a sentimental side, so use the people who follow him, those brats from the 4th training ground. His low voice echoed, if you use them as hostages, it'll be much easier to get information about the relic. Every word was like salt in his wound. Asked to resort to an ambush, he clenched his trembling fist in rage, but could do nothing but agree. Do you understand now? Deep within the snow-covered forest, Asian, ranked first with 860 points, sat upon a slain beast. That was the plan, but unexpectedly, he wasn't just hunting monsters. He still hadn't shown up. Now, only 12 hours remained in the second round. Glancing towards the woods, he cursed. What a waste of time. I even planted my men among the judges. A subordinate approached Asian. Maybe the council's hounds already got to him. He continued. Otherwise, why hasn't he appeared? This was an apprentice from the Plum Blossom Palace. Theo Ragnar, ranked 7th in the second round with 446 points. Suddenly, Asian's eyes flashed as he stared coldly at the fool. Is this the shallow thinking of a Plum Blossom prospect? No wonder their lady favors Theo more. Startled, Phillips yelled in anger. What did you say? He cursed silently. That's why I'm helping him catch Theo, yet he uses it to mock me. Fear crossed his face as he bit his lip. He could only glare helplessly at the bastard before him. Across from him, Asian stood with a sneer. Whatever. I wasn't expecting much anyway. A chilling, cruel smile spread across his face as he spoke. If you insist on hiding, he added, his gaze turning ice cold, then I'll give you a reason to come out. A shiver ran down everyone's spine. Then he ordered, all Dragon Scale Society and Plum Blossom members, turning to leave. Asian drew his sword, his eyes filled with an abnormal glint. It was a look of obsession, resentment, and pure hatred as he addressed them. The hunt begins now. We will hunt every member of the 4th training ground until he appears. Unbeknownst to them, Jazarna, ranked 3rd with 561 points, was hiding behind a tree. She had overheard his entire plan. Elsewhere, the shriek of a mid-tier snow lizard echoed. It rang out across the snow. The members of the 4th training ground cheered their successful kill. We took down a mid-tier monster. The cheers continued. We have to tell young Master Theo about this. They were Sibinri, ranked 68th with 31 points. Iad Naran, 53rd with 52 points. And Banat Ramiro, 62nd with 36 points. Holding a golden bell, Shibin stood with a hand on his hip. But there are only 12 hours left in the round. Where could young Master Theo be? We saved so many items for him, Iad replied cheerfully. He's probably aiming for a much bigger target, unlike us just scraping by for points day by day. Shibin replied excitedly, you might be right. We only have to survive to pass, anyway. The ranking is just a bonus. He clutched his chest, adding, but I'd still love to see the young master take first place. He promised he would call my name this time. Banat grimaced nearby, retorting, he made the same promise to me. Without warning, a sword pierced through Shibin's chest like lightning. The others couldn't react. Blood poured from the wound endlessly. It stained the white ground crimson. The attacker was none other than Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 173 points. The man Asian nearly choked to death now stood there arrogantly, sneering. How pathetic. His filthy boot stomped down on Shibin's body. Iad finally reacted, screaming, Shibin! Banat also yelled, Dragon Scale Society, what is this? Orion raised his bloody sword. Try using those little heads of yours. To lure out the master, you beat his dogs first. After all, we just want to see young Master Theo sooner, so don't hate us too much. Their fates remained uncertain. Meanwhile, in Roadbrock's lair, she watched Theo. He learned to control his power and mind so quickly. She couldn't help but praise him aloud. This is surprising. She spoke her thoughts. You truly opened your mind's eye in just half a month. A system window appeared. You have grasped a portion of the magical principles in Ammon's grimoire. A new skill is being created. Theo's harsh training had finally paid off. He thought, at least the information I overheard in my past life is useful. Absorbing Ammon's grimoire required immense magic. His body was still battered from the recent rage of Roadbrock. But now, potent magic surged within him, bringing a cold smirk to his face. With a dragon's heart and a mana core, my learning speed is naturally doubled. He arrogantly declared it too simple. The system replaced the skill due to low stats. Then, another message. Hatchling synchronization. C rank. The power to telepathically read and control minds. Watching the process, George Brock sighed. As my other half, this is expected. The basics are now complete. You must master the rest yourself. Her words made Theo smile. Her voice then echoed. Once you upgrade, you will automatically hear my voice. She hesitated, then looked at him. You will borrow the power of Roadbrock. He felt both joy and anxiety, the power his ancestor once wielded. Before leaving, she added, of course, it depends on my recovery. Do not forget, I have 3 years at most. Theo clenched his fist, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry. I will fulfill my mission. Seeing the vibrant, spirited human boy before her, Roadbrock could only watch. As he forged his own path to success, a radiant smile bloomed on her face. She raised her hand, unleashing her power. Everything vanished into blue light, followed by an announcement. And so, I declare the primordial covenant complete. Theo was completely stunned. Through the mist, Roadbrock smiled at Theo. I look forward to next time. My new partner, 1 in 1,000 years. Back on the surface, Theo exhaled and started walking. Good news. I've paired with Roadbrock. Bad news. I've hunted nothing for the awakening ritual. He grimaced, mocking himself. And with only 12 hours left, I'm making things harder for myself. Treading on the snow, he desperately searched his mind for a strategy. Even grinding monsters for half a day won't get me first place. There's only one way left. His mind suddenly formed a new plan. Steal the bell. He recalled. Last time, Asian took first place. I'm sure this life is no different. He concluded that defeating him meant winning the game. But after all his planning, Theo mumbled to himself. Easier said than done, though. A sudden rustling from the forest behind him caught his attention. He spun around. A blood-covered figure emerged, speaking, Found you. Theo stared back, confused. Over there, his voice rang out. Ryagna, what happened to you? Was it a monster attack? Covered in blood, she struggled forward. Seeing her gasp for air, Theo asked, How could a monster hurt you this badly? His eyes scanned her injuries. Sword wounds. Was she attacked by a person? Theo watched, stunned, as Ray staggered closer. What on earth happened? She could only reply in fragments. Later. First, head west. Suddenly, Ray collapsed, but he managed to catch her. Clasping her cooling hand, the system prompted, Use hatchling synchronization skill. Thoughts hidden in the sword will be conveyed. Suddenly, Ryagna's memories flooded his mind. Reading memories of swordmaster Ryagna, he saw Asian's group talking. What about Theo? Still no sign of him? But after all, we've done. He'll show up soon, right? We've already killed off Theo's supporters and set another plan. I left plenty of tracks from the guys at Training Ground 4 and monsters to lead him here. The mastermind simply replied, Asian suddenly turned to Orion. Should I kill them? Orion stammered, forcing a smile. Huh? What? Did I do something wrong? He gestured to the battered prisoners from Training Ground 4. No, I mean these guys. Why did you bring 9 of them? 2 or 3 hostages would have been enough. Orion just chuckled in response. Oh, these guys? Just kill a few of them then. But seeing the strong preying on the weak, Ray stepped forward. Stop. His face darkened as he glared at her. What is it, Ryagna? Facing him, she replied coldly, without a trace of fear. This has gone too far. Seeing her mettle, he sneered. This has nothing to do with you. I don't want to complicate things. Stay out of it and walk away. But she raised her sword against him, ignoring the danger. They are Theo's comrades. Let them go. Her support for him only deepened Asian's scowl. His voice turned ice cold, leaving no room for argument. So, you side with that fool too? Before he could finish, Ray lunged at him. However, a single, decisive strike from Asian sent her flying, blood spraying everywhere. A system window appeared. Due to insufficient status, some thoughts cannot be read. Witnessing Ray's memory sent a disbelieving chill down Theo's spine. While assassins slaughtered each other for points, what tragedy befell his monster-slaying squad? Why would Asian capture his 4 comrades? Refusing to believe it, he gripped her hands. Tell me what happened. She was stunned. How could he see it all from her memory? How did you know? Clenching her teeth, She began her anxious tale. From the start, Asian was desperate to capture you, she continued. He couldn't find you, so he took your comrades hostage to lure you here. The words sent Theo spiraling into an abyss. What? His voice trembled. He hadn't come for this. But the name Asian burned in his mind, and Theo cursed him internally. Those monsters who hurt his friends. Even now, you won't let me be. But I am no longer the weakling you can crush. Overcome with fury, he roared. Then where are they? Where is Asian waiting? Elsewhere, a figure rushed from the shadows to report to Asian. Theo has appeared, he panted. He suddenly materialized on the northern cliff's edge. Hearing the name, he asked in disbelief. Really? The scout confirmed. He's contacting Jogna right now. I believe he's heading here now. That answer was all Asian needed. A manic laugh escaped his lips. So, you've finally shown yourself, Theo Ragnar. I'll prove a wretch like you can never surpass me. But a low voice cut in with a warning. Asian, do not forget the young master. The words made Asian stiffen. The ghostly voice continued its detailed instructions. Stick to the plan precisely. There is no need to face him directly. Simply extract the information on the relics from the hostages. An ethereal light pulsed from the snowy forest, signaling a silent message to Asian. We will handle Theo Ragnar. Yes. As the exchange ended, the hidden voice spoke once more, audible only to him. While we eliminate him, use the summoning orb to divert the supervisor's attention. He had no choice but to agree. Yes, understood. A smirk crept across Asian's face. Don't worry. Elsewhere, Zay desperately tried to hold Theo back. She pleaded with him not to seek a debt of blood from Asian. You cannot go to him. The intelligence agency's supervisors are all on his side. But her next words shocked him more. Even you, Theo, won't stand a chance. Ignoring his resolve, she screamed the truth. This isn't a fight, it's a slaughter, it's a trap. You can't go alone. Let's find other supervisors and convince them to join us. But he refused, gritting his teeth. There's no time. His voice was grim. I appreciate your help. He stared at the blood staining the forest floor. He cursed himself for failing to protect his comrades. But while we stand here hesitating, something terrible could be happening to them. He roared at Zay. I have to go now. Tell me where they are. Worried, she shot back. Are you a fool? She tried again to make him understand that he was the target. You can't act so recklessly. If you go, you'll die. What good is revenge if you're dead? You must live, even if others are sacrificed. But his hatred was overwhelming. He couldn't watch others be slaughtered because of him. So he stated flatly, I refuse to lose anyone else. I won't. He recalled their smiling faces. Our goal was to pass the second flowering ritual. Together. Zay's shout shattered his memories. This is the Ragnar clan. Sacrifice is unavoidable. He remembered celebrating their first-place victory. We'll all meet back here. Replying to her, his voice grew dangerously cold. Did you also interfere? The question stunned her. The harsh truth struck Zay like lightning. She too had just stood by and watched. But memories of his past life returned. A widespread slaughter that wiped out his entire clan. He could never forgive himself. Why did the Rose Palace burn? Why did the servants die? He watched his mother die before his eyes, unable to do a thing. It was because of House Ragnar's fool. He never expected his swordmaster, Brandon Harvey, the man he trusted most, would betray him, whispering the cruelest words as he died. A life of endless torment, because you are the weakest of the mighty Ragnars. That death has haunted Theo across 2 lifetimes, so he couldn't run or give up. I'm sick of being so pathetically weak. Grabbing Zay's shoulders, he growled each word. I will not repeat the mistakes of the past. Before her now, Theo Ragnar was no longer human. Behind his eyes burned the will of a dragon, his voice echoing through the clearing. So tell me, where is Asian? Meanwhile, gear from Training Ground 4 lay scattered on the snow. Remington Nacio paused, picking up a food box. Food was spilled across the ground in a heap. He guessed this must be from Cabin 10, peering beneath the snow. Bloodstains still clung to the bell. He reasoned, a fallen bell, traces of blood. Noticing the tense air, Remington voiced his conclusion. Something terrible has happened here. He turned to the 2 powerful figures beside him. Isn't that right? He asked Hocus, ranked 5th with 499 points. Erica stood arms crossed, ranked 4th with 521 points. Shockingly, Remington Nacio surpassed Theo, now 2nd with 688 points. Gazing at the bloodstains on the snow, he addressed them. Forgive me, but I need your help for a moment. Theo deftly evaded the monster's assault, sword held firm. I don't have time for this. Sending the white beast flying, he roared, "Get lost!" With it gone, he ran, his mind racing. Shiban and the others are likely still alive. Asian guided them here. He likely arranged this to kill me quietly, without causing a scene. Monsters blocked his way. He simply answered with a single swing of his sword. The supervisors with Asian. That's all the proof I need. Unleashing his 3 dragon claws, he annihilated them. They were sent to kill me. Icy hatred glinted in Theo's eyes. They're supposed to control Asian's erratic behavior. He charged the wounded beast, which still had fight left in it. Still, he thought, I have to move faster. Asian is the one wild card in all of this. Leaping into the air, sword in hand, his mind was still lost in thought. But that unpredictability is my chance to catch him. He plunged his sharp blade into the monster's head, standing amid the snowy winter forest. Wounded, all she could do was pray for him. Yes, Theo had always been this way. She recalled his bright smile, taking her hand and saying, "Let's go home first," but she could only drag herself after him, clutching her wounded arm as she spoke. "This time, I will help you." Her voice echoed across the frozen landscape, her blood staining the pure white snow. Elsewhere, Shiban and his teammates groaned in agony, victims of cruel torture. Asian planted a foot on him, forcing him down. "You're too damn loud." Losing control, he drew his blade, threatening, "I warned you. Shut up or I'll kill you all." Suddenly, a new voice cut in. Young Master Asian. The voice was a reminder. "Do not forget the Intelligence Director's Council. Do not deviate from the plan." Asian clicked his tongue, swallowing his rage. "Fine." He sat on Shiban, lost in dark contemplation. 4 high-ranking prosecutors were dispatched to kill that bastard, Theo. In the end, he didn't trust me to beat him. Asian's fist tightened as he cursed inwardly. That fool. Then a figure appeared, a savior in the storm. Relief washed over everyone. Asian raised his head, his voice filled with a twisted delight. "You've finally shown yourself, Theo Ragnar." His breath plumed in the cold, hands clasped, his tone mocking. "You certainly kept me waiting." The strain was too much for Shiban, who finally lost consciousness. Asian's eyes blazed, his hand moving to his sword, but the mysterious voice intervened again. Young Master Asian. Regaining his composure, he slowly relaxed his grip. "You must already know the situation, so let's get straight to the point." He said this with his eyes closed, enduring a deep discomfort. "If you want to save your friends, you must." Before he could finish, Theo cut in. "Are you afraid?" Asian's eyes snapped open. "What?" Theo's voice dripped with mockery. "Are you afraid of losing to me?" Asian was enraged. "What nonsense is this?" Facing them all, Theo stood his ground without fear. "If you weren't, there would be no reason for all this. Gathering this mob, their hateful glares on me," he continued. "Even resorting to this shameful hostage situation." His gaze was laced with contempt. "Isn't it all because you're afraid of losing to me?" His voice was a clear challenge. "Your title as the North's strongest is a sham." Asian gritted his teeth, snarling under his breath. "You, bastard." Suddenly, Theo pointed his blade at him, ready to fight. He demanded, "Then face me." A one-on-one duel, like a true Jagna. But his eyes held a deeper meaning. Absolute contempt. That is, if you have any pride left. Asian's reason finally snapped, and he let out a cold, manic laugh. But Theo stood tall in the blizzard, fearlessly raising the stakes. "If I lose, I'll give you anything you want, including my life. But if I win, you will release my friends." Asian cut him off with a disdainful laugh. "A sword duel? A Jagna brat wants to cross swords with me?" His booming voice drew everyone's attention, inviting them to scorn Theo. "Has your arrogance completely blinded you?" His expression darkened, his gaze dismissive. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" As he spoke, the mysterious voice warned him again. "Young Master Asian, it's merely a provocation. You don't need to respond." The voice continued its insistent warning. "Don't fall for his trap. Stick to the original plan. Model." But he ignored the warning, his temper flaring. His patience was wearing thin. "Do you dare doubt me?" With no reply, the duel was set. Asian slowly drew his blade, accepting the challenge. "Very well, Theo Ragnar, let's begin." Meanwhile, hidden supervisors watched on. Hearing this, they knew things were spiraling out of control. This is becoming a problem. "So, what's our next move?" The reply came, "This is still within expectations. It just means a little more work." They whispered amongst themselves as they watched everything unfold. "If young Master Asian crosses the line, we proceed with the plan." On the other side, Asian slowly advanced on Theo, drawing his sword to warn everyone. This is a duel of Ragnar pride. No one interferes until this is over. The hostages are part of the stakes, so don't touch them. But in the next instant, Theo moved like a flash, catching Ossian off guard. He simply smirked at his opponent's brief distraction. Thank you. No more wasted time. Let's begin. Outmatched, Ossian resorted to taunts to break his focus. The kind of dirty trick I'd expect from a concubine's son. Raising his blade, he roared, "I will teach you a lesson." He then unleashed the heavenly dragon's roar. The world turned crimson as he boasted, "The true power of Ragnar." Theo calmly countered with the three dragon claw. Sword in hand, a smile touched his lips as he finally replied to Ossian. "Do you have the strength to teach me anything?" Orion Nanabe, an executive of the Jorio Guild, ranked 14th with 179 points. He watched the chaos unfold in utter disbelief. The two were fighting as equals, leaving him speechless. "I was suspicious at the awakening ceremony, but is that guy, Theo, really this powerful?" His mouth hung open as he pondered. "This is troublesome. He's overwhelming Ossian. Should I betray him and side with Theo?" Ossian was far too arrogant, after all, but Orion's rational side took over. "No, the supervisors from Central Intelligence are still here. They'll handle him. For now, it's best to calmly handle this." He suddenly turned and barked an order to the Jorio Guild. "Everyone, disperse," he shouted. "We could get dragged into this mess. Leave this to Ossian, and we'll act separately." In the past, Ossian was practicing his sword when a voice called his name, Ossian. It was F. Troivan, smiling as he advised, "You must claim the power of Ragnar, for my sake, and for your mother's, so that the house of F. Troivan can seize control." His smile then turned into a cold, contemptuous sneer. "The Ragnar name is nothing but a facade." He poisoned Ossian's mind with his twisted ideology, "For you belong to the house of F. Troivan. Do you understand? That is your purpose for existing." Staring at Theo now, Ossian's rage only intensified. "You're not half bad." He then lunged forward, blade raised high, screaming with pure hatred. Theo Ragnar, watching Ossian lose all control, fighting exactly as he'd predicted, made Theo's smirk grow wider. Thankfully, he is moving just as I expected. In the council chamber, a secretary delivered a report. "Theo Ragnar has appeared. He is currently confronting Ossian Ragnar." Hearing Theo had returned, Julius shot to his feet, laughing heartily. "So he's finally shown his face. I knew he was all right." In contrast to his joy, an elder at his side looked on with deep concern. "What? Weren't they supposed to have dealt with him already?" Meanwhile, F. Troivan let out a quiet sigh, thinking to himself, "He's still alive. What a relief. I don't know how you survived, but from now on, everything must go as planned." A faint, almost invisible smirk touched his lips, but in his heart, he was already plotting something else. "Once Ossian finds the relic, I'll report him to the prosecutors for execution." Just then, a guard entered with an update for another. Breaking news. Theo Ragnar and Ossian have caught Ed's attention. The man's face froze solid as he heard the next words. "They are currently in combat." Utter confusion clouded his weathered features. "What?" Elsewhere, as Ossian fought Theo, he was mentally analyzing his opponent's every move. He's strong, and his attacks are incredibly fast. A red glint appeared in Ossian's eyes, filled with contempt and fury. He then made his judgment, but it's not enough. Gripping his sword, he suddenly hurled it straight at Theo. Even at that speed, I can see its trajectory perfectly. The blade shot like lightning toward Theo, who didn't seem to notice. Not until it was right upon him did he realize. He threw his sword? However, the familiar sight triggered a memory from his past life. A scene just like this one. Ossian believed this single attack would be enough to win, so he declared with arrogance, "Remember this lesson. A straightforward attack," his eyes narrowed as he lectured, "can reveal your opponent's next move." Drops of blood splattered onto the white snow. But shockingly, Theo had caught the blade with his bare hand. His voice was ice. "So, it was you." In his past life, a masked Ossian had sneered, "You talk too much." He then casually removed his mask. "Let me finish you right here." So, he was the one who ended his life. The unforgettable memory burned itself into Theo's very soul. Theo's chilling voice echoed, the name he heard on that day. As everything was consumed by a sea of flames, his destiny was to fight for survival. He died, screaming, enraged by the unknown arsonist of the Rose Palace, because he lacked the power to survive. But Brandon's exposure and Evelyn's investigation revealed the truth. Brandon was tied to the incident that led to his death. The only logical conclusion: his killer was from the Trosvan Guild, a master of lethal sword, throwing techniques. And among the Travan, only one man favored that deadly art, Asian Verna. Back in the present, gripping the blade calmed Theo, letting him analyze the situation. Only someone with his arrogance would risk losing their weapon by using that move so freely. The thought sharpened the killing intent in his eyes. He had to see it to believe it, and now he knew for sure. Blood dripped as he tightened his grip on the blade, connecting the past to the present. With a single hand, Theo caught Asian's sharp blade and shattered it instantly. He spoke, his voice empty. "Why fear failure when you can't kill us?" Asian was stunned by his actions. His blade, broken by a bare hand. Theo then gripped his own sword, his resolve hardening. Things were different from his past life. Glaring at Asian, he thought, "We will all survive this fight." Theo's sword flew toward Asian, who dodged with a sneer. "What a clumsy imitation. Who are you aiming for?" But he froze. The sheer pressure and killing intent forced him back. What is this power? Asian's body felt heavy, his feet sinking into the snow. Panic began to set in. He stared at the overwhelming power. This isn't just killing intent. What is this mana? A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Did that bastard hide his true power during the first awakening ritual? In a flash, Theo closed the distance. Before Asian could react, he thrust his blade forward. The strike aimed to kill, forcing a desperate block. Seeing this, Theo threw his enemy's words back at him. "How long will you underestimate me?" Enraged, Asian unleashed his power. "You bastard!" He grabbed Theo's arm, throwing him aside. But Theo recovered, clashing blades and sending Asian's sword flying. His breath plumed in the cold air. With a dark expression, he pointed his sword. "Do you know what it feels like to be run through?" Veins pulsed on his face, his rage barely contained. His sword flew towards its mark. Noticing the long trail of blood, a voice called out. This wasn't a monster attack. Someone was dragged from here. Remington knelt to examine the tracks. Only Asian would do this. Huckus chimed in. "Asian? The top ranker? Does he really need more bells?" Remington replied without looking up. "It seems he took Theo's subordinate to draw him out. He plans to eliminate Theo during the second awakening ritual." Hearing this, Huckus exploded. "What? He should be fighting fair. How could he do that? Is Asian a coward?" Hearing this, Erica crossed her arms. "And?" She explained calmly to the fool beside her, "Huckus, this is a Ragnar awakening. Situations like this are normal." It all started to make sense. After a moment, Remington spoke. "This is why I dislike Ragnar. Even if this is a test of strength, this is completely unacceptable." At his words, Erica's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Those are dangerous words. Are you serious?" But he just smiled, ignoring her threat. "I have to save his subordinate. Theo would do the same for me." He then made an offer. "Your help would be invaluable." Huckus eagerly agreed. "Of course I'm going. You're coming too, right?" But Erica's cold voice cut through the air. "Pass. I'm not interested." With that, she turned toward the forest. Her low voice followed. "I only came because I thought I'd meet Theo Ragnar, but he's not here, and I despise the weak. I have no interest in saving them." The clueless Huckus asked. "Wait. Are you just trash then?" The insult was enough to make her stop and turn back. Enraged, she snapped, "What did you just say?" But Remington intervened. "Erica, I know why you wish to see Theo." He then made another proposition. "I assure you, if you help us now, it will be a great boon. It will help you achieve your own goal." With her consent, they raced toward the blood trail in the snow. A resolute glint appeared in his eyes. He couldn't hide his thoughts. "Everyone, just hold on a little longer." Their path was suddenly cut off by a voice. "Halt!" A sword flashed before them. "You will not proceed." Looking at the group, Remington froze. The Jiaolong Guild. At its head stood an arrogant Orion. "It's been a while, Remington. I can't believe you abandoned us for these fools," he sneered. "Running with brainless thugs now, are you?" This sent Huckus into a rage. "What? Did he just call us stupid, muscle-bound idiots?" Orion's expression darkened as he replied, "I never said such a thing." Cutting them off, Remington's voice was firm. "Orion, move. I don't want to fight a former friend." But he refused. Seeing his resolve, he gripped his sword tightly. "If you won't move, then I'll have to remove you." Then, the three of them charged into the Jiaolong Guild's ranks. Elsewhere, Shiban used a shard of Asian's broken sword, sawing through the ropes to free himself. Watching Theo and Asian duel, he knew this was his chance. An opening from Master Theo. He had to break free. Their battle raged fiercely when a black-cloaked figure rushed in. It was a surprise, yet somehow expected. So, he finally revealed himself. The figure's voice rang out, "Forgive me, young master." Asian added, I'll accept punishment after the awakening. The figure was the exam supervisor, Senior Inspector Liam of the Wen chain. He bellowed an order. Protect the young master. A squad appeared, surrounding Asian. They responded. Understood. Then, Liam lunged into battle. Watching the clash, one of them spoke. Young Master Asian, that is enough. Please let us handle the rest. Handing a sword back to Asian, he said. We have recovered the 10 blades you dropped. Seeing Theo's counterattack, Liam made a silent assessment. I admit, he won't be pushed back by Asian, or even by the inspectors I brought. He lunged faster, but he and I are on completely different levels. This is my only chance to kill him with no one watching, though it's a waste of such incredible talent. Despite his disdain for the boy, it was all for the Wen chain. He leaped, poised for the final downward thrust. Caught off guard, Theo was stunned, believing this was the end. Liam spoke his final words. Farewell, Theo Ragnar, but a sword suddenly pierced him from behind, spraying blood. Looking back, he groaned in disbelief. Young Master? Why would you? Asian's eyes were utterly merciless. I told you to stay out of my fight. To everyone's shock, an enraged Asian stabbed Liam just as he was about to finish Theo. The subordinates stared in horror. Young Master Asian, what in the world are you doing? He seemed possessed, shrouded in a chilling, dark aura. He answered them coldly. Did you interfere because you thought I would lose? That is an insult. A disgrace to the rightful heir. His actions even caught Theo completely off guard. Asian, that absolute madman. He'd even strike down his own men. After that clash, Theo grimly acknowledged him. All right, I acknowledge you, Theo Ragnar. You truly are strong. A memory surfaced, the Wen chain patriarch's words. The weak are useless, but you, child, have talent, a zeal. Crush all others and rise to the apex. Only then can you seize the Ragnar throne. And so, he faced Theo with that conviction. But you must always remain weaker than me. That is the natural order. Standing amidst a blizzard, his voice was ice. I am destined to become the strongest and claim the throne. I will never lose to the likes of you. Gripping his sword, whatever stands in my way. Raising his blade, he charged with a roar. I'll kill you all. But Theo vanished. An Asian sword hit only air, and the earth itself cratered beneath the impact. By the time he looked up, it was too late. Theo had leaped high for a counterattack, striking down and drawing a torrent of blood. Across the field, Liam was not yet dead, struggling to get up. A subordinate rushed to his side. Senior Liam, are you okay? The men were in chaos. Damn it, I knew he was reckless, but this is insane. Another one shouted over the noise. What are you all waiting for? Ignoring their concern, Liam roared at them. Forget about me. Go help young Master Asian and kill Theo Ragnar. One of them protested nervously. But he's fighting back too fiercely. Liam coughed up more blood in fury and screamed, Go now. Go and kill Theo immediately. If Asian dies, we are all doomed. Meanwhile, the wounded Asian screamed in agony, his mind reeling from Theo's immense power. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. This can't be. He recalled the words of the Wen chain patriarch. Even with the faintest hope for Jarna, I cannot predict what is to come. The old man's voice echoed in his mind. Even a candle flickering in the wind can unexpectedly become a wildfire. Now, Asian could only grit his teeth in disbelief at the scene. No, it's impossible. He remembered all the insults they'd thrown at Theo. Why waste your breath on that scum? He's just a talentless insect, full of empty pride. I'll put him in his place gently. But then, another voice cut in. You're aware of it too, aren't you? The gap between your power and Theo's has vanished. The word struck him dumb. Asian's reason shattered. He just screamed, over and over. No, no, no. Trash like you should be torn to shreds. And with that, he snapped. He raised his sword, still praising himself. I am Asian Ragnar, destined to rule the north and inherit Ragnar's throne. I am Asian Ragnar. As his power exploded in a wave of fury, Theo replied calmly, That damn throne is your obsession. Too many of my people have already died. He poured power into his blade. If you won't abandon that greed, I'll shatter it myself. With this power, I'll become strong enough to crush you all, he roared. Dragon Claw. The attack left Asian stunned. Everyone watched as a pained scream escaped his lips. Blood sprayed as his body collapsed, and his head tumbled to the ground. That was Asian's end. Theo stood victorious, unfazed. Liam stared in disbelief at his young master's corpse. Before everyone's eyes, Asian fell. His head rolled, blood splattered everywhere. He was dead. A wave of shock passed through the crowd. Liam stared at the impossible sight, muttering the same words. Young Master Asian. His pupils shrank as he shrieked, "Kill!" Losing all composure, he screamed again, "Kill him! Kill that bastard now!" As they charged, Theo smirked, but a sense of dread crept in. I'm in trouble now. As he braced for Liam's men, his mind raced. From here on out, it's all a gamble. At my best, I might handle 4 high-level enforcers, but in this exhausted state, it's hopeless. He tightened his grip on his sword. His stamina was at its breaking point, and his mana was drained from that last attack. And still, they kept coming. Theo couldn't keep pace. Their blades were inches away, but he still held on to one prediction. Isn't it almost time for them to show up? Suddenly, reinforcements charged in. It was Remington Hux and Erica. The surprise broke his concentration. "You guys?" he yelled. "How did you get here?" Remington answered while fending off an attack. "Isn't it only natural to save a comrade in trouble?" Young Master Theo. Erica added coolly. "You're even more impressive in person." Hubert excitedly cut in. "Damn right. Theo, I've never met anyone as strong as you. I'm already a fan." Alongside them was Kibinre, 17 years old, male, with the gift of loyalty. He joined the fray. "We truly wish to aid young Master Theo. We can't just run after causing a scene." Parrying a blow, Remington threatened their attackers. "Interference from supervisors is strictly forbidden. You know that meddling with a candidate." His gaze sharpened as he finished decisively. "Is a grave offense, isn't it?" One of the men clicked his tongue in fear. Barely able to defend himself, the man looked to his commander. "Sir Liam, what are your orders? This has become too complicated. Should we eliminate all of them?" Seeing him rise, he pleaded, "Please give the order." Liam panted, his eyes filled with dread. "We're finished." He looked at Theo with despair. "We found no information on the Rose Palace relics, and we failed to eliminate Theo. Even Lord Asian is dead. We're now in an impossible situation." He swayed, his figure utterly defeated. There's no way to recover from this failure. His subordinate was still waiting, urging, "Sir Liam, we're out of time." Finally, Liam made up his mind. The best option in this situation is, he stared coldly and ordered, "Kill them all." His subordinate was stunned. "Sir?" Liam had already devised a plan, a magical outbreak, and summoned beasts. An anomaly occurred, leading to the unfortunate deaths of all candidates present. He clutched a small pouch. It was the only way. Eyes wide with panic, he muttered, "We'll stage it as an accident. It will erase any connection to our house." Then, to everyone's shock, he emptied the pouch. 20 level 5 monsters are enough to sell the story, understand? His men responded in unison, "Yes, sir." As he threw the beads, he thought, "Everything is for the good of our house." But from behind, a voice called his name, "Liam." Liam felt a blade pierce his back. Damn it, another complication. The White Dragon Knight, Supervisor Sherlock Wagner, whispered, "Just what do you think you're doing?" With him was another White Dragon Knight, Supervisor Aaron Bacchus. And on the other side, supervisors from the Plum Blossom Palace had arrived. Supervisors Natasha Copel and Sally Gardner of the Water Lotus Palace. Liam was slain in the blink of an eye, but loyalty to arson? They arrived in an instant. He collapsed as everyone watched. He then slung his sword over his shoulder, telling the three, "Stay still. Surrender now, if you value your lives." His voice stunned them all into silence. "Resist, and you'll end up just like Liam." The supervisors moved swiftly. They contained the chaos, arresting anyone not involved. Theo watched as his plan fell perfectly into place. A satisfied smile touched his lips. Before the supervisor could finish, he collapsed from exhaustion. Thank God, but he didn't hit the cold snow. V caught him. He remembered to thank her. Perfect timing. A grateful thank you left his lips. Holding him close, she asked, "Theo, that was reckless. Why push yourself so hard?" The group of traitors was quickly taken away. Remington rushed over, panting, "Young Master Theo, that was far too dangerous. Why didn't you call for me?" Erica then cheerfully added, "Hey, don't forget that I withdrew, you know." Huckster grinned beside them. "Theo, you can't die before our rematch." Suddenly, everyone from Training Ground 4 broke into tears. Young Master Theo went this far just to save us. Even if we die, we have no regrets. Their words left the trio speechless. Leaning on Jay, he smiled with satisfaction. This is the strength I've been chasing. The second coming-of-age ceremony was now over. Everyone gathered, a small crowd caked in mud and weary from the grueling days. A figure suddenly stepped forward, telling them, "You have all endured much." This was none other than the great Theo Ragnar. He announced the second awakening trial was complete, and with it, the end of the second coming-of-age ceremony. Seeing the man on the high rock, the crowd buzzed. It's Lord Ragnar, the one who rarely appears. Why is he here? Ignoring their whispers, he consulted a list and announced, out of 87 candidates, 45 of you have succeeded. The number of survivors is impressive. This generation's talent is the best in history, especially the top scorer's incredible points. His eyes then flickered towards Theo as his voice boomed. All who pass this second ceremony will be promoted from apprentice, the rank of junior swordsman. Standing in the falling snow, Pharrell's voice was deep. You should all be proud. As swordsmen learning the Ravana style, you are now permitted to officially act as such. All of you here have passed. Now, I will announce the final scores for the second ceremony. Everyone waited in anticipation. His solemn voice declared, First place, Theo Ragnar, with 1,121 points. The crowd erupted. Of course, it's Theo Ragnar again. Over 1,000 points. He had 0 points until the very end. How is that possible? Then their whispers shifted. Hey, have you heard? About arson? Hearing this, Theo grew concerned but stayed silent. Pharrell's voice then cut through the chatter, booming as he read the names of those who passed. Second place, Remington Nacio, 926 points. Third place, Erica, 843 points. Fourth, Jay Zarna, 789 points. Fifth, Huckster, he continued on. And 45th, Ayla Lemian, with 28 points. That is all. You have all done well. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp and cold as he added, However, the ceremony is not yet over. There is a final part, the Third Awakening Trial. He then instructed those qualified for the Third Awakening Trial to raise their hands. At his words, the crowd began to murmur. Did you manage to do it? Another replied. No, I didn't collect all 10 magic seeds. I saw them, but couldn't understand. But a select few proudly raised their hands high. This was the hidden piece of the second coming-of-age ceremony. The elemental breathing technique. You had to collect 10 of the engraved magic seeds from random passages and learn them. Collecting them was hard, and understanding them was even harder, hence the hidden trial. Only those who mastered it during the test could awaken their mana attribute and thus gain the right to participate. In the Third Awakening Trial, Theo reflected, holding the small bell in his hand. In my past life, I could barely even understand these passages. But suddenly, his amber eyes flashed with realization. Thanks to my sync with the fledgling, I can read the intent of objects. The passage's core meaning appeared as an image, so I understood everything instantly. Looking at the raised hands, Pharrell remarked with a hint of awe, how unexpected. He then offered praise. Even one success would have been excellent news, but to have 4. Hearing this, Theo smiled to himself. In my past life, neither Jay nor Remington mastered the elemental breathing technique. Is this the butterfly effect that I've created? Without delay, Pharrell instructed them. Now, each of you will show the examiner what you have acquired. His voice cut through the sudden silence. First up, Theo Ragnar. A confident smile appeared on his face. Now that arson is gone, so much more is going to change. He stepped forward, still lost deep in his thoughts. But there's no need to fear. This future will undoubtedly be better than the last. He then slowly began to manifest his elemental power. What I've achieved is standing in an electrical storm. He roared, Lightning! This is the transmission attribute, manifestation, control, expansion of sword ki. His mind raced. First, transmit mana with the lightning attribute. He unleashed the power, transmission, manifestation, control, expansion. His eyes flashed as he brought it forth. Unleashing his full power, the ground shattered beneath him. Everyone stared in disbelief. No way. It's not just transmission, but manifestation too. Sylvan cheered proudly. That's our Theo. Standing in the dust cloud, Theo craved their recognition of his strength. Normally, it would have ended there. But he formed a sphere of pure lightning. Transmission, manifestation, control. The expansion of sword ki shocked Jay. Erica, watching intently, smirked. I like that. Even Huckus was impressed. That's sick. Watching Theo's display, Pharrell laughed in admiration. Incredible. To think you've already reached the control stage, the rumors were true. Pharrell watched as he released his true power. Theo muttered, Lightning flash breathing technique. With one hand on his hilt, he unleashed his true might. Lightning dragon, transmission, manifestation, control, expansion of sword ki. The attack shot straight towards Pharrell, shocking everyone. He's attacking the supervisor? But Pharrell just smiled coldly. How interesting. So you've even reached the expansion stage. Then, he raised a single hand to counter. Flowing breathing technique, water pressure cross. He effortlessly shattered Theo's attack. Pharrell stated coldly, "You have the right to test your examiner." Everyone's jaws dropped, unable to believe their eyes. This was not what he had predicted at all, but this is interesting. He boomed with laughter. "Well done, Theo Ragnar. I'm adding 1,000 points to your score." Theo simply said, "Thank you." But he thought to himself, a dragon is different. He's always generous to the bold. Staring at the leaderboard, Huckus yelled, 2,000 points! That's overwhelming! Another whispered, "At this level, he's on par with Sir Togo." Sufficiently satisfied, Pharrell turned to the others. "All right, you three. Show me what you can do." Remington Nasio, with 500 points, was next. He demonstrated all 4 stages of Sword Key with the water attribute. Jay Zarna showed transmission, manifestation, and control, and expansion with the ice attribute. Finally, Erica Lanky, with 300 points, demonstrated all 4 stages of Sword Key with the fire attribute. Watching their talented displays, Pharrell smiled. This is truly an elite batch of candidates. Normally, scoring over 1,000 points makes you a top ranker, but this time, there were 4 top-ranking candidates. This brought proud smiles to everyone's faces. Pharrell announced, "First place, Theo Ragnar with 2,121 points. Second, Remington Nasio with 1,426. Third, Erica Lanky with 1,143 points. And fourth, Jay Ragnar with 1,089 points." He concluded, "You have all worked hard." Then he added a reminder. All candidates, except those for the Third Awakening ritual, are dismissed. Prepare for the ordination ceremony in 1 week. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Theo, Jay, Remington, Erica, and Pharrell. He scanned them all, his voice turning cold. Now, from this moment, an invisible pressure crushed down, forcing them to brace themselves. His expression remained unchanged as he dropped the bombshell. "Shall we begin the Third Awakening ritual?" Theo, too, could sense something was off. Why? Do I feel Roadbrock's energy here? In his past life, the third ritual was an audience with the Patriarch. No one knew what to expect. It was a trial that depended entirely on the Patriarch's whim. This audience would also decide if you were chosen for the Patriarch's personal battle. All 5 of the previous top-ranking candidates had come from the Patriarch's chosen battle. To be chosen was to be acknowledged as a powerful candidate. Facing the situation before him, Theo calculated silently. So, the one waiting for us up there must be the Patriarch. He gazed up at the high mountain, sensing it. But then why? Do I feel Roadbrock's presence? As a realization hit him, his pupils constricted. Impossible. Unless my guess is right. Could they have taken Roadbrock's heart? Amidst the crushing pressure, Pharrell's voice echoed. Now. Pierce through the dragon's fear and face the Patriarch. The intense gravity pinned everyone down, immobilizing them. Erica couldn't help but yell in frustration. Damn it! How are we supposed to climb like this? But hearing her, Theo offered a warning. Forget about using physical strength. This confused her. Huh? Then what are we supposed to do? He explained slowly. You need to harmonize with the mana flow. Hearing his hint, something clicked for her. The flow. But while Erica was still pondering, Remington spoke up first. Do you mean creating an antiphase wave to neutralize the distortion? Theo replied, exactly. Very clever. But he added, it's easier said than done. Theo then recalled Pharrell's words, seeing them as the key. If you can't properly control and regulate your mana, you are not worthy of meeting the Patriarch. Hearing this, Remington agreed. Yeah, that makes sense. But the clueless Erica beside him still didn't get it, and asked again. Antiphase? Distortion wave? She asked. What language are you even speaking? Remington couldn't stand her cluelessness. He turned to her and began to explain simply. Mana is a type of wave. It has a natural oscillation. The Patriarch's pressure is also a wave. To pass, we must create a counterwave of mana. She didn't seem to get it. She shot back. So we just make mana opposite to this damn pressure? He replied. Yeah, basically. Unhappy with Remington's rambling, Erica yelled, You damn bookworm. Why explain it so weirdly? He asked coldly, his face hardening. Bookworm? But the person behind them understood. I see. Erica kept scolding, pointing right at him. Right, bookworm? Are you really only 17? You talk like an old man. Meanwhile, Theo focused on his inner flow. Suddenly, he was walking normally, shocking everyone. Done. He simply turned to add one more thing. If you're the next Patriarch, this is the bare minimum. To everyone's shock, Theo dashed ahead toward the mountain. I'll go on ahead then. Remington and Erica could only shout in frustration. Theo? Hey Theo. Ragnar Farrell, who saw everything, nodded in approval. But he reminded the others. All of you, hurry up. Points are based on arrival order. Realizing this, they all controlled their mana and moved out. Seeing this, he smirked. Standing on a high rock, he mused. I'm starting to want a disciple in my old age. At the Eastern Palace, a playful voice echoed. My daughter! Where is my lovely youngest daughter? Kisan laughed, shouting down the hall. Daughter! The two maids just shook their heads. Oh dear, the Marquess is here again, one maid sighed. Since young Master Theo is excelling, the palace feels much brighter. Cecilia was in a meeting when Kisan slammed the door open, shouting, There you are, my daughter. Shaking her head, Cecilia sighed. She was used to this. Mother, please maintain your composure in the palace. Kisan replied with glee. Composure? How can I be composed now? This mother is about to be filthy rich. But Cecilia said worriedly, Mother, you're already rich. With an elf's capitalist spirit, Kisan hugged Cecilia, cheering, not just rich, unbelievably, incomparably rich. She boasted about her success. Since Theo got famous, our workshop is flooded with orders. Our client problem is solved. But unlike the cheerful mood, Cecilia was lost in thought. I knew our Theo would do great things, but she was still worried. I can't stop feeling anxious. Is he badly hurt? Is this test too much for him? All I can do is wait. She clenched her fists, the frustration unbearable. All she could do was gaze at the custom coat she'd ordered for him. Just this. I wish I could do more to help him. More practically, her mother Kisan jumped up. Weapon-making days are over. I'll sell all kinds of accessories. She cheered. I'll increase revenue tenfold. Then Cecilia's voice cut in. Mother, causing Kisan to ask. Huh? Cecilia asked curiously. Mother, have you ever made a prosthetic arm? Elsewhere, the current patriarch, Kaisarna, was laughing. Next patriarch, your boundless energy truly pleases me. Theo heard the crow on his shoulder caw its report. He calmly soothed it. I know your concerns, but parents can't stop a child's dream. Sitting on the cliff, he smirked. Especially the burning spirit of youth. No one can stop it. We were once like that, too. His voice echoed with a chilling tone. This very place is proof. This is the sword graveyard. The crow cawed, making him laugh even harder. But Kai declared proudly, There's nothing to fear. I desire a golden age for House Ragnar. Watching the blizzard ahead, he spoke lowly. If anything stands in the way, I'll clear it. But nothing was decided yet. There's still time to observe. His gaze was stern. Even through the thick snow, Theo moved with astonishing speed. Then Kai's voice added, a false regressor. The third patriarch, Kai Ragnar, drove his sword into the ground. He said to Theo, You've arrived. The air between them was heavy. He looked at the man, thinking one word, Father. Theo observed the man before him. A 1-hour climb took 4. The pressure was immense. Seeing him arrive, Kai pointed around. This place, do you know what it is? Replying to his father, Theo scanned the area. This is the Tomb of Broken Swords. They say these belong to rivals the patriarch personally defeated. Hearing the right answer, he closed his eyes in approval. That's right. This is the path of the family head. A position where you face countless threats and trials alone. Because you can't truly rely on anyone. He presented the great sword, a testament to his conquests. This is a position you must hold. You can finally stand on your own. Kai's eyes opened coldly, asking, Do you think you're worthy of this seat? But in response, Theo answered without a flicker of emotion, I do. Kai didn't accept, giving him a moment. Do not answer so lightly. Thousands have died for this position. Can you still say that after feeling their hatred? Each sword here is a curse upon the family head. A shackle. Their screams still echo. I will curse you forever. How could you? I'll tear you limb from limb. But Theo was unmoved. My resolve is unchanged. His answer only displeased Kai further. Even colder, he asked. Why, Theo thought, for my past life's revenge, to become the head and end this fight. To end this bloodshed with my own hands. I can endure anything for that. He quietly drew his sword, lost in thought. But that wasn't the answer Kai wanted. Gripping his blade, he proposed, I will answer with my sword. Kai smirked in contempt. Slowly rising, he replied, Very well, I'll now treat you as a challenger, not as my son. Let's see what that woman taught you. Those words only fueled his hatred. That woman. So that's how he sees her. Instantly his world was torn asunder, but he could still think to himself, Huh? Am I dead? Then he realized. This was the heart sword. Seeing him frozen, Kai spoke to the nearby crow. It would be a waste to let him die this easily. It cawed a few times, then flew off. As if in response, Kai laughed. Indeed, only those with an iron will can overcome the heart sword. He watched his son's frozen form. He explained to the air, his voice mocking, "To do this, to one who just finished his awakening rite, is cruel, I admit," his voice continued. "But if his resolve is shallow, it's better he loses his mind and dies here. I don't need a reincarnator who brings disaster to the family." But in his mind, Theo was already dead, defeated by his own father's blade. He had no regrets, he'd done his best. He took Camellia Palace and killed Brandon and Asian. It was all just luck. He was happier this life than his last. He could finally rest. Suddenly, a voice shattered his thoughts. "Hey!" A voice like a great eagle boomed. "Get up. If you were this pathetic, I'd have devoured you long ago." His consciousness slowly returned, his resolve hardening. "I have to thank you. It can't end here. Didn't I make a promise? In this life, even if I fall, I will never surrender to anyone." Kai's power receded from Theo's body. He had broken through, shocking his father. Kai praised him. "You have passed the test." 1 week later at the central building, the day of the appointment ceremony, Huckus looked at the crowd, complaining, "It's too packed." "I'm so nervous," Erica retorted to the fool beside her. "You're a coward for a man your size." He exploded in anger, shouting, "You're the older one. The head, the former head, the 9 dragons. Even every squad commander is here." His words only earned her indifference. Pathetic. Her voice cut in calmly. "Calm down. No one cares about you. You haven't even mastered the breathing method." He lost face, stammering, "What?" Clenching his fists, Huckus finally scowled. "Then tell me, what did you get from the head on your 3rd visit?" In response, Erica simply said, "A secret." That made him indignant. "You're the worst. My Theo would have told me coolly." Hearing him say that, she turned. "My Theo? What do you mean?" He answered, "We're Lancers, the swords of Ragnar. We must bet our lives. On a Ragnar. We must choose the strongest, coolest leader, one with power, fame, and ambition." Turns out, he had already knelt and sworn loyalty to Theo. Remembering that moment, he said with excitement, "I'm betting my life on Theo. That's why he's my Theo." Erica had to ask, "Have you even spoken to him?" He replied innocently, "Is that necessary? I just have to join Theo's squad. That's all." She was left speechless as he happily continued, "I don't know why, but the head said, he won't let Theo join the succession battle." The man just kept rambling on and on. "So I can follow him." Cutting him off, Vada's voice boomed. "Attention, the appointment ceremony will now begin," he announced. "The prime candidate, Theo Ragnar, step forward." As everyone watched, the hall erupted with cheers and excitement. As Theo stepped up with honor, Evelyn smiled from a corner, watching everyone's gaze lock onto him. What will he choose now? She sighed, thinking to herself, "I hope he joins the White Dragon Squad, but that would be selfish of me." Seeing him ascend, Vada beamed with pride. "You've taken first place, Theo Ragnar. Impressive, excelling in every field." But then, S suddenly rose, halting the entire ceremony. S loomed from above. He was the Heavenly Dragon, chairman of the Intelligence Bureau. The crowd stirred. S's voice boomed. "What is this?" Iod whispered. "Is he trying to avenge what happened to Asian?" The person beside him gasped in disbelief. "No way. Not in front of all these people." Vada could no longer remain silent. He tried to mediate. "Chairman, I am not sure what your intentions are, but please, be seated." S simply replied, "The Intelligence Bureau," then offered Theo Ragnar a position. This made Theo worry. That heavenly dragon, he must be reeling from Asian's death, but he wouldn't dare cause trouble here. To everyone's shock, S smiled and made an unbelievable offer. Vice Chairman. Theo was stunned. For him to reach the top rank was already an extraordinary feat. In the past, even as a Ragnar, he was at the very bottom. This result marked his meteoric rise to the top. Everyone was buzzing about the incident. He'd gotten stronger, but who expected him to actually kill Arsenal? Rumors spread that if left unchecked, he might have even killed the supervisor. Were his skills truly that great? He'd supposedly overwhelmed Arsenal, becoming a famous and admired figure. Theo's story of rising from the weakest to the peak inspired many apprentice swordsmen. As more people came to admire him, the looks of scorn and criticism vanished completely. Now, no one looked down on Theo. Instead, they looked with envy. It brought great pride to his clan. The Ragnar clan no longer had its fool. Rewards kept pouring in, but Theo's eyes were on the notice board. Oh right, the mission. What is Core E? Since it was a long quest, the reward had to be valuable. Just then, a man from the Intelligence Bureau appeared. Theo glanced up at him. The man smiled and delivered the news. We guarantee you the position of vice chairman. Theo remained silent, his eyes fixed on the man. He then looked at S before him, reading his information. S was 46 years old, also holding the title of Heavenly Dragon. His talents were in intrigue, strategy, and planning. He was trying to use him like a hunting dog, to uncover the secrets of the ancestor dragon. Too bad for him. Theo knew exactly what he wanted. Of course, he's after the ancestor dragon's relic. He must know I have it. But things won't go your way anymore, Heavenly Dragon. He was determined to destroy them all. And as for you, S, I will eliminate you myself. A surprised Julius turned and shouted, What is the meaning of this? The chairman of the Intelligence Bureau. But S remained unfazed. I am merely recruiting talent, as is procedure for the nomination ceremony. Is there a problem? Julius was enraged by this outrageous claim. Do you take us for fools? Everyone knows you're trying to get revenge. For the death of your nephew. S calmly feigned ignorance. That's an understandable assumption, but you are mistaken. Personally, I may be angry, but as chairman, I only seek to recruit outstanding talent. Hearing this, Julius was filled with disgusted rage. What a truly ruthless man. His own nephew is dead, yet he only thinks of his goals. Down below, someone else intervened. Enough. Stop this. I understand your wish to recruit talent, but please wait for the official proceedings. Still, the final choice was left to Theo. So, Theo, have you made your decision? He answered honestly. Actually, I still haven't decided, but out of respect, Theo was willing to listen. That's why I'd like to hear the offers first. What kind of proposal will you make? A faint, sinister smile touched his lips. Theo looked up calmly, just as another hand slowly rose into the air. It was Osa, making his own bid for Theo. I, Osa, offer to make Theo my disciple, and promise him the title of Young Master of the Plum Blossom Palace. Everyone was stunned. Young Master? The Lord of the Plum Blossom Palace has no heir. This meant Osa intended to adopt him. Theo was pleased. The heir to the Sword Dragon. Murmurs of praise and awe filled the air. 2 of the 9 dragons had made an appearance. How impressive. Huckus and Erica were thrilled for Theo. This is amazing. The other captains wouldn't dare compete now. From the sky, a voice declared, I'd like to join this competition. A dark shadow suddenly descended. The mysterious, cloaked man was none other than Robert. His appearance sent another wave of shock through the crowd. The Black Dragon? Even he has joined the fray. Robert said, Theo, I've watched you since the Kindling Festival, so he really is interested. Kai was right. You have many intriguing qualities. So here's an offer. Join Black Snow. I promise you the rank of Wu Shui. It's a high rank. To be precise, Wu Shui is the highest level in our secret intelligence organization. Black Snow, a place to gain honor and fame. Theo thought back to his past. Back when I was in Black Snow, only 8 ever reached that rank. In my past life, I never could, no matter how hard I tried. But now, it seems so easy. Pharrell was also quite welcoming. All eyes fell upon Theo. The third blooming festival was truly impressive. Don't forget, our Ascending Dragon Holy Temple is always open to you. This was an unprecedented situation. What? Even the Ascending Dragon clan is making a move? 4 of the 9 dragons have joined, plus another one with Julius. Evelyn muttered, That's our captain. He said something strange. Our white-armored dragon knights. He didn't offer Theo any special benefits. Evelyn let out a heavy sigh. So stubborn. He truly is our captain. Julius wanted Theo to understand his way of thinking. We believe proving your strength is true honor. I want to recruit you, but I won't offer special treatment. That's unfair to the others. He only promised one single thing. What I can provide is my full support and the pride of being a dragon knight. This made Theo fall into deep thought again. Then, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. I understand. He looked up, resolute. My choice is. Everyone waited with anticipation. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. You're a regressor, aren't you? Theo was horrified. His eyes darted around, searching for the source of the voice, but it was impossible to tell who had spoken. There were countless people on the high platform. Hilda smiled, as if she knew everything. Theo recognized her, stunned, the former head of the family. Hilda, he played dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, Hilda didn't buy it. This man had no idea how he lived his past life, but his acting skills are truly top-notch. Theo was shocked. A loop? What does that mean? Are there really multiple cycles of rebirth? Noticing his strange behavior, someone asked, Theo, is something wrong? You don't look well, he replied. Ah, may I have a moment to think? The referee answered. Of course, this is an important decision, but don't take too long. Hilda suddenly admitted, no need to hide it. I'm a regressor too, but my designated loop ended long ago. Theo calculated his options. Again, loop clearly means multiple rebirths. Sweat dripped down his face as he asked, how is that possible? And how many other regressors are out there? My opponent is the former family head. It's best to be direct. Hilda smirked. A loop means you can be reborn many times? You didn't know? Did Kai not tell you anything? Her words were taunting. Yes, Kai despises regressors more than anything. It's a miracle he even let you live. Theo felt a surge of betrayal. His trust was shattered. What? Could it be that all the harsh trials I endured were because of my father? Hilda planned to use this to win Theo over. You seem to have many questions, but time is short. If you want to know the secrets of this world and our family, come find me. We'll speak again later. But he remained standing there. His face was grim. During the third blooming festival, the family head gave me no answers. Remembering the past, Theo lamented. The only thing he gave me was the sword heart, just as Hilda said. The family head hates regressors. The aura of Lord Brock that I sensed from him back then. And another incident. Lord Brock's stolen heart. Did the family head really take Lord Brock's heart? It sent Theo's mind into a spiral. Lord Brock was the ancient dragon who accepted regressors, and a human can't normally defeat an ancient dragon. There are exceptions. But for the family head, a man called a demigod, it might be possible. Perhaps there's only one choice. No other option to uncover the family's secrets about regression. He was being rushed again. Now, Theo, have you decided where you will go? Yes, Theo was certain. I must go to Hilda. He nodded. Yes, I have decided. His voice drew out. I will, Theo declared boldly. Yes, I have made my choice. He was determined. I will. And that choice was, ultimately, Zenith Academy. Remington became the disciple of the Sky Dragon, Zenith. That decision proved that he likely had a similar plan. After all, they both used Water Key. In his memory, the past Remington returned to the Nasio family to grow stronger, and he eventually launched a rebellion against the Ragnar clan. He was incredibly powerful, but this Remington won't, Theo speculated. This time he didn't leave Jagna. This is definitely another change I've caused. They then shook hands, bidding farewell before parting. This was just a temporary goodbye. They eagerly awaited the day they would meet again with even greater power. Let's both do our best in our own places, and meet again even stronger. Of course, Theo, model. People awaited their reunion, and Remington's eyes blazed. Theo's joy was just as intense. And just as predicted, Jay returned to Daffodil Manor, home of her mother, the Ice Dragon. It's where Jay truly belongs. No place is more fitting. His 4 companions were sad to see her go. Shebin and the others from Training Area 4 wished to follow Theo, but their scores weren't high enough. Saying goodbye to his comrades was indeed a shame. An announcement signaled the end of the ceremony. Everyone performed admirably. It was time to dismiss. Theo looked ahead, a satisfied smile on his face, but he was certain everyone would continue to strive. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling him. Hey, Theo! A familiar face appeared. I can't believe we chose the same unit. It was none other than Huckus and Erica. Ha ha ha, this idiot. Theo watched them approach shyly, his new comrades. He welcomed them with excitement. Huckus, Erica, it's great to see you both here. Thanks for saving me in round 2. Erica eagerly brought up the favor he owed. Don't you forget that you owe me. The strongest always wins. But Huckus showed his own excitement for him. Damn it, Theo. I'm starting to like you. The strongest is the best. Theo watched them, completely baffled. Why is everyone suddenly so fond of me? But an announcement cut through his thoughts. Attention, the commander is approaching. Theo's resolve hardened. My objective has not changed. He had set his sights on the most prestigious unit in the Ragnar clan. It was the perfect starting point for his plan to become the family head. The white-armored Dragon Knights. The honored few were being celebrated. Congratulations on becoming members of the white-armored Dragon Knights. He put his other plans on hold. I'll see Hilda later. Just then, Julius stepped forward. He gave an order to all present. Now, hear the oaths from our new recruits, Huckus declared with confidence. I want to be a legendary Dragon Knight. Not to be outdone, another shouted. I want my name to echo through the lands. But Erika's determination was clear. I will become the strongest of this generation. Another proclaimed with equal fire. I want your acknowledgement, Commander. Suddenly, all eyes turned to one person. Theo. He prepared to speak. He had to prepare for the Great War coming in 5 years. His declaration stunned everyone in attendance. I will become the commander of the white-armored Dragon Knights in 5 years. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The nerve of him, saying that right to the commander's face. But the commander just laughed loudly. Ha ha, excellent. A dream should be grand. Well said. You have chosen the right place. As his cape billowed, Julius instructed them, regardless of why you chose this unit, remember this one thing. He clenched his fist, declaring their sacred creed. Every drop of your blood and sweat forges an immortal legend in Wagner history. This hardship paves the way to glory. Today's suffering will be tomorrow's pride. Our shields do not shatter, and our swords do not break, for you have comrades. Your brothers in arms will always stand with you, as you will for them. And Julius looked on with anticipation. At the end of that path of blood and sweat, he declared proudly, awaits glory. They were hailed, welcome to the white-armored Dragon Knight's family. A dragon materialized behind him, leaving everyone completely awestruck. A wyvern, the commander's companion. Julius introduced him. This is my partner, Gunla. He is a wyvern, our symbol as Dragon Knights. He looked magnificent, his talons razor-sharp. His companions descended as well. Truly a stunning sight. Julius commanded them. Now, all of you mount the dragons of your seniors. A test awaited them. We will now begin the initiation test. This is also your chance, a chance to claim a partner of your own. Everyone, assemble at the dragon's nest. Yes, sir. Theo was thrilled. So this is a dragon. I'll have my own wyvern? Evelyn appeared with a bright smile. Let's go, young master. He was taken aback. She's greeting me. I see you've joined the white-armored Dragon Knights. What are you doing here? You've returned to active duty? He asked with some concern. Yes, I had little choice in the matter. He noticed her arm immediately. Evelyn, your arm. She simply smiled. I'm sure you understand. Her arm was completely healed. I came to express my gratitude, said Cecilia. Evelyn turned from her training, surprised. The Lady of Camellia Palace. Yes, she likely knew what was weighing on Cecilia's mind. If this is about young Master Theo, please don't worry. He would have succeeded even without my help. I believe he would have honed his talents regardless. That might be true, but Cecilia shared her heartfelt feelings. But knowing that someone truly recognizes and supports you, and knowing that person is completely trustworthy, that surely becomes a great source of strength for him. Cecilia's tone was mysterious, as if testing Evelyn. I've heard you are that very person for Theo. She quickly shook her head, trying to deny it. No, I'm just an inspector. One who is already retired. But Cecilia quickly interjected. Please, do not belittle yourself. To Cecilia, Evelyn was incredibly important. Often, a guiding light doesn't realize just how brightly it shines. You are that very light. She smiled warmly. I will help you, so your light can illuminate the entire world. Evelyn spoke with all her heart. Thank you, young master. She was elated by Theo's help. I heard you took a special interest in this. Thanks to you, I can rejoin the White Dragon Squad. Theo knew instantly it was Cecilia's doing. I should have dealt with this sooner. It seems Mother gave me all the credit, but deep down he was grateful to her. That's my mother. Thank you. Moved by this kindness, Evelyn made her resolve. I, Evelyn, swear my loyalty to you, young Master Theo, as your sword. Theo gave a slight nod. He accepted her oath in silence. Thank you. I'll be in your care. At the snow-covered lair of the White Dragons, Evelyn began her introduction. This is where the wyverns live. As you know, the White Dragon Squad completes its missions with them. That is why the initiation ceremony is held here. I see. Theo nodded, then asked again, and if I can't find a partner, does that mean I cannot join? That's right. It is rare, but it has happened before. But Theo felt a flicker of worry. Will the other rookies be all right? I doubt this is suited to their abilities. Well, they'll have to manage on their own. Evelyn pointed ahead, guiding him. First, you can observe your surroundings. You'll usually feel a connection to the wyvern meant to be your partner. Suddenly, a massive, clawed foot slammed down. This must be an Adamon species wyvern. He was stunned. The Adamon orches, a tyrannical predator, growing up to 15 meters with tough brown scales. Another species flew by, its tail like a scorpion's. The venomous Avialan species. A toxic dragon that spits a purple mist with a long serpentine body. its tail tipped with a deadly stinger. Another looked like a true dragon. The Syrian sword dragon, a docile herbivore. It hides underground, launching surprise attacks from below when it detects a threat. And then there were smaller, fire-breathing wyverns. The speed type, velociraptor, a small but incredibly agile species. They hunt in packs and are highly intelligent. They can also breathe fire. These were the wyverns Theo had to choose from. Evelyn asked him which one he felt was his partner. The wyverns managed by our squad are divided into these 4 types. So, have you felt a connection to any of them? But his expression was completely flat, almost bored. A connection? But Theo already had his sights set on another. I'm looking for one, but I don't see it here. Remembering the 6-year Great War. This was what Theo was truly waiting for. A mutant wyvern that once invaded the White Dragon's lair. It massacred hundreds of wyverns that the squad had carefully raised. Its name was the Phantom Black Dragon. Its arrival was a horrifying disaster. That day, 8 villages were burned to the ground, and dozens of inspectors were killed. Ragnar classified the Phantom Black Dragon as a catastrophe, a level 2 threat, with an order for its extermination. The Phantom Black Dragon was hunted relentlessly, but it could not escape its fate. It was finally captured when the Demon Dragon King and the Sword Dragon intervened. The name it was given was also special. Phantom Black Dragon was a nickname it earned for hiding in the shadows, but Theo hoped desperately for its return. A partner with that much potential would be unbelievable. He focused, trying to remember the characteristics of the dragon from his past. Then, flying in from the distance, a familiar silhouette appeared. Theo recognized it at once. There it is. A wyvern was being guarded. Its form was truly magnificent. Osa spoke to the person sitting near it. You look rather happy, sir. He boasted with pride. Wouldn't it be stranger if I wasn't? I've just acquired a dragon for my command. Excellent. I was just about to bring that up. Osa began to test the White Dragon captain. You intend to make Theo the core of this unit's future, don't you? The captain paused thoughtfully. Then he said something curious. As I thought, you're very careful with your words. Words are the source of all conflict. Osa felt it. It seems you're aiming for a much bigger picture. Perhaps you misunderstand, Osa. I've said nothing. I understand. She then stated her purpose. Don't worry. I came to make an offer to that boy. What are you scheming? He hesitated, thinking. Theo has already chosen the White Dragon squad. He can't go to the Plum Blossom Palace. What kind of offer could she possibly make? Osa stated her proposal. Let him come with me. She smiled, expecting his consent. What do you think? He was stunned into silence. What are the wyverns doing? Evelyn panicked slightly. They're starting again. Theo kept probing. Do you know about that wyvern model? It had been an outcast for so long. A situation Evelyn found completely baffling. I tried to help, but it was useless. It wasn't a true wyvern, and was likely shunned by the others. Theo found this strange. Wasn't it a wyvern? Correct. Its parents were a female wyvern and a male bifer. He froze. Theo realized. Isn't a bifer a Tier 1 monster from the ocean's depths? How is that possible? But Evelyn had no answer. That's the mystery. It should be impossible. Theo was bewildered. The legendary bifer was terrifying. A true Tier 1 monster. Its power rivaled natural disasters like storms. Just one breaking through humanity's barrier could cause catastrophic damage. It was a true mystery. A powerful, demonic beast. It lived hidden in the forest shadows. So, the Shadow Dragon's abilities must be inherited from its father, the bifer. As Theo pieced it together, Evelyn continued. When it was born, it became a huge problem for the White Dragon squad. We first decided to just observe it in its nest. Tragically, the other wyverns rejected the child. But isolating it wasn't a good option either, so we were worried. The poor thing. Ostracized just for being different. Theo asked, what's its name? Evelyn revealed a beautiful name, Ambra. In an ancient tongue, that name means shadow. All the more reason to choose it. Darkness, a fitting name. Suddenly, Theo leaned over, startling Evelyn. Young master, what are you doing? That child is my partner. What? What do you mean? He launched himself downward toward his chosen partner. I'm going ahead, Evelyn cried out in fear. Young master. But he was determined. This time, Ambra, you'll have a new life. His destination was Ambra's side. Just like him in this life. With a smirk, he landed amid a cloud of dust. Theo's gaze shot downward, selecting his weapons. Sharp blades flew out as his eyes flashed. A sync notice appeared. You can now use psychokinesis to move designated targets. A single blade tilted forward. Theo leaped onto it, soaring forward. He vaulted from blade to blade, leaving a stunned Evelyn above. My goodness, when did he learn psychokinesis? To use it like this, she was filled with admiration. His growth rate is unbelievable. But below, the dragons remained vicious, a terrifying sight. He was excited. Then came the harsh insults. Fool, is he even from Gafna? So pathetic. An illegitimate child. Theo's eyes narrowed. With his sharp blade, he prepared to land. His eyes blazed a brilliant gold, breath of the thunder dragon. He commanded the blades to descend as one. Arcs of lightning erupted. The dragon seal left a single blade embedded in the ground. The others fled as Theo approached Ambra. Theo scoffed at the cowardly dragons. Ch, scared off so easily. Bullies are nothing but cowards. He turned to Ambra. You okay? It growled defensively, then fled. Ah, wait! Evelyn hurried over to explain. It's on edge. Approaching won't be easy. You should wait and try again later. But Theo had his own plan. No, now is exactly when I need to be there for it. Why do you think it stays near the nest, despite being an outcast? That creature is truly pitiful. It's lonely. And emotional wounds hurt far more than physical ones. They prepared to give chase. It's hurt, so it can't have gone far. Help me find it. Elsewhere, Ambra landed abruptly. It collapsed from exhaustion, only to look up in surprise. Theo was walking right toward it. Many knights had tried to tame Ambra, but all of them failed. Poor Ambra, always so wary of others, and even more so now. He then asked Evelyn, "Can I have some food? I'll try to understand it. This is part of my entrance exam, after all." Theo could sense Ambra's fear. Less of a wyvern, more of a drake. It roared fiercely, but Theo stood firm. It roared again. His gaze only hardened as Ambra struggled. He simply applied a healing salve, a recovery potion. It quickly healed the deep wounds, restoring some of its stamina. As the potion took effect, Ambra began to relax. How do you feel? The pain's fading, isn't it? Its eyes softened. He gently touched it, feeling something strange. Is this the dragon heart? He could feel Ambra's emotions. Yes, he understood this creature completely. Its rage at the flock that cast it out. Its sorrow and conflicting desire to still belong with them. The painful, persistent loneliness. Its feelings for him were also conflicted, full of suspicion. He was a stranger who offered warmth, but it also desperately hoped he wouldn't leave. He gently stroked its scales, whispering, "Don't worry, I will not betray you." He then reached for something to show Ambra. "I know you like shiny things," he said, holding out a dazzling crystal. Its eyes lit up with desire as it roared. "Want it?" It shut its eyes. When it opened them again, he fastened the gem onto it, tempting Ambra. "Stick with me. And there's more where that came from." He was sure it would agree. "Well?" Seeing its hesitation, Theo pushed. "I hear you hate reins and saddles, but I could make you one covered in jewels just like this. So brilliant and beautiful. I'll just have to borrow a few things from her." At that thought, Kia Sung flinched. Someone noticed. "Kia Sung, are you all right? You seem unwell." "I don't know why, but I feel like I'm about to lose a fortune." Just then, Ambra rose, having accepted Theo as its master. "You have been acknowledged as the master of the VIP Wyvern." A satisfied smile crossed Theo's face. A new skill, and a medal. Wyvern Taming, rank C-. Proficiency, 1%. Higher proficiency deepens the bond with a tamed wyvern. While riding, both mount and rider receive a 10% power boost. When Evelyn landed with 2 boars, she stared in shock. Ambra was nestled against Theo. "How did you manage that? It has never opened up to anyone." Ambra nuzzled against his chest. "You're back?" Theo smiled warmly, thanking Evelyn. "It's great to see it eating so well. Thanks for the meat, Evelyn." She was still baffled. "Seriously, how did you do it?" "I simply tended to its emotional wounds." As Ambra ate, he knew the gift had sealed the deal when its heart wavered. Evelyn watched in amazement as Ambra offered Theo some meat. He laughed. "Ha ha ha, you want me to eat that? It's okay, I've already eaten. You eat as much as you'd like." Evelyn marveled silently. He's exactly like the young master. Theo could charm not only people, but wyverns as well. Realizing this, she applauded. "Oh, congratulations, young master. It has accepted you as its companion." When a wyvern offers its neck and back, that is a sign of absolute trust, but Evelyn rushed to stop him. "Wait, no. What are you suddenly doing?" Theo was unfazed. "It's inviting me to ride. It may have accepted you," she warned, "but you have no flight training. It's far too dangerous to ride. Riding a wyvern without reins or a saddle is a death wish." But Theo was confident. It's fine. I have my own way. He shot into the sky, activating his wyvern taming skill to compensate for his missing riding ability. And just like that, Evelyn watched nervously from below, but he was safe. Theo felt Ambra's excitement. All right, I get it. You want to show me something, don't you? Let's go. His excitement, however, suddenly faded. A wave of confusion hit him. Something wasn't right. How could a creature this pure become a demonic beast? A monster so feared it was called the evil dark wyvern. Ambra carried Theo far across mountains and waterfalls. Ambra was guiding him to a secret location. Theo pushed onward. And here I thought I knew these winter mountains, ever since my time as black snow. Before him was a breathtaking cave of shimmering crystal. A crystal cave, hidden behind a waterfall. You really do love sparkly things, huh? Then, a strange flower caught his eye. What is that? Theo knew precisely what it was. Seeing this, I finally understand why you became an illusion dragon. You've been eating this all along, haven't you? Its name was Demon Willow, Ambra's source of sustenance. I never expected to find Demon Willow here, a plant overflowing with demonic energy, said to grow only in the Demon Sea. It absorbs pure demonic energy from the moonlight, a priceless elixir for monsters. He knew he had to destroy it. Dragons and demons are polar opposites. How can you even absorb this kind of energy? Regardless, this is too dangerous. I have to burn it. But Ambra protested. Theo quickly soothed it. Don't worry. I'll try not to damage the crystals you love. Suddenly, he saw it. Something was hanging by its arms. A withered corpse. It was hairless, its face desiccated. He moved closer to inspect it. A person? No, a body, dead for at least 15 years. The body was barely decomposed, partly due to the cold, Theo guessed. But it also meant this person wielded immense magical power in life. A deep suspicion formed in Theo's mind. For a master of this caliber to be trapped and die so miserably, this was far too suspicious. I'll have to investigate this later. He turned away. First, he needed to deal with the Demon Willow, but the corpse suddenly let out a vicious scream. Theo spun around as Ambra slammed its foot down on the body. He felt a surge of relief. Ambra roared, pinning the corpse, but the creature fought back with equal fury. The beast lunged, fangs bared, aiming for Ambra's claws. Theo reacted instantly to the horrifying threat. Danger! To protect Ambra, he thrust his own arm forward. The creature bit down with pure malice. Kai, Robert, I will never forgive you for this. Through waves of pain, Theo heard something. He wasn't mistaken. That was the clan chief's name and the black dragon. A voice rang out. Who goes there? A familiar sword. The secret art of the white-armored dragon knights. And then, Evelyn appeared to save them. Heavenly slash. She rushed to his side. Young master, are you all right? Incredibly, he was still smiling. Evelyn, sorry. This is my fault. But agony surged through him, his face contorting in pain as he started to fade. This was a terrifying corpse poison, pulsing with demonic energy. His strength was rapidly draining away. If it couldn't be cured, Evelyn rushed to support him. We'll get you to headquarters. Please, just hold on. But Ambra blocked her path. What are you doing? I'm not trying to harm you. I'm trying to help. Her patience snapped. Stop it, Ambra. Move now, or I won't hold back, companion or not. But Theo stopped her. Evelyn, wait. Just for a moment. Let's see what it wants. He understood his companion. Ambra, you have a way, don't you? He chose to put his faith in his partner. All right. I'm putting my life in your hands. Evelyn protested. Young master, we must leave now. This is too dangerous. It's corpse poison mixed with demonic energy. But his resolve was absolute. With this poison, even with proper treatment, the survival rate is less than 30%. I'll bet on Ambra. It turned out Ambra had absorbed the local demon willow, evolving into a Tier 2 creature. It had fought the undead before, learning to control both its demonic energy and deadly poison. Theo insisted, just trust Ambra and do as it says. Evelyn cried out, Young master, it's taking that plant. It then crushed several crystal shards, scattering them onto the ground. When Evelyn questioned it, Ambra simply nodded. It gestured to mix them for the young master. She hesitated, but saw Theo's condition rapidly worsening. She was out of options. Damn it, I'll do anything. She quickly combined the components. She fed the strange mixture to Theo, as every drop counted. They watched, praying for a miracle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a brilliant light erupted. Evelyn and Ambra watched in shock. Impossible. The poison was being purged from his body. He was actually recovering. A powerful aura began to radiate from him. The energy flooded the area. Evelyn was stunned. His magical element. It had turned black. I've never heard of anything like this. Suddenly, Theo convulsed, throwing them into a panic. What in the world is happening? But Evelyn's shock turned to awe. Young master. Color was returning to his face. The absorption process had begun. A notification appeared. You have acquired the Phantom Dragon trait. Elsewhere, a baffled Julius demanded, What did you just say? Has Kexue confirmed this? His subordinate nodded. Yes, sir. Verification is complete. With an estimated accuracy of 89%. Julius slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, this was unbelievable. This is completely insane. They say good news is often followed by bad. He felt a crushing disappointment, never expecting this outcome. On that brutal battlefield, Captain Channel of the White-Armored Dragon Knight's 5th Squad, along with 15 members, were all killed in action. They were completely wiped out. Purification rebirth is an ancient art used to cleanse the body of all impurities. It reshapes one's constitution for easier mana absorption. But it requires multiple master mages working in concert. The process inflicts days of agony, and is only proven to work on children under 5 years old. For this to happen to Theo was the result of a 1-in-a-million miracle. It all began when he fought the ghoul. Its deadly poison invaded his body. The ancient mana from the demon willow and Ambra's quick intervention. It knew how to neutralize the toxin. Everything combined perfectly. Instead of being destroyed by the poison, Theo's body absorbed the very essence of its power. At that moment, Theo's eyes snapped open. Evelyn was by his side instantly. Young master, are you okay? He smiled. Sorry to have worried you. At his words, she and Ambra let out a unified sigh of relief. A new system notification appeared. Title acquired. Shadow Tiger. The greatest genius in a millennium. The system continued. Current status. Stunned by a miraculous encounter. Has absorbed the demonic poison that birthed the first phantom dragon. If he can master this power, Theo will become the second. This gave Theo pause. He narrowed his eyes. The illusion dragon's power. He then checked the system status update. He was shocked. 85 stat points. That was an insane boost. He glanced around the grotto, admiring the crystals of pure energy. Theo smiled softly. Their power had weakened the demon. It even became a medicinal component. He glanced at the dragon, thinking, I'm glad I trusted Ambra. He clenched his fist happily. Ragnar's perfect physique now gained purification, rebirth, and phantom dragon. But Theo knew his growth speed would now be immeasurable. As he slowly stood, he wondered. More importantly, who exactly was that old man? His gaze fell on a riddled body in the cave's corner. Evelyn rushed toward it, prompting him to call out, Evelyn, what is it? She answered, There's writing on the cliff face. He guessed, a note? But to carve such exquisite script into this rock, the person had to be a grandmaster. Theo and Evelyn began translating. Kai and Robert defeated me. I hid here to plot my revenge. But my body. A past image flashed in Theo's mind. In that moment, a sentient skeleton had been madly gnawing on its own hand. It was the same man, repeatedly crying 2 names, Kai, Robert. Theo's eyes widened after he'd tried to injure himself. The man then realized, but my body is weakening fast because Robert destroyed my demonic core. Is the demon willow I consumed to survive actually killing me? I'm starting to lose consciousness. The demonic nature is taking over. Damn it! My revenge hasn't even begun. Demonic energy poured from his body. The man despaired. I'm losing my consciousness more and more. It's time to make a decision, and I must admit there is no hope. I'll abandon everything and melt my beloved serpent sword to seal myself. And just like that, he bound himself to the stone wall, desperately hoping someone would find this place. Hoping they will fulfill my wish. Hoping they will take revenge for me. I pray my successor will surpass them. I leave my legacy here. Reading this, both Theo and Evelyn were left speechless. He questioned, Wait, is the next part Phantom Sword and Raging Thunder God? She answered, Then this man is a legendary figure, the one who once freely controlled the wind, and a tragic hero. The man who, 45 years ago, fought the current patriarch for the throne until the very end. Evelyn yelled, Windmaster Theo Ragnar. She searched her memory. I heard that he died. But it turns out he was always here. At this, she suddenly froze, then quickly knelt before the man's corpse. Theo was baffled. What are you doing? She explained. Though defeated and exiled by the patriarch, the Windmaster was a true heir of Ragnar blood. Evelyn looked anguished. For a Ragnar vassal to harm a legitimate heir is a heinous crime, punished by immediate execution. So, Theo suddenly shouted, Stop speaking such nonsense. He casually stated, The one you killed wasn't a Ragnar, but a madman. I did it to save my life. Did I have any other choice? Evelyn still resisted. But the law. He cut her off immediately. What happened here will forever remain a secret. Seeing Evelyn still wouldn't stand, Theo suggested. If you're still troubled, then accept the Windmaster's secret techniques. Evelyn, you take them. She was utterly shocked. The Windmaster? His techniques are on par with the 9 dragon arts. But why would you give them to me? He simply said, inherit the Windmaster's legacy and become stronger. He walked before Evelyn, adding, and carry on his will. His hand, full of trust, landed firmly on her shoulder. This way, the Windmaster can finally rest. Now that you're his successor, no one can call it a sin. He then asked, didn't you yourself say that you would become my sword, Evelyn? Evelyn felt as if a great power was surging through her body. She turned to bow before him. Evelyn Nerover, Ragnar's highest-ranking swordswoman, I swear my loyalty to Lord Theo as a vassal, she said solemnly. I respectfully ask the noble young master to accept this lowly one's oath, Theo quietly thought. You really are a stickler for the rules. But in the end, he drew his sword and placed the blade on her shoulder. A flow of power enveloped them both. Theo spoke. I accept Evelyn's oath, engraving it on my heart and soul, and on the long road ahead, I declare you my first sword. At his words, a happy expression appeared on his face, and Evelyn couldn't help but smile. Ambra watched them, pleased. Outside the cave, the sun was slowly setting. At the white-armored Dragon Knight headquarters, Hukot shouted arrogantly, that Theo guy still isn't here. Maybe I'm the real genius of the white-armored Dragon Knights. As he finished speaking, he saw Theo's figure approaching. His expression immediately turned blank. Hukot was shocked. Theo, what the hell? What did you bring back with you? The others were also stunned. What is that? Don't tell me that's Ambra. How did he tame that untamable beast as his companion? Someone marveled. So this is why they call him a genius. The greatest in 1,000 years? They couldn't believe their eyes. What kind of insane talent is this? Evelyn stepped forward to report, Senior Swordsman Ibalan and Apprentice Theo. We've completed the qualification test and have returned. Hearing this, she grew curious. But where is the captain? The blonde man replied. He received an urgent order and has already gone back. Evelyn was stunned. Urgent orders? A second later, a powerful gust of wind blew toward her. Dark shadows filled the sky. A closer look revealed they were dragons in black armor. Julius spoke from atop his dragon. I know you just completed your initiation, but I apologize. He gave the order with a grave tone. Everyone, deploy to Fort Benki immediately. The group erupted in chaos. A real combat deployment? Theo thought to himself. So it has finally begun, the Ceres Guild crisis at Fort Benki. He knew it was a plot to steal the dragon-slaying sword, Banpang, and start a rebellion. He realized, the one behind it all is S. Julius's face was tense with worry. Everyone, listen up. You will be deployed to Fort Benki. The trainees exchanged confused glances. One approached, asking, what's going on? Captain, even the rookies who haven't finished training are being sent. This mission must be that urgent. Julius's voice was heavy. Squad 5's Captain Channel. Theo froze as he heard, and the 14 members under his command are missing. This was incredibly strange. Channel was a veteran of the white-armored Dragon Knights, someone even Julius went to for advice. There's no way he was defeated so easily. As Theo processed the situation, he thought, impossible. Is this another butterfly effect that I caused? Julius continued his report. According to Black Snow, the fatality rate is 89%. Even if they're alive, they can't continue the mission. Therefore, we'll form a temporary Squad 5 with the current personnel, and we will resume the search mission. That captain's responsibility has been given to Evelyn. The temporary captain of Squad 5 will be Evelyn. We have 4 hours to prepare. Make sure the rookies complete their basic training. Julius was certain. I don't believe they are dead. Pure rage burned in his eyes. But we will still get revenge for them. With that, Julius flew off on his dragon. Just like the last incident, the kidnapping by the Black Skull bandits tied to the Ceres Guild, the white-armored Dragon Corps handled it, and without a single casualty, or so I had thought. But that wasn't the whole truth. The true goal of that incident was something else entirely, the theft and transport of the dragon-slaying sword, Banpang. Ed used it back then to start his revolt, but now, the course of events has changed. Theo felt a crushing tension and guilt. What if all of this is my fault? I have to see the truth with my own eyes. Theo quickly retrieved the Banpang sword. The harsh climate was still a shock to the troops. Arg, it's freezing. I can't get used to this weather. Then, Someone noticed strange shapes covering the moon. Huh? Wait, why does the moon look like that? And then it dawned on them. A knight from the Dragon Corps screamed a report to everyone. Alarm! There's a huge explosion above the fortress. Evelyn's forces advanced under attack as boulders rained down on them. The enemy tried to retreat inside. We'll all die if we stay here. But they were swiftly cut down. Blood splattered everywhere. Evelyn quickly gave the order. A swift victory. Take them down. They were determined to avenge their fallen comrades. This is the price for daring to touch the white-armored Dragon Corps. We'll make them repay everything. The sudden assault took the enemy by complete surprise. Damn it! They said they would take care of the Dragon Corps. Had we arrived a moment later, it would have been a catastrophe. The other man was eager. Once I deliver this successfully, my mission will be complete. Haha. After this, I'm set for life. But before he could make the delivery, he was struck down by a hidden assassin. The man quickly sheathed his sword. He turned and asked his subordinate, "Where is the item?" "Right here." They had it. "Good. Confirmed." Another reported, "The item is secured. Prepare for the next phase." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, the fortress was burning. All that was left was their wicked plan to wipe out these bugs. The army had nearly exterminated them. They completed their mission of annihilation perfectly. To Theo, this battle felt far too easy. So easy, it was almost boring. He also thought to himself, it's hard to believe Squad 5 was completely wiped out by this. Something was wrong. Activate hatchling synchronization. Theo could read his target's memories, and the same thing kept happening. Another one, just like the last. He knew Banpeng was stolen, but he had never laid eyes on it. A strange suspicion started to grow inside Theo. The grunts, I could understand. But even the officers had never seen it? I've definitely missed something crucial. A teammate noticed his odd behavior. "What's up, Theo? Something wrong?" "Ah, it's nothing. Just something I need to think about." A soldier laughed reassuringly. "Ha ha ha, even a hero gets nervous. A rookie is still a rookie. Just admit you're tense. We've already rescued the hostage. Now let's regroup with the main unit." Then he added strangely, "Yeah, let's head back. I just want to wash up. I reek of gunpowder." But Theo suddenly bolted forward. The others stared, confused. What's gotten into him? Guess he really hates being touched. They stopped. Theo drew his sword with a slash. "I knew it. Just as I thought. What's going on?" They gasped. Inside were large barrels of gunpowder. These bastards. They planned to take us with them? The situation was critical, and Theo warned them. "We have no time to hesitate. Retreat now. Roger. Men, immediate withdrawal." A massive object hurtled toward them as Theo spun around in fear. Cannonballs rained down relentlessly. The enemy commander ordered them to reload. He gave the command, and explosions thundered. His face was merciless. Wipe out every last one. For his sake. Back at the castle, the air was grim. Someone was cradling a headless corpse. "Ashen, my beloved son. You've suffered so much." Her expression was horrifying. "Mother will bring that disgusting head back for you." Inside the fortress, the battle had erupted. The warrior Evelyn charged, cutting down enemies. She ordered that no one escape. But then, she froze in disbelief. Team 5, led by China. Wiped out by these guys? Impossible. Something's not right. The more she thought, the more her face filled with worry. Just then, Evelyn sensed a shadow blot out the light above. She swiftly dodged to the side. 2 soldiers ran over, worried. "Captain." Luckily, only a piece of Evelyn's cloak was singed. Her eyes narrowed. "They're insane," she quickly warned the others. "Artillery fire. Everyone, take cover now." But the cannonballs began to fall even faster. Soldiers scattered with desperate cries. A massive explosion erupted right beside Evelyn, forcing her to shield her eyes. The bombardment continued, targeting the troops on the other side. On the steps leading deep into the castle, Theo's group ran out, shouting, "Captain!" Evelyn urged them on. "Just in time. It's a full bombardment. We have to get out of here immediately," Theo acknowledged, yelling, "Roger, head for the outer wall, away from the shelling." Then, the system sent a notification. Opening mind gate. Removing safety limiters on brain function. He looked slightly surprised as another message appeared. Enhancing thought processing, speed, and sensory perception. While Theo was still stunned, a blue light flashed. Countless architectural images appeared before him. Theo's pupils scanned them in an instant. Just then, Evelyn grabbed his shoulder, shouting, "What are you doing, Theo? We have to move. Snap out of it. We have to leave this fortress now." Theo suddenly gripped her wrist tightly. It made her suspicious. "What are you doing? We're out of time." At that moment, Theo's face was grim. No, we have to go inside. His words left Evelyn stunned for a second. He then pulled her deeper into the castle. Shepard ran after him, yelling, "You want to go back where we were almost blown up? The lives of 21 of us are in your hands. Damn it, should we have run outside?" He countered, "If we run outside now, we'll be caught in the shelling or an ambush. That's exactly what they want." As he spoke, he had the system use hatchling synchronization to read the object's residual thoughts. Stones began to fall from the ceiling. Theo started reading the enemy's thoughts. They must have thought we couldn't survive inside the fortress. Rows of bricks on the wall lit up in his vision, forming pathways. Theo thought confidently, "But right now, with this ability, we have more than enough chance to survive." The system sent him a message as the mind gate opened. The range of hatchling synchronization has expanded significantly. Theo quickly scanned the castle's layout. Explosives planted on the left. He glanced to the side, surprised again. The right was under artillery fire. Theo made his decision. "We're taking the stairs ahead." The group was quickly pulled by him towards the staircase. Just as they descended, falling rocks blocked the way behind them. A few steps further, the group stared at a solid wall. "It's a dead end," Erica shouted. "Hey, you told us to trust you," Huckus then asked. "Theo, you have a plan, right? We can't go back." Just as he spoke, the ceiling above began to give way. "It's collapsing." Even Evelyn started to panic. The group stared wide-eyed in horror. Both Huckus and Erica were at a loss. Seeing this, Theo gritted his teeth. From outside, the entire fortress was engulfed in flames. A subordinate reported to the man in the black cloak, "All of the artillery shells have been used." He drew his sword from its sheath. "Remember this," he told them. "This is revenge for young Master Ashen. It doesn't matter if they're just mangled flesh." The man pictured Theo being crushed by rubble, and gave the order, "Bring me their heads." Inside the castle, only a chaotic wasteland of rubble remained. Huddled together, Theo's team barely survived in an uncollapsed section, bracing for death. Just as he'd thought. Hook realized, "Theo, you planned this from the very beginning. You shattered the floor at the last second." Moments later, 2 soldiers appeared, spears leveled at them. At them. "What? Who are you? How did you get in here?" Theo wondered why they were here. Then one soldier spoke. "We found an area where the ground felt unusually solid, so we came to investigate." Surprised by his words, Theo glanced past them. A large cell stood there, packed with prisoners. He looked closer and saw Jenner among them. He cried out inwardly, "Squad 5's captain, Jenner?" The cell bars were solid iron. Hook quickly restrained the soldiers as Evelyn rushed into the detention area. "Thank heavens you're alive, Sir Jenner. But this is unbelievable. To think the mastermind was the head of intelligence. Ragnar." As the iron cuffs came off, Jenner remained calm and said, "I see, but you all don't seem very surprised." Evelyn lowered her head, admitting, "I had my suspicions. An attack this precise was impossible without a traitor, but I never thought they would actually betray their own people." Aaron roared, "This is blatant treason." The blonde knight agreed. "That's right, we must have revenge." But Jenner warned them, "Don't let emotion cloud your judgment. We can't afford to be reckless. They planned meticulously from the start to capture us alive. With our current strength, we can't face them directly. But first, we need to alert the Black Snow unit outside." Just then, a voice cut in. "That's impossible," Theo stated. "The fact that we received no support means they've already been wiped out. The Black Snow ambush force is gone. That's why we pushed into the fortress." He then added with conviction, "But we still have one chance to win," Theo explained. "They even buried their own men to hide this. That means they want to erase every single trace." His expression turned deadly serious. "So they will definitely return to confirm our deaths." In that moment of carelessness, when they believe they've won, he revealed his plan. "If we ambush them from inside this rubble, we can completely turn the tables." Theo's confident expression caught Jenner's eye. The captain thought to himself, "I had even prepared to die." "I must be getting old," Jenner mumbled. "Was I really ready to give up my life?" As he spoke, Jenner reached for his staff. "It seems we've recruited some truly exceptional rookies." He slammed his staff on the ground and declared, "You're right. The White Armored Dragon Corps won't go down without a fight." Jenner then gave the order, "We will proceed with the plan as discussed. White Armored Dragon Corps, all units, prepare for battle." Instantly, Theo's group fell into formation. The cloaked figures began to spread out, searching the area. Their leader lifted a massive stone, revealing a dying soldier beneath. He begged, "Please, spare me." His voice faded, but his desperate will to live was strong. "Please, just this once. I'm begging you, Let me go. The cloaked man showed no mercy, ending him without hesitation. Warm blood splattered across his cold, stoic face. He commanded his subordinate, "Have you found them yet?" One replied, "Not yet, sir. We've cleared the area. The west side of the fortress is clear. We're moving east." The leader thought, "The ambush unit has reported nothing unusual." Yes. He quickly scanned the area, but the only bodies still missing were those of the white-armored dragon corps. Is that right? He couldn't help but shout, "Wait! Stop! Has anyone seen the white-armored dragon corps?" At that moment, the man behind him was ambushed, and from beneath his own feet, a sharp blade erupted. The cloaked leader couldn't react in time as the blade slashed across his face. Only then did he hastily draw his weapon to block. Of course, Evelyn gave him no quarter. She pressed her attack, landing a powerful kick squarely on his chest. Then, she gracefully vaulted backward, twisting in midair before landing perfectly on her feet. He saw this and roared, "An ambush! The enemy is the white-armored dragon knights." The man ordered, "Prepare to fight." But by then, each member of the white-armored corps had already swiftly dispatched their foes. Evelyn spoke. "I was hoping it wasn't the head of intelligence." She gritted her teeth. "By the laws of Ragnar, you are guilty of treason and will be executed immediately." As she spoke, she took a killer stance. The two then instantly clashed. Sparks flew with every clash as Evelyn and the man exchanged countless blows. Their blades weaved a deadly dance. When the cloaked man pressed his attack, she deftly parried, searching for his weak point. The man ground his teeth. How could he have survived that? Impossible. As he seethed, veins bulged in his eyes. Evelyn blocked another slash and pressed forward, forcing him to reveal a sharp, prosthetic arm. Evelyn slashed his chest, then thrust forward with her other blade. Blood sprayed across the man's face. His eyes widened in shock as he retreated to create distance. Evelyn could see fear taking hold of him. Evelyn shouted, "Imperial intelligence. Resistance is futile." She drove the point home. "From the moment our ambush succeeded, you lost any chance of winning." The members of Imperial intelligence roared as she continued, "If you surrender peacefully, we will spare your lives." But suddenly, the man screamed, "Everyone, use the forbidden technique." His men froze for a moment. Then a cloaked subordinate began to chant as dark magic swirled around him. Theo was completely oblivious, wondering, "Forbidden technique? What's that?" Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted. Theo's opponent's eyes flew wide open. He struggled just to parry his blade. What is this power? Theo knew this was bad. Blood backlash burst, a forbidden art that consumes life force for power. Theo couldn't withstand the blow and was sent flying back by the man's powerful aura. He dug his sword into the ground to stop his momentum, but the impact still sent a painful shock through him. Sweat dripped from his brow. In the next instant, enemies swarmed him as countless blades drew blood. But looking closer, another squad member had taken the fatal blow for him. The young man whispered, "Go, run." A moment later, the enemies coldly withdrew their blades as Theo watched in utter disbelief. He trembled, gritting his teeth in pure rage. Theo roared, "You bastards, how dare you!" He unleashed 3 Dragonclaw, blasting them away. But Theo wasn't finished. His eyes glowed an unnatural red as a system window appeared. Thundergate activated. Every enemy on the battlefield, it was now seen in a crimson hue. Theo unleashed Dragon 3 Claw again, combining it with Chain Strike to create a massive vortex. In a flash, his blade swept through every single enemy. Erica and her group could only stare in shock. Even those on the sidelines were terrified. Every enemy on the field had been sliced into countless pieces. As the dust settled, his precision became clear. His masterful attacks had only targeted the enemy. The cloaked man had barely survived. He thought, he actually neutralized Blood Backlash Burst. So easily, the man's eyes blazed with fury. "I can't let this monster live." With that thought, he shot forward like an arrow. The members of the white-armored dragon army were still in awe. They murmured, "When did Theo learn that technique? We really need to step up." Meanwhile, Theo had reached his absolute limit. He thought, "I used Thundergate to boost my power," he panted. "But it's still too much for me." Just then, the cloaked man charged, screaming, "Theo!" He came forward with suicidal intent. "At least I'll drag you to hell with me." Theo instantly saw the problem. His mana hole. "It's distorting. Impossible." The man's face was twisted with insane rage. Theo was frozen. Is he going to self-destruct? Suddenly, a gust of wind magic appeared before him. It was Evelyn. She had arrived, using her ultimate skill, Wind Thunder God, to sever part of the cloaked man's body. She followed up with Windstorm, leaping towards him. Evelyn unleashed Wind Thunder God, holding 4 fingers straight. This created a vortex right before the man. Theo recognized the Manahole's rampage, and he peered deep into the man's core. He breathed. It stopped. Evelyn seized the chance, striking him down. The man in the black cloak was utterly defeated. Only then did Theo collapse in relief. Huckas's voice boomed. "Well done, Theo. You're truly the man I acknowledged. I'm already Lord Theo's first knight, so don't even think about it," Serpent added gratefully. "You saved my life. I'm truly grateful, thank you." Theo reached out his hand, giving a satisfied smile. He clasped Serpent's hand as the man asked, "When did you and the captain learn moves like that?" Theo laughed. "If I told you, you'd just get hurt." The group joked around, relieved. But nearby, Channer watched with a knowing gaze. After a long and brutal night, dawn finally broke. They also recovered the sword the man had stolen. But in the Rose Palace, Ed was fiercely choking Amin. His eyes blazed as he roared, "You wretched woman!" Ed coldly threw her to the floor. "How could you act on your own?" A maid rushed over, worried. "My lord." Ed snatched a letter from the table. "Where did you get the nerve to steal my seal?" He furiously scanned the letter's contents. "Kill that bastard Ragnar and the white-armored dragon squad? Is that what you're saying? Do you have any idea what you've just done?" Finishing his tirade, he furiously threw the letter down, shouting, "How dare you meddle in Choi Ben's grand plan?" Amin, driven mad by his yelling, screamed back. She wept. "I just want the head of the scoundrel who did this to Asen. Is even that too much to ask?" Amin roared with all her might. "That enemy and everything connected to him, rip them to shreds, burn it all to ashes to quench my rage. Only then will Asen's soul rest in peace, and I might finally feel some relief." Veins pulsed on Ed's forehead. He clenched his fists. "Asen?" Amin froze as he continued. "You've forgotten your duty. All because some worthless brat died?" Ed's ice-cold tone made her flinch violently. With a look of utter contempt, he said, "You lost the dragon-slaying sword, the very key to our entire plan. From this moment on, you are no longer a daughter of Choi Ben." Amin shuddered. That look. "Father." The pressure was suffocating, making it hard to breathe. The boss ordered, "She is useless now. Lock her away where no one will find her. Eliminate every insect connected to her, and make sure no information leaks." Hearing this, the maid panicked. "Master." Realizing her fate was sealed, she screamed, "Please, reconsider. Just this once. If you spare me, I will do anything you ask." The boss strode from the hall, down a staircase of corpses, as the desperate cries of servants echoed, "Spare us." He was already lost deep in thought. The rebellion I so carefully prepared has been reduced to ashes. The boss looked like he was about to explode with rage. "It's all because of that bastard. Theo Ragnar, I swear I will kill you with my own 2 hands." But on the other side, Theo remained completely calm. He searched the system, and details of the sword in his hand appeared. It was the dragon-slaying greatsword, Ban Mung. All of its parameters were hidden. To use it, he would have to unravel the mystery sealed inside. Theo mused. A dragon-slaying sword, huh? He immediately tried to wield it, but the sword was incredibly difficult to handle. Theo rubbed his wrist. "Just as I thought. It's not called dragon-slaying for nothing." He gazed at the marks on his hand, murmuring, "It's clearly the ultimate counter to Ragnar." He sighed. "Just as I thought. I can't use it until I unlock its secret. It was a legacy from the Age of Myths, a great mystery, like a phantom. It's not easily wielded by a mere mortal, but if one could decipher its secret, it would bestow legendary power, a legendary treasure." Theo's mind drifted back to his past life. Ed Choi Ben definitely unlocked Ban Mung's secret. Recalling what the man had done, he smirked. A certain place comes to mind. He decisively stored the sword in his inventory. Until he could unlock its secret, it was nothing more than a useless chunk of iron. Suddenly, a sound came from outside his door. He opened it, surprised. "Evelyn?" She greeted him politely. "My apologies for disturbing you at this hour, young master. Could you spare a moment?" she announced. "The commander wishes to see you." Elsewhere, Julius was meeting with Channel. "It's good to see you've returned alive." As he spoke, his expression turned grim. Julius asked bluntly, "Are you requesting a discharge?" Channel replied wearily, "It's humiliating to admit this, but as you can see, I've lost my legs and my wyvern Rosinante. In that last battle," he added. "Besides, this old body can't endure the battlefield much longer. I plan to spend my remaining days at home, honoring my fallen comrades." Julius just scoffed. "Ha! Who could ever stop that stubborn old head of yours? Do as you please." Channel smiled, relieved. "Thank you, Commander." He lifted his teacup and said, I know it's not a worthy substitute, but I have something to report about the rookie, Theo Ragnar. Julius looked intrigued. Speak. Channel began. At his age, his Thunder Gate is already open. Julius's expression immediately brightened. The Thunder Gate, the boundary between an ordinary man and a transcendent being, Channel added. I was shocked when I first witnessed it. He's clearly not a natural-born genius who possessed it from the start. It was, as if he forcibly broke open a door that was sealed shut. The feeling was unmistakable. That gate was violently forced open. Channel said, his voice filled with disbelief. Regardless, his vessel expanded suddenly. Compared to the power he currently wields, it's absurdly large. But Julius was thrilled. Then we'll just have to fill that newly expanded vessel. Channel sighed. That is all a senior can offer his junior on a moonlit night. Julius's voice echoed, Theo. From this point forward, you must learn and grow on your own. The weight of his words kept Theo from answering hastily. The two stood facing each other as a gentle night breeze blew past. Julius then asked Theo, I heard you played a crucial role in the last mission. He replied humbly, Not at all. It was all thanks to my comrades. The commander replied, Don't be so modest. How far along your martial path have you progressed? Theo wondered. Martial path? Are you referring to my combat prowess? He began. Battles are much easier now. But Julius cut him off sharply. No, I'm not asking about your fighting technique. Julius's eyes narrowed. I'm asking what world your sword creates. Theo's eyes widened. He bowed his head, admitting, If that's your question, I'm not entirely sure myself. But Julius stated he trained with a single desire, to perfectly emulate his master's swordsmanship. That is how everyone begins. The moment he drew his sword, Theo felt an overwhelming aura. Julius's blade glowed with a red light, and the very space around them began to warp. Theo was stunned. Is this the demon dragon's domain? But Theo sensed this was different from the sword dragon's domain before his second awakening. He fell into deep thought. Is this what you meant? A world forged from a personal martial path? A second later, an intense pressure crushed Theo's body. Julius's voice thundered around him. My sword represents the demon dragon. Theo stared as Julius split into numerous combat stances. Every one of his techniques was a revelation, and cracks began to spiderweb across the world's barrier. The roar of magic filled the air. Julius's blade kept moving, creating swirling vortexes of power. Julius then asked him, What are your thoughts? What did you witness in the demon dragon's path? He watched Theo's expression closely. Theo replied softly, Power and destruction. Julius seemed satisfied. Precisely. The nature of demons is direct and instinctive, Julius mused. Even if it shatters in the end, it is a straight line that pierces and destroys everything it touches. Violence, destruction, power, and death. He grew curious again. Then what do you think of the Plum Blossom Palace Lord's sword? Theo answered truthfully. It is elegant and beautiful. Beautiful, you say? Julius pondered. The Plum Blossom Palace Lord's sword style embodies the essence of life, so that makes perfect sense. You must understand. A seed sprouts, grows, and then blossoms. That is life itself. It is slow, gentle, and always changing. But its growth never ceases. This is the martial path, Theo told himself. This is the martial path he was talking about. Though both are 9 dragons, his interpretation of the sword is completely different. A radiant smile appeared on Julius's face. He asked, Life and death, creation and violence. Do you think these two swords are complete opposites? Theo was taken aback. Are they not? The hem of his robes fluttered. Julius departed with flair, calling out, If I told you plainly, where would be the fun? Suddenly, he tossed a book back to Theo. Catching it, Theo asked, What is this? Julius's voice echoed back. A dialogue between myself and the palace lord on the truth of the sword. The words sent a shockwave through Theo. You mean? Julius mused. This is extremely rare. But Theo, you have become a student of both the demon and the sword dragon. His face was a mask of sheer disbelief. Later, Julius Ragnar and Osa Ragnar Blunis met atop a rocky peak. As Julius Ragnar closed the journal, his expression was lost in deep contemplation. He suddenly spoke to Osa Ragnar Blunis in a slightly sulky tone. You know, you are being far too strict, insisting on making someone who belongs to me your successor. Honestly. Osa Ragnar Blunis covered her mouth to hide a smile. You're just being jealous, she laughed. Even so, you cannot deny this will be an immense help to Theo, can you? Julius Ragnar replied. You know this already. Right now, Theo is a highly promising successor. He is unmatched, growing at a speed worthy of his talents. but he will eventually hit a wall. Osa Ragnar Blueness held up the journal and continued. When that time comes, this will help him break through it. Julius spoke slowly, confusing Osa. But what if, by some chance? He carefully explained the worst-case scenario. What if Theo becomes an enemy of the family head? No, an enemy of Ragnar itself? Osa Ragnar Blueness was startled by his words. Julius continued, You know what happens to those who grow that quickly. Before he finished, Osa spoke. Most of them do not meet a good end. A hint of worry was in Julius's voice. Exactly. If Theo follows that same tragic path, the secrets we give him could be used to drown Verna in blood. Osa smiled faintly. How unexpected. We thought you were simply fond of the child. She continued. But after hearing that, I am certain of one thing. She offered the journal to him. This is very much your style, Julius. It's best that you keep it. As Julius took the book, Osa continued. When Theo, the boy you've been watching, matures without being consumed by greed, and when you are certain he's become a Johanna who cherishes every moment, then you shall give it to him. Now, that journal was in Theo's hands. He looked at it, sweating. The two dragons of Ragnar, the first and second masters of the dragon sword style. The sword dragon and the demon sword. Successor to them both at once? Staring at Julius's back, Theo asked, Can I truly accept this? Julius replied, There's no need for false modesty. Julius turned, his gaze serious. We gave it to you because you've earned it. Theo simply smiled, accepting his words. He watched Julius and Evelyn ahead, thinking, I've only come this far because of them. He thought, I've done nothing for them, yet they've always helped me. Theo placed a hand over his heart. He declared to Julius, I have only ever received help from you both. I swear I will repay this debt. But at Theo's words, Julius stomped the ground. A wicked grin spread across his face as he charged forward. If you want to repay me, there's a way right now, he boomed. Spar with me, Theo. A friendly match for old time's sake. Wait a minute. With a new disciple here, how can I, the captain, just stand by? Stunned by Julius's booming voice, Theo realized. This was the real training. Then, the two warriors clashed. The sounds of their fierce battle echoed relentlessly. Seeing this, Evelyn could only step aside. She quickly ran to the training ground doors and locked them. A desperate shout echoed from within. Spare me, Evelyn! Evelyn stood guard at the door, yelling back, My apologies, young master. The doors remained sealed until morning. When Evelyn entered, her eyes widened in shock. Theo was on the steps, completely petrified, like a stone statue. Young master, she cried out. Seeing his battered state, she rushed to his side. Are you all right? As she approached, Theo muttered helplessly. The captain really overdid it this time. Evelyn then reported, By the way, per your orders, we've locked him in the dungeons. She asked with concern, But is it truly all right to leave him there? He won't talk, no matter what we do. Still, leaving him is. But Theo cut in. Don't worry, I have a plan. He whispered to Evelyn. Come closer for a moment. Whatever he whispered, a flicker of surprise crossed Evelyn's face. Later, at the Plum Blossom Manor, Theo entered the Lord's training grounds. A voice called out, Come in. He knelt, hand to his chest, greeting the Lord of Plum Blossom. Osa Ragnar Blueness descended the steps. Good, I've been expecting you. Did you receive the gift from myself and the demon dragon? Theo replied respectfully. Yes. You've both helped me greatly. Osa Ragnar Blueness then extended her hand. A sharp sword flew from its rack into her grasp. Plum blossom petals filled the air as she landed before Theo. Good. Osa smiled softly. What I will teach you is not some grand technique, but the foundation of the sword, which is often overlooked. Technique and artistry. Osa's blade moved before her, a graceful blur that matched her voice. The beginning and the end of the path. She aimed the blade at Theo. I will teach you how to breathe life into your sword. She spoke slowly. I will ask you again. The blade gently touched his left shoulder. Theo Ragnar, will you become my disciple? With his head still bowed, Theo asked. Before I answer, may I ask one question? My lord. He opened his eyes, speaking deliberately. Is this an invitation from the heavenly dragon sword saint? At this, Osa's pupils widened. She hadn't expected him to know. A small smile touched her lips. Few people know that title. Yet you managed to guess. She planted her sword into the ground, finally answering him. I do not deny it, Osa stated. I am the sole heir to the secret art passed from master to student. The Heavenly Dragon Sword style. Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint is indeed one of my titles. She then questioned Theo in return. You asked that to gauge my true intentions, didn't you? Theo lowered his head. My apologies, Osa replied. It's fine. I don't blame you, Osa explained with her eyes closed. I have no hidden intentions. From the blooming plum to the heavenly dragon sword. Her next words left Theo utterly stunned. I intend to pass it all down to you. A short while later, Theo emerged from the manor. As he stepped outside, a loud voice stopped him in his tracks. Hey, you there, the man shouted. You're the new recruit for the White Dragon Squad. Theo Ragnar, right? Theo turned. Yeah? What about it? The man's expression was anything but friendly. That's a disrespectful way to talk, he lectured. You haven't even greeted your senior. You're the Lord's disciple and a member of this manor. You should show some respect to your seniors. But Theo just smirked at him. So, it's a turf war, he thought calmly. A senior? You are no senior of mine. The man and his cronies' faces darkened. What was that? He growled, stepping forward. He bellowed aggressively. Not your senior? What the hell are you talking about? You're a disciple of this manor now. Wouldn't that make you my junior? Theo calmly replied. I believe you are mistaken. That offer to become the master's disciple? With a cold, serious look, he stated. I already refused. The loudmouths from before were stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief as Osa Ragnar gazed at Theo Ragnar kneeling before her. Do you wish to inherit both the blooming plum blossom and the sky dragon sword? Isn't that an incredible offer? He replied in surprise. Of course. He then lowered his head, struggling to speak. But honestly, I don't see why you value me so highly. I've done nothing to deserve this. Osa Ragnar gently helped him up, her hand touching his cheek. There's no grand reason, she said, softly caressing his face. You remind me of Kai. Theo's eyes shot open. I remind you of the clan head? She replied with a gentle smile. Yes, you're just like him in his youth, and not only in your appearance. Long ago, he also pursued his own ideals and dreams. She stroked his face. Perhaps he is still dreaming of them now. She recalled the clan head's glorious past. Because of that, he never gave in to despair, fighting through every hardship and trial. Each day was a relentless battle, yet he never once faltered or abandoned his principles. Osa Ragnar smiled brightly. When I see the shadow of the man I once loved in you, how could I simply stand by? She spoke softly. If that answers your question, then it is now your turn to answer me. Theo Ragnar pressed his lips together. Ah, right. He gave her a direct reply. While your offer is incredible, I must refuse. Osa Ragnar's gaze darkened. What is your reason? Theo answered. Because I already have too many masters. Besides you, there is Lady Plumblossom, who has taught me so much. Osa Ragnar's eyes widened with surprise. There's also Demon Dragon Commander Julius, my seniors in the Night Order, Evelyn Selford and Aaron, my comrades Remington, Hugo, and Erica, my friends from Training Ground 4, and even Ashton and Eddie Van. All of them are my teachers. Osa Ragnar tilted her head, confused. You even call Ashton and the Sky Dragon your teachers? I heard you and Eddie Van were rivals, he answered seriously. Precisely. The suffering they caused is what forged the man I am today. Osa Ragnar opened her mouth to speak, but he stepped back, placing a hand on his shoulder in a formal salute. My sword has learned and evolved, thanks to both those who cherished me and those who wounded me. For that very reason, I am not confident I can carry the tradition of a single school for the next generation. Osa Ragnar chuckled softly. You cannot inherit a tradition because your sword is ever-changing. How precious, yet what a pity. Suddenly he spoke. But, even if I cannot be your disciple. Osa Ragnar looked at him, startled, as Theo continued with reverence. I am still willing to be your son. His words left her frozen in the middle of the peach garden. Osa Ragnar sat elegantly, holding her wine glass as a servant poured. She took a happy sip. The servant asked, puzzled, Are you truly so fond of the young master? She swirled her wine and said, Of course. The heavens never gave me a child of my own, yet a boy so much like him has offered to call me his mother. How could I not be overjoyed? The servant smiled. Seeing you this happy brings me joy as well. Osa held out her glass again, smiling brightly. I should thank Theo for allowing me to be a mother. Could you prepare a letter to my husband for me? The servant asked. What should it say? She replied, It's about Theo's promotion examination. The servant's eyes went wide. She quickly protested, Forgive me, my lady, but he is still just a rookie. He just finished his awakening. If he draws too much attention to himself now, he could be in grave danger. You know that better than anyone. Osa put her glass down. That is exactly why we must hurry. Osa Ragnar's expression hardened. Before the great storm from the Ragnar clan arrives and destroys everything, I want to give him everything that I possibly can. But in a dark dungeon, a frail body was bound tightly in iron chains. He was missing an arm, slumped against the wall. His red eyes were completely hollow. Suddenly, he spoke. You finally came. A cloaked figure appeared before the cell bars. A masked man drew a hidden dagger, his eyes cold. Don't blame me. This is all his will. I will never object. The prisoner lifted his head, his gaze filled with pride. Now kill me. The assassin immediately threw his weapon. But suddenly, all the projectiles were deflected. To the prisoner's amazement, even the assassin was stunned. The ceiling above was slashed open by Evelyn Neuro. She leaped down from above. He stared in shock. From the ceiling, she yelled, "I've been waiting for you!" The assassin broke into a cold sweat. Evelyn Neuro, damn it, was this all a trap? The two of them began to fight down the hallway. She swung her sword down, while the assassin parried with his daggers. But his blades couldn't withstand the blow and shattered. He stared in disbelief. One advanced while the other retreated. As Evelyn Neuro closed in, the assassin wondered, has she always been this powerful? He glanced back at the prisoner, now far out of reach, and thought with regret. A shame I couldn't eliminate Sidra, but getting caught would make things worse. I must retreat and plan my next move. Suddenly, green smoke filled the air. The assassin's mist enveloped Evelyn Neuro. I won't let you escape. But she countered with her secret divine wind technique. A fierce gale slammed the assassin into the wall, causing him to cough up blood. He saw his ruined state, sensing this was bad. I can't be captured like this. I have to erase all traces immediately. He lunged forward in a desperate attack. But Evelyn Neuro drove a fist straight into his gut. She looked down at the assassin with contempt. That trick won't work on me twice. Night fell on the grand castle, but deep in the nearby woods stood a small cabin. Inside, shelves overflowed with books. An authoritative voice broke the silence. At 1:15 this morning, Evelyn Neuro captured an assassin in the dungeons. A woman reported, pointing to a map. The individual is confirmed as a member of Serpent Season, a branch under the Eastern Elite clan. The Troyvan clan likely has direct ties to the heavenly dragon S. Troyvan. Julius Ragnar sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought. This all but confirms our suspicions. We have a mole, she replied, precisely. Which is why we're meeting in this remote place, to prevent any more information leaks. But according to our sources, Serpent Season is hiding in an old fortress in the Canum region. In 3 hours, if their mission fails, they will destroy all evidence and retreat completely. She tapped a ruler against her palm. We must raid their base before that deadline, capture all members, and extract information. That is the core of this joint operation. I am Cliff, of the Vo Tuyet. Report ends. Theo Ragnar, standing by in uniform, thought nervously. I can't believe I have the chance to meet a Vo Tuyet agent in person. Julius Ragnar clicked his tongue, chin in hand. There is one more thing. He then commanded, this mission will also serve as Theo Ragnar's promotion exam. The room stared in shock, including Theo himself. He quickly bowed his head, asking, am I already eligible for the promotion exam? Julius Ragnar replied, you are. But don't think this will be easy. The difficulty of this test has been raised significantly. Theo's eyes widened in utter shock. He stated seriously, as you rise through the ranks, tests naturally get harder. But this situation for a single mission is unusual. It could spark a civil war for a newly promoted mid-rank swordsman. I heard you ordered Evelyn to watch the dungeon, because you predicted an assassination attempt. You started this fire. Now, you will be the one to put it out. Evelyn coughed pointedly from the side. Theo stammered, I apologize. Julia stood, cheerfully grabbing him in a headlock. Heir or not, acting without orders is insubordination. But since it's already done, you will complete this mission perfectly. He gave Theo a sharp noogie. Get promoted to mid-rank swordsman and earn the right to conduct missions alone. Understand? Though his eyes watered from the pain, he grinned widely. Crystal clear, sir, he thought. Is everything really centered on me now? I never expected to become the center of it all. Suddenly, a system window appeared. 4 main quests, 4 dark ties from a past life. This is your chance to sever those dark, lingering threads from your past life. You must stop their wicked plot. His fists trembled as he clenched them tightly. Yes, I always wondered what bound me to them, what led to this twisted fate. Noticing his change in mood, Cliff asked doubtfully, is something wrong? Theo Ragnar quickly replied, no, it's nothing. He promised grimly, we will complete this mission, no matter what. Julius Ragnar slammed his hand on the table. Excellent. Now that you've been briefed on the mission, he grew excited. It's time to begin. Operation Night Snake Sweep. Deep within the dense forest, 3 figures gathered. Cliff began to brief him and Evelyn Nero. To eliminate the risk of an internal mole, this mission is just us 3. Our target is an entire organization of assassins. As swordsmen of Ragnar, our skills are superior, but we're severely outnumbered. Do not let your guard down for a single second. He answered, understood. Inside a large room, a masked man and a soldier reviewed some documents. The soldier held up a stack of papers. Most of the documents are processed. The masked man replied, good. We will leave as soon as he returns. The soldier asked, how long has he been gone? The other replied, less than 2 hours, he should be back soon. Suddenly, a small orb rolled silently into the room, then erupted in thick smoke. The men in the room quickly covered their mouths. Ambush. But before he could scream again, he was cut down. All 3 were slain by Cliff in a single flash. The masked man blocked with a hidden weapon, but was still hit. He struggled to his feet. Damn it! Cliff spotted a rat trying to flee. With a powerful kick, she sent a table flying, crushing the final man. Catching a stray paper, Cliff said coldly, targets neutralized. Evelyn and I will handle this. Theo, you take the basement. The 2 watched in awe as she dispatched 3 enemies in an instant. Hearing his orders, he replied, understood. Ragnar shot forward at a terrifying speed. He recalled the briefing's blueprints. The basement was right under this staircase. Suddenly, a thin wire snagged his foot. He was caught completely off guard. A hidden weapon shot towards his eye, but he swiftly leaned away to evade it. Ragnar's sword deflected the storm of daggers. Touching the ground, he activated his dragon sync skill. The technique revealed everything. All traps and ambushes were now laid bare before him. He reached into the void, unleashing a skill. Dragon lightning, bodyguard technique. Razor-sharp swords materialized around him. Dragon Gate! The blades flew out, severing the room's traps. Thin wires snapped and fell uselessly. The ambushers were struck down, collapsing to the floor as the masked man smoked in terror. How could this be? He strode past their bodies, his pace quickening with every step. This level of security meant something vital was hidden in the basement. As he neared, the sight inside made his eyes widen. Blood stained everything. A red-robed figure muttered, damn it! The foul stench of this evil reaches even here. Murder during our sacred ceremony. A pale man in a wide-brimmed hat stared at him with cold eyes. You are quite an impatient believer. A blood cross stained the wall, a grim skull hanging from its center. Theo Ragnar seethed with fury. The Demon Saint Society. A cult that preached of the coming apocalypse. They promised a savior's descent, luring in the lost, and were the root cause of the great catastrophe. They even triggered the Empire's collapse. A glowing red figure eyed him. So, you know who we are? He remained silent, using his dragon sync system to read the area's mana flow. He saw the man's body was fractured, and he was shocked. Impossible! His inner gate was utterly obliterated, and mana was leaking chaotically from him. Is this what those low-level priests call a blessing? The man spread his arms wide. A pity you refuse to believe, my devout follower. He clasped his hands. But that's fine. Crimson magic flooded the room. I will grant you the honor of becoming a sacrifice to the one true God. He lunged, his massive hand outstretched. You will not reject his grace. Theo raised his sword, blocking the attack. He was horrified that his blade left no mark. Unbelievably hard. Was this truly a human hand? Their earth-shattering battle began. He dodged the priest's hand and swung his blade with full force. The blade struck the priest's palm, meeting flesh with terrifying force. But the hand was unscathed as it gripped Theo Ragnar's blade. His eyes widened in disbelief. A full-power mana-infused strike was blocked so easily. The priest's fist sent him flying. He smashed into the wall, coughing up blood. Just a low-level priest, but if I use the 3 dragon arts here, I'll be buried with him. The priest slowly approached his collapsed form. He knew a normal mana slash was useless, so what was the answer? He bowed his head in thought, his grip on Theo Ragnar's sacred sword tightening. With this blade, what am I capable of now? Theo Ragnar remembered his brutal training. It was violence and destruction, power, the true essence of the sword path, death, the foundation of all technique. What I ultimately wish to grasp is how to create life with this very sword, life and death, survival and violence. He remembered what Julius Ragnar once told him. Did you think these 2 swords held opposing meanings? 2 blades, seemingly in conflict. The priest gave a savage smile. He raised both hands high to slam them down. Oh Lord, this little bird spills sacred blood before you. His blotchy face twisted into a maniacal grin. Please accept this as an offering. His fist smashed down, shattering the ground. But Theo Ragnar had already moved. He faced the priest with grim determination. The priest's gaze turned somber. You are one persistent little sheep. Theo Ragnar had an epiphany. That's right. The swords were never opposites. He channeled all his mana into the blade. Life and death are a single path. Death is always at life's end, and new life always sprouts from death. His hand tightened around his sword. Not two, but one unified whole. If this scattered power can be gathered into a single ray of light, Theo Ragnar charged. Seeing this, the priest scoffed in contempt. Why are you still so foolish? Your sword is useless against me. Haven't you realized that yet? He swung his sword at the priest's arm. Dragon light. A brilliant flash exploded, but his blade still hadn't cut the arm. This made the priest laugh wildly. That looked spectacular, but it was no different from before. But his arrogance faded when he felt something wrong. The attack. It moved as if it were alive. He felt the blade slice through his entire body. The priest was sent flying, slamming into a wall as blood sprayed everywhere. The priest slumped to the floor, forcing a pained smile. Enlightenment amidst a blood ritual? You are truly a wicked seed of chaos. Before you defile his world further, he snarled, grabbing the man's face. His crushing grip forced a scream of agony. He activated his skill, Young Dragon Synchronization, reading the target's lingering thoughts. Panting, Theodredna knew he had to uncover the source of the Demon Saint Society's strange powers. The priest's body suddenly distorted. The entire space began to warp, pulling him into a violent vortex. What? Theodredna was stunned. He was now floating in a hazy, ethereal space. This was unlike any mind reading he'd done before. It felt as if the thoughts had regressed into a child's. He stared at his quest log, now filled with garbled text. Suddenly, system windows flashed with urgent alarms. An enemy far exceeding your level has appeared. Escape immediately. Staring at the crimson alerts, he thought, what the hell? What is this? An overwhelming pressure crushed down on him. Floating in a dark void, he saw a colossal eye staring back. An orb of glaring eyes appeared, making space itself glitch. A voice boomed. Who dares disturb my slumber? And that's all for this recap. If you have any thoughts, drop them in the comments below, and don't forget to leave a like. Subscribe and hit that notification bell for more exciting videos. For now, goodbye and see you next time. Bye-bye.